安心して遊んでいただけるものになっていると思います。結構長い間お待たせしましたけど、また甲斐がある仕上がりになっていると思いますので、ぜひ楽しんでください。本当にありがとうございます。
Metal Gear, am I right? One of the most iconic video game series ever, with a plot almost as convoluted as Kingdom Hearts, so it's a good place for me to go after my 10-minute review of the third game. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a very brief history lesson. The first game came out all the way back in the year that the Bite of 87 happened, 1987, but the series we're covering is Metal Gear Solid, and the first of those games released in 1998 on the PS1. There's a reason that it's considered a classic. It earned that title. It's not my personal favorite of the series, but I still quite like it. Its plot is engaging, and it was one of the first games ever to have competent voice acting. Overall, great start to the Solid series. But to me, Metal Gear Solid 2 ramped it up and then some. It's one of my favorite games, period. The gameplay in general is better than 1's, but that part doesn't matter. The narrative, my man. I am a sucker for fourth wall breaks that are incorporated into the main plot. If I ever make a game, expect that. It's so unique. It's so special. You play as a guy who can't go 2 seconds without saying the dumbest shit you ever heard, and it's still a masterpiece. Metal Gear Solid 3 is also a damn good game. It was the first game in the series I played. I got Subsistence on the PS2, and all I could think about was, man, this game really performs like shit sometimes. But aside from that, it was a jam. Stayed up all night playing it from start to finish. 12-year-old me was so tired that he couldn't comprehend 80% of the shit being said at the end. But I do now, so whatever. Since then, it just might have become the game I've put the most playthroughs into, well over 15 at least. I highly recommend it as a starting point if you're unsure about the series. MGS4, well, it's good. To put it short, the gameplay is the best of the 4, but you're not really put in too many environments to really see that for yourself. The game slows down even more than 3, which really shows the power of Blu-ray technology, and its plot is kind of a huge mess. Even still, I recognize that it has a lot of care put into it. Peace Walker was good, but it's probably my least favorite of the series. It's got some flaws. Still a game worth playing though. There's not any Metal Gear Solid game that isn't. At least the ones with Hideo Kojima at the helm. Speaking of story, if there's any game you need to know the plot of before hopping into this video, it's Peace Walker. 5 is basically a direct sequel to it. And luckily for you, I've got you covered. I have a plot synopsis on this channel, and compared to this video, it's bite-sized. Link in the description or the top right of the screen. But now that I'm done playing catch-up, let's play part 2 of the catch-up. MGS5 was a certainty when MGS4 was being made. Originally, Peace Walker was MGS5, but I assume the project got a little too big for its britches and it was split up into 2 projects, technically 3. While Peace Walker was in development, a new engine was being created, known as the Fox engine. It was where MGS5 would find its home. Here's an early showcase back in 2011. Pretty darn cool. Well, I'm actually having a hard time finding a lot about the development of the game, minus the last few months of it. So let's go ahead and skip to 2012, the Video Game Awards that year specifically. Did you know that it's weirdly difficult to find footage of this thing? I looked all over the place, but could only find the trailers and small clips. Well, that's not entirely true. I did find a Russian live commentary of the show from Stop Game, re-uploaded by a completely separate channel in 2020. But it looked like a great time. It had Samuel L. Jackson, it had Snoop Dogg, it had Mario and Bowser, it had Norman Reedus, what a coinky-dink. And let's not forget all the game trailers for everyone's favorites, like Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2 and Angry Birds Star Wars. The best Nintendo game was New Super Mario Bros. U. The best Xbox game was Halo 4. All but one of the nominees for best Xbox and PS3 games were the same, and who would have guessed that it would have been the only exclusives that won? The game of the year was a Telltale game. That's crazy to think about today. And the other nominees included Assassin's Creed 3, Mass Effect 3, and Dishonored. Turns out, that year wasn't the best for video games. Some of these categories were really pushing it too, like best voice performance by a human male and female. I assume that's as opposed to best voice performance by an iguana? Man, do you remember when GTA 5 was something people were excited for? It just ended up becoming a burden. Aw, remember Fez? Remember Phil Fish? Remember when he canceled Fez 2 and said he would destroy gaming? I'm sorry, what was this video about again? Right. Anyway, there was one trailer that really stood out, featuring these 2 guys escaping from what looks like a hospital massacre. The game was known as The Phantom Pain, developed by a Moby Dick Studios. But hey, do you see that? There's some extra, barely visible letters on the top of that title. What could that mean? And Moby Dick Studios' boss was a man by the name of Joachim Mogren. Joachim is a clear anagram for Kojima. Jeff Keighley had the pleasure of interviewing this Mogren. He had a face bandage on from an accident, but was an obvious reference to this fella from the trailer. Every question Keighley asked was met with a sorry, can't talk about it yet.
When are you going to tell us more about the Phantom Pain? Are you going to be able to share more tonight?
I don't have anything to show today, unfortunately.
Okay. Is it a next generation game? That's something a lot of people ask me on Twitter.
Unfortunately, I cannot confirm that.
Okay. Can you maybe confirm that you guys have development kits at least for next generation systems?
I'm so sorry, Jeff. I can unfortunately not confirm that either.
All right, well, this is going well.
Then why the hell would he even agree to do an interview? Mogren pulled out a tablet to show some screenshots from the Phantom Pain, which were all just concept art for the trailer we already saw. But hey, enhance that image. What's this? The Fox Engine logo. When Keighley points this out, Mogren gives a shocked look, and the interview ends right there.
So this game is running on the Fox engine.
There wasn't even an I need to go, the video just stops, as if what happened after were redacted. But it definitely wasn't redacted, this was clearly scripted. Keighley is a well-documented friend of Kojima. Maybe even more than friends, so he was definitely in on it. They really weren't even trying to hide the fact that this was indeed the next chapter to Metal Gear. In fact, according to a Google translated comment on that Russian VGA commentary, one of the guys guessed that it was Metal Gear before the trailer even ended. But it's a pretty unique marketing tactic, getting people to theorize about what this product truly is, and it's clear that they were having fun with it. And at GDC of 2013, it was finally announced that The Phantom Pain was the subtitle for Metal Gear Solid 5. One of them anyway. Yes, we have ourselves a two-parter, and The Phantom Pain is the second part. The first is Ground Zeroes, and on March 18th, 2014, we'd get our first piece of the puzzle. This game was the first game in the series I got on day one. The PS3 version, on a non-HD TV with AV cables. Time flies. When I played through the series, I was doing it in order of the timeline. So 3 first, then Peace Walker. And Ground Zeroes came out conveniently around the time that I beat Peace Walker. So this is actually only the third game in the series that I've played. And also, conveniently, I wasn't paying attention to the press around the game. We'll be getting to that, don't you worry. Unlike The Phantom Pain, there isn't much to see before getting into the main course. This is a neat title screen, I guess. We can listen to some audio tapes as well. Very similar to MGS1 and 4's briefings. There's just nothing to look at this time. But it's our main way of getting plot in this, so we kinda have to listen. For those who don't want to watch the recap video, I'll give a quick synopsis of the ending to Peace Walker. There were two people who put MSF onto stopping Metal Gear Peace Walker, and that was Professor Galvez and his student Paz. However, near the end of that mission, Galvez reveals that he was actually a Russian spy named Zadornov. He was then promptly taken to Mother Base for questioning, but he was inexplicably able to escape his prison cell around 17,630 times. His final capture is when he's finally had enough. He has a gun now, and he ain't afraid to use it. Luckily, he sucks with it, so he can be taken down rather easily. And just as he dies, Metal Gear Zeke is activated, and it's being piloted by Paz. She was a spy all along. Her real name is Pacifica Ocean. Why, though? Couldn't she just be called, like, Rebecca or something? And that allegiance is to a group that's been in the shadows all along. The Patriots. Oh, but they're not called the Patriots yet. That name sets in around the time that the AI takes control. Right now, they're known as Cypher, and this begins the final battle with Metal Gear Zeke. With strength, bravery, and a little bit of elbow grease, Metal Gear Zeke is rendered inoperable. And with that, the cockpit explodes, and she falls into her namesake. And this leaves a sour taste in Big Boss's mouth. The Peace Walker incident got the attention of the world. And with the knowledge that MSF has the power to stop a world-ending threat like that, they'll be seen as a ticking time bomb. It'll be a struggle to survive with the walls closing in around them. And so, Snake makes a speech to everyone in MSF. The time for allying themselves with any one ideology is over. They truly won't pick a side in any world conflict. They're a glorified mercenary group, nothing more. They will do any job they're given as long as the client has the money. If it makes them criminals, so be it. Their only master is themselves. Well, more particularly, it's Big Boss. And he's leading them straight to hell. But for now, this place serves as both heaven and hell. This is outer heaven. Honestly, that kind of closes the loop between Big Boss's saga and Solid Snake's saga pretty well. We saw how Big Boss grew to have the ideals that we saw him practice in Metal Gear 2. But apparently that wasn't good enough. Konami demanded another game on the double. And so that's how we got Metal Gear Solid 5. Ground Zeroes only came out 4 years after Peace Walker, which, considering the noticeable difference, is pretty impressive. But let's get back to these briefing tapes. 1 year later, the International Atomic Energy Agency requested to do an inspection on Mother Base to check for nukes. That's no good, because they've got one of those on Metal Gear Zeke. But because Mother Base is just MSF's property, and not a country, the IAEA can't do an inspection without permission. So Snake tells Kazuhiro Miller to send a letter of refusal. Problem solved. Too bad old Huey Emmerich sent a letter of approval behind their backs. He thinks that they should be inspected to show the world that they have nothing to hide. Except they do have something to hide. A nuke. Remember? Also, he sent the letter without permission, but also without even talking to Snake to make his case beforehand. That seems mighty suspicious. But it seems all they have to do is build a Metal Gear-sized chamber and dunk Zeke underwater during the inspection. But Rutrow, looks like Snake isn't going to be able to attend this inspection. Words reached Mother Base that Paz survived her trip to Atlantis. She was recovered by some fishermen and taken by Cypher for interrogation in Cuba. They think she might have been on your side, and they might not have been wrong. According to some extra tapes that served as Paz's audio diary, the place was starting to grow on her a little bit and she only took control of Zeke out of obligation.
Betray Cypher now, and I will face a fate far worse than death. Still, there's no need to put things in motion just yet. What difference would it make to just wait a little while longer? A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not?
But I don't know, she seemed to have been enjoying herself more than the average conflicted spirit. Double Rutrow. Chico caught wind of this and wants to save her. He had a big crush on her, you see. It's likely that by the time Kaz and Snake hear about his departure, he'll already be at the camp where Paz is being held. And that seems to track when they get a distress call from him, saying he was captured by the soldiers there and needs help.
There's some cages to the east of a big building. East an old grassy facility. Help me, Snake.
Here's the problem with all this. The camp where they're both being held, Camp Omega, it's a black site, an American camp on leased land in Cuba. Meaning in there, the US Constitution doesn't apply. They can do whatever the hell they want to prisoners, and none of it will ever be written. That's a real thing, by the by. The government doesn't even need to acknowledge its existence. And boy, are you gonna see how that can potentially be exploited. Let's get into the game, shall we? We start with a man going to an animal cage containing Chico. He tells him
she didn't suffer long.
Then he gives him a cassette player and tape. Chico looks completely dazed and broken. Fast forward a bit and we see this same guy, apparently known as Skullface, has a good reason to have that name. He gets on a helicopter and flies off, leaving us to clean up the mess. Snake reaches Camp Omega. Not much left to talk about here, let's just get started. Say the classic phrase, my boy.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Sounds right to me! We're given the layout of the camp by this nifty little 1975 iDroid. This thing's so not advanced that it combines the name iPhone and Android. To start, we're given a scope, a tranquilizer pistol, and a suppressed assault rifle. Not a lot, but more than enough for now. Using our scope, we can mark enemies so we'll never lose track of them and even see them through walls. This is a godsend. Without it, this game would be extremely difficult. Our goal right now is the prison camp, and luckily enough, that's not very far at all. If you just hug the wall for a while, you'll end up there. But, you know, be mindful of your surroundings. Maybe a truck will pass by, and it would definitely see you crouch walking. The prison camp's also not very well guarded. There are 2 guys. Along with Chico, there are 4 prisoners that you can save. So I'll do that first real quick. It benefits us in the long run, you'll see. You can call in the helicopter to certain spots for scenarios like these. Hey Chico, I'm back. Hope I didn't miss anything. Huh? Seems he thinks we're here to kill him. Come on, kid, it's me, remember? That guy that fake shot you that one time? We gotta knock him out so he doesn't make too much noise. But also... oh shit. They bolted his feet. He's just like Huey now. While you're carrying him to the rendezvous point, he wakes up and starts crying, saying that Paz is dead and that he's sorry for something he did. Now that we're here, he lets us in on the fact that the tape Skullface gave him, and what he's been listening to the whole time, has been... the audio of Paz being tortured. Alright, that's pretty cool. He also gives us a separate tape from his own recorder that he brought here. I'll be getting into this variety of tapes shortly. Let's not give up hope that Paz is still alive. The tape we just got seems to indicate that she was being held at the admin building of this wonderful facility. So let's work our way over there. That, or we could hitch a ride on the back of this truck. It's got clearance and lets us in the building. If you go the long way, you'll be given access to the whole building's power. Turning it off disables all the lights and security cameras. While you still can do that the truck way, it's more inconvenient getting there. Also, take note that someone will come to check what's up and turn it back on, but you can take them out before they do that. Taking a trip downstairs, you find the main torture chamber. And her. She's alive, albeit a bit more roughed up than we saw her last. But if this was Cypher's doing, why is she still alive? And why was Chico let in on whatever was happening down here? Well, that's a bit of a tricky answer. Not because it's complicated, it isn't. It's just very dark. Way darker than anything Metal Gear's done in the past. The tape Chico gave you is number 3 of 7. The other 6 are found via going out of your way in this mission or through side ops. But for the sake of keeping the story on track, I'll detail it all now. I'm gonna give out a warning to anyone watching this that might suffer PTSD from any physical abuse. I'm being serious here in case you might think otherwise. Check the chapters of the video now and skip to the Chapter 1 post-tape section if you don't want to hear this. Not many people talk about this aspect of Ground Zeroes, and it makes me feel crazy for finding it so messed up. But I know it is. I'm starting now. The tapes come from Chico's recorder that he brought with him. At first, he manages to find out where Paz might be, but is found and captured. Skullface finds out about his connection to her, and more importantly, Big Boss. So he brings him to watch Paz get tortured. For a very large amount of these tapes' runtime, you hear Paz getting brutally beaten. That on its own is pretty unpleasant, but eventually the attention is turned to Chico, who gets beaten as well. But also a whole bunch of mind manipulation is used, such as telling him that the boss will never come to rescue him, or if he does, it'll be to kill him. This is to trick him into giving up information, and to use him to get information out of Paz. The latter doesn't work, but the former will very much. After several days, Chico's once again taken to see another torture session, but this time the pounding sound effects don't sound like her being hit. The soldier doing the deed backs away, and Chico's forced to, quote-unquote, have his way with her, or else he'll be the one on the chopping block next. Paz continually reassures him that it's okay, that he's not going to hurt her. She clearly just doesn't want him to talk, so they both need to suffer through whatever they're going to do. I guess that means Cypher was right for thinking she had gotten soft on them. The audio of that particular session is cut there, leaving it up to interpretation if he actually did it. But either way, for anyone that might not remember, Chico is 13 years old. Whatever the case may be, Chico was successfully broken by Skullface, and he gives him information about Mother Base, including details about the quantity of staff and Zeke. But Skullface isn't done with Chico yet. He then forces him to whip Paz himself to get her talking about Cypher. You hear her call him a coward and a traitor throughout. Despite that, you can tell she truly does care about Chico. I'm gonna skip to the end of these tapes for now. A lot of what happens next is spoilery, considering you get most of these tapes after beating the game. At the last moment of the last tape, Chico's unconscious, and Paz is next to him, borrowing his recorder to give him a message. That after all these years of only working for Cypher, she never wanted to help anyone more than she wants to help Chico right at that moment. Having him with her, despite the conditions, has helped her tremendously. He made her believe that there's hope for both of them, that they'll make it out of here. And the shitty part of that is, Chico probably never got to hear that message. What the fuck was this, dude? My full thoughts on this are gonna wait until the end of the game, but a TLDR for that is I don't like this. And it's not just because it's dark and makes me feel negative emotions. Anyway, once you grab Paz, you've just gotta head back over to the rendezvous where you put Chico. I mean, you can call the helicopter to a bunch of different spots, but they're all in the middle of the base and that causes problems. So let's keep this covert. When you put Paz next to Chico, they start cuddling, Chico saying sorry repeatedly and Paz humming love deterrence to soothe him. God damn it. I will say, This game made me feel bad for Paz, which is kind of an accomplishment. Was she cartoonishly evil? Yes. Would she unironically yell when you hit her at a weak spot? Yes. Was she as loud and annoying as Terranort in her boss fight? Good lord, yes. But after all this, I just want to give her a hug. Chico too, obviously. Kid just wanted to save his crush and come home to look for more UMAs. But yep, helicopter shows up, you put them both in, you get in, mission accomplished. Have you ever gone on a family trip, but in the car there's this huge fight, so then there's this awkward silence in the car for the rest of the ride? Yeah. That is until Chico tries to find out if maybe the blood on her shirt is coming from the inside. Ah, crud, they put a bomb in her. Snake calls upon the power of his best move.
Medic!
Field Medic. You can tell he's important because they reused Kiefer Sutherland to voice him, but they just pitched it down.
No time for anesthetic. We have to open her now.
They're just gonna have to pull it out of her guts with about as much of the pain as you can imagine. I don't know what I can get away with when it comes to YouTube, so we'll just skip to once they've got it out. Get that shit out of here. You thought you could pull a fast one on me, Skullboy? The guy who's been betrayed multiple times and didn't see it coming? Well, now that that's out of the way, we can focus on the real business. According to Huey, the inspection teams arrived at Mother Base. It'll be a quick and easy procedure. They'll walk around, check for a nuke, we've hidden it so they can't see it. They'll reveal that it was actually a setup from Skullface, kill everyone on Mother Base, blow it to Kingdom fucking Come, the average health inspection at Burger King. So, this ain't good. They've basically won by the time we've got here. Everyone who isn't already dead is in the process of dying. Even Kaz got fucked up in the attack. We ain't got no choice but to retreat with our tails, legs, and cocks between our legs. The base we've spent so long on, gone in an instant. I mean, all things considered, everyone's taking it pretty well.
They played us like a damn
Bassoon. Damn, he's so angry that he's going full-on walk-in-here mode.
Give it back! This isn't right, that was ours!
He gently wakes Paz up, and she stumbles over to the helicopter door. And then she reveals that there was not just the one bomb, but a second one in a very special area. So she's out of here. If you couldn't tell, she was a little late. And so, MSF has been massacred. No borders, no ways to keep bad actors from sneaking in. Cypher's gone too far this time. And with an intro as bombastic as that, it can only be followed by an equally bombastic second mission, The End. What? That's it? That was the whole game? Timeline scroll, post-credit scene and everything? I see. So, I suppose we gotta talk about that. This game is 2 hours max. My particular playthrough was 1 hour and 18 minutes. And don't think that's just because I played through the game before. I intentionally explored around to waste time. It could have been a lot shorter if I wanted it to be. This game isn't considered the first chapter to MGS5, but more so the prologue. And that would be fine if it wasn't $40 at launch. That is less than acceptable. You may be thinking, oh, but at least it's not that much anymore. Yes, but the problem would it even be worth $30, $25, $20? When I bought it just recently, it was $16. A whole buck less than the Phantom Pain was. And I would argue it isn't even worth that much. Kingdom Hearts 0.2 Final Chapter Prologue Birth by Sleep and Fragmentary Passage was bundled in with a remaster of Dream Drop Distance. It was around the same length as Ground Zeroes, but you got a whole game with it. So no one complained about the playtime. Bundle it in with a remaster of MGS4 or something, I don't know. Actually, that would have been really cool. 60 FPS? Get out of here. Now, another rebuttal I hear is that it's replayable due to all the ways you can go about the mission. And yes, there are a variety of ways to rescue the two. You can sneak in the conventional way, a more non-conventional way like the truck, or you can go guns a-blazing. But here's my problem with that. Usually when you're making a game with a wide range of ways to go about something, you want to heavily encourage replaying by having as many of the options that you can be really fun. And you definitely don't want to make the most fun way the easiest, because then once you figured it out, you're probably never changing your tactic on replays. Ground Zeroes doesn't do that. The most fun way to rescue Paz is the truck way, if only just for the novelty of getting in through something like that without being seen, but that's also the easiest way. That building power thing I brought up is kinda rendered useless once you figured out you could shoot cameras, and in the time it takes for a guard to show up to check on it, you can grab Paz. So why would I want to do anything else? And when it comes to Chico, there are literally 2 guards. Any way you go about it is piss easy. And when it comes to the guns blazing option, while fighting has never been easier in this game, it's still not ideal, and you're never really satisfied if you kill everyone without stealth. So basically the most fun you're having is by playing the game in the easiest way imaginable. Now, the last retort I can think of would only come from die-hard fans of the series that know even the smallest details about every game. One of said details is that there are side ops in this game. Yeah, go check. Bet you didn't notice that shit, huh? So doesn't that boost the playtime, rendering everything I said null and void? Well, it would be if the side ops were worth your time. They suck. All but 2 of them anyway. There's one where you have to kill 2 guys, one where you have to procure a tape by gaining info from this guy, one where you have to blow up anti-air emplacements and an armored vehicle, there's one where you have to defend a special soldier who gained intel for you. The second Kaz started stroking this soldier's ego, I knew it was gonna be Kojima. And then there's Deja Vu. This mission borderline pisses me off. It's a nostalgia-themed mission where you go around the camp looking for references to MGS1. The mission objective is literally walk around and find references. You'd think knowing who we're dealing with here, it'd be in a charming way where you're hit with the references when you least expect it. But nope, it drops you in, says go find it yourself, fuckwad, and expects you to like it. And here's another thing that bothered me. They bring back classic lines from the first game, but in a particularly insulting way. Kiefer Sutherland is revoicing the lines that weren't his.
A surveillance camera?
It almost feels like a middle finger to Hater. Like, they didn't need to do that. And when I hear this, I feel nothing, because there was nothing to feel. And Robin Atkin Downs, the poor bastard, was left to voice everyone else. There's Liquid/Miller, of course, but then he has to voice the Colonel, Ocelot, Psycho Mantis, Luxord, fucking Naomi, Meryl. And actually, that's a good segue to my main issue with the game. It's writing. It kind of feels tone deaf a lot of the time. The tapes are a great example of that. It's some seriously fucked up stuff going on there, and there's no happy ending for either of the characters being tortured in them. But then it expects me to just go along with it when I'm rescuing VIP superstar Hideo Kojima in this same exact camp. And what he gives you for saving him is one of the fucked up tapes. And this mission? The perfect example. When in a genuinely serious scene, I hear Kaz yell,
You spying bitch! Come on, start talking, bitch! Come on, get up and start talking!
But then in another mission he says,
Alright, keys.
What am I supposed to feel? The answer is discomfort, because the writer and creator wanted to branch out into dark and edgy storytelling, but just couldn't drop the crazy Japanese shit. And in that regard, I can't really blame him. I mean, the last we left off with the chronology, and the series in general, is fighting what can technically be classified as a lolly piloting a giant mech with J-pop playing in the background. If you play these 2 games back to back, you'll go from that to fishing a bomb out of her guts with her screaming bloody murder 2 hours later. And don't get me wrong, I get that the emotional whiplash is what we're supposed to be feeling. You know, going from having a merry band of soldiers to face the world with to having it all violently ripped away from you in a very descript fashion. That idea on paper is fine, great even. But I think there needed to be at least a bit of a smoother transition than this. It feels less like an intentional stab in the gut and more like the game started swiping the knife aimlessly at you until they just so happened to hit you in the gut. There's also the mission Jamais Vu. While it's also tone deaf, it at the very least has good fan service. You play as Raiden, traveled from the future to help stop an invasion of Snatchers. 2 very different games referenced in one mission. And the idea of using the scope as a way of figuring out who's a human and who's a Snatcher is neat. Not very hard though. The only other mission that's decent to me is the one where you find a tape by getting intel from this guy. The actual way of going about the mission sucks. Turning on a searchlight as a signal and waiting actual minutes for the guy to arrive. But what I like is that once you know where the tape is, on repeat playthroughs you could skip this signal bullshit and just grab the tape, get out of there, mission accomplished. It's not amazing or anything, but it showcases that in terms of gameplay, the best is yet to come with the Phantom Pain. Get it? Quick side note, but I only found out recently that if you let the guy go after getting information about where the tape is from him, he goes on to talk to another guy about a tape that's even more important, and that the one we were led to was just a smokescreen.
Now we just wait for this boss to show.
So you're not gonna touch my family, right?
Depends on how it goes. Better start praying.
If we go after this guy, he gives us the real tape, which contains super important confidential info we'd never hear otherwise. Or not, it's just a bunch of garbage noise. So much for that, Kojima. You've given me hope that I get something cool in this game, but I was just led to nothing. Thanks a lot, man. No particular reason, but remember this tape. Overall, Ground Zeroes just isn't very good. It's extremely short, yes, but I'd be willing to forgive it if it had significant replay value. But it don't. It should be free, to be honest. However, it is worth noting that Ground Zeroes does have its fans. In fact, there's a not small amount of people that say that this game is better than the Phantom Pain. The main reason I've seen is that while Phantom Pain is an open world game, Ground Zeroes is more of an enclosed sandbox environment. And I like that idea, but I just don't think this was a very good sandbox. Maybe it would have been better if there was more stuff going on inside the base, or if there were more side ops, or if the main campaign was even just a touch longer. But as it is, I am in complete disagreement with those people. All that being said, if you want to play the Phantom Pain and can get Ground Zeroes for cheap, as in like the single digits, then you probably should still get it. It is a very important chapter to the experience. Just don't expect a very meaty chapter. So, that's that. But if you think we're hopping straight into the Phantom Pain from here, oh, no way. We still have a whole year and a half in between Ground Zeroes and that. And tons of stuff happened during that time. So what was that crazy Kojima up to in these final precious moments of development? Well, as I've said, there's not much to find on that. You know, aside from the cut content, but everything in its due time. But this wasn't the only thing he was working on. Indeed, he and Guillermo del Toro, of all people, were working together on a separate project. If you were on the Gamers Net in 2014, you know what I'm talking about. Only 5 months after Ground Zeroes was released, a mysterious game popped up on the PlayStation Store, known simply as PT. It had been spoken of once prior, at Gamescom of that year, that it was being made by yet another non-existent game company, 7780's Studio. But I guess it didn't need that much marketing, because it blew the internet up. It was so weird and freaky, along with it being one of the most mysterious pieces of interactive media ever for a little while. The entire game was just 2 hallways, and when you got to the end of it, it looped back to the beginning. But within each loop was something unique, some of which you really had to look for. I won't go too in depth on PT, that's not what this video is about, but let's put it this way. To get the true ending, you have to look at this clock until it hits midnight, take exactly 10 steps down the hall, and you'll hear a child giggle. Next, plug your trusty microphone into your PlayStation 4 controller and start yelling into it like you just found out that Guillermo del Toro signed the Polanski petition. Alternatively, you could play this video of Kojima asking you if you liked it repeatedly.
Did you like it? Did you like it?
Now set the controller down and don't do anything for a while. You will then hear another child giggle. Now go and give a good look at the phone holding R3. Suddenly, you'll hear someone tell you on the other end,
"You've been chosen."
And then finally, you can exit the house. I skipped a few steps as I was reading them off. I can't breathe for that long, and neither will you, can you. Now, taking all that into account, it took fans roughly 3 days to figure this out. Think about that. That should go to show just how much of an impact this left on the internet during its time. In the end, it's revealed that you've been playing as Norman Reedus in the next entry to the Silent Hill series, Silent Hills, and that PT stood for a playable teaser. That is how you do a prologue. It's kind of fucking insane that this dude managed to top himself when it came to prologues by 10,000 times within 5 months. And it's free. Was free. Nowadays, you gotta go the Flappy Bird route to get it. Yes, it's finally time to get to the thing that basically everyone knows about. One of the biggest falling outs in gaming history, and maybe even one of the biggest gaming controversies in general. But in case you're somehow unaware, let's gather around the campfire, and I'll put a flashlight up to my chin and tell you a story that'll scare your socks off. This is the tale of a little company called Konami. Konami is a Japanese entertainment conglomerate video game company, in addition to being a video game publisher, it also produces Jelly Bean. They're most well known for their console video games over here in the States, but it's far from their only market. They've dipped their toes in many pools. That's pretty normal for a company this big. One of those dips was in mobile gaming. Right when that market was starting to pick up, they realized that quick, bite-sized, accessible games were the big thing. They made serious bank with their game Dragon Collection on iOS and Android. If you were around during that time, you'd know that it was a big point of debate as to whether or not mobile gaming was the future. It wasn't, but a lot of us were afraid it might be. And other gaming companies thought so too. Do you remember that wave of console games getting adaptations or even straight-up ports to phones back in the early 2010s? GTA 3 through San Andreas are the ones that stand out in my memory. That was the first way I played 3. And I didn't like it, if you could believe that. But anyway, Konami seemed to be a firm believer in the future of mobile gaming. After all, you could make just as much, if not more money on much smaller budgets. So why even bother with these giant productions with hundreds of people making these fancy 3D models, and even weirder, a director? And so I'm sure at this point Konami took a look at the budget of Metal Gear Solid 5 and saw there were a few too many zeros. And who knows what the budget of Silent Hills was looking like. And that Mr. Kojima, well, he always was a man with ambition. And ambition only raises production costs. And so they did a large corporate restructure, basically making themselves in charge of each project rather than people like Kojima. Essentially, Kojima Productions was no longer a team run by the man himself and just owned by Konami like it was before. And then they took his name off of basically everything. The packaging, the website, commercials. His Los Angeles-based studio was renamed Konami Los Angeles Studio. People were getting confused. Was Kojima fired or something? Well, no, not yet. Everyone was reassured that Kojima was still on board for MGS5, but that didn't stop rumors from grimming it up, including that in the last few months of development, he was moved to a claustrophobic office away from the rest of his development team under surveillance. For the world, it seemed pretty obvious what was going on at this point. They were getting ready to give him the boot as soon as they get these projects out the door. But there was nothing we could do about it, except to wait and see if we'd get good products out of this whole thing. But then, we got a major blow from the company. Silent Hills was cancelled. The playable teaser that blew up the internet was wiped off the map. If you have it downloaded, you better make sure you hold on to that for dear life. You can't re-download it if it's deleted. And you can't even transfer it between consoles. I found that one out the hard way, but I'm sure you already knew that. It was a sad day for fans, but I will once again say, that's not what this video is about. And so let's turn our attention to a different concern. What's gonna happen to MGS5? Obviously it'll be released, it's too far into development for it to not be. But will it be intact? It doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility that we'll miss out on Kojima's complete vision due to all this behind-the-scenes drama. All we could do was wait and wait until the day came. September 15th, 2015. That was the day that the game would come out. It was clear that it was a passion project, and it left its mark on the internet, for better or for worse. But enough about Undertale. 2 weeks prior, September 1st, 2015. If you told me that was the day the Phantom Pain would come out in 2013, I would have believed you, why wouldn't I? When it came to trailers and the whatnot, I didn't watch anything. I kept myself blind on purpose. In fact, someone told me at one point that your horse can take a shit, and I got mad at them for saying that. So when I was holding this very special, definitely without a director, piece of art, I didn't know what to expect. This was before I learned to keep my expectations low for games. I was a mere 14 years old at the time, I know. Gross. So I was an overly excited little shit at the time. I was a bit disappointed to hear then that the game wasn't what people wanted it to be. It felt soulless at times, displaying little of the Metal Gear charm we've come to know and love. And worst of all, it felt unfinished. Not in a cyberpunk glitchy as hell kind of way, in the way that the game rushes its loose ends to be tied. It comes as no surprise to hear that people pin the blame on Konami, especially because Kojima did, to none of our surprises, get booted 2 weeks later, although there are conflicting reports on whether or not it was even before that. After the game's release, even more petty drama would be revealed at the Game Awards of that year. That's right, neither Snoop Dogg nor Mario were there. Mark Hamill was, though, to announce that the winner of Best Action Game went to Metal Gear Solid.
And the Game Award goes to Metal Gear Solid.
But what's this? Kiefer Sutherland wasn't a developer, he was an actor. What's going on here? Where's Mr. Kojima?
As you noticed, Hideo Kojima is not here with us tonight, and I want to tell you a little bit about that. Mr. Kojima had every intention of being with us tonight, but unfortunately he was informed by a lawyer representing Konami just recently that he would not be allowed to travel to tonight's awards ceremony to accept any awards.
I see. So he was barred from accepting an award for his own game. I mean, it's honestly cruel how Konami completely blacklisted him. Silent Hills, cancelled. The demo for it, erased. His name, taken off the box art. His award, stolen. His wife, killed. His kids, devoured. Eventually, he'd be invited to finally accept his award at the following year's event. This time as head of his new team, Kojima Productions. Same name as the last. And then, well, that's about all there is to this topic. Well, not entirely. With the benefit of hindsight, people have started to hop off the Konami hate train and are now looking at Kojima. There are reports, take that as you will, that he went well over budget for the Phantom Pain, cramming too many ideas into the production. There's a lot of cut content, and it's gonna show, which should tell us just how much he wanted in. As I've said, ambition only raises production costs. And there are also reports, take that as you will, that he's actually not very fun to work with. Are these rumors true? Probably, I would believe them. But I don't think that means it was all his fault. I'm to assume like 20 to 30% of the blame would go to him. And the game being the way it is, well, he's fine with that. In fact, he said that's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, right. No doubt a coping mechanism because he couldn't finish his work. At least, that's what I used to think. I've come to realize over the course of nearly 9 years, goddamn, and many playthroughs, that the Phantom Pain is way more than it seems. Not because it delivers on everything it sets out to do, and not because its theming is beautifully done. And not just because it's an incredibly fun game. It wasn't focused on having a complete plot. This game is a puzzle that in some ways has yet to be solved. Putting together the pieces of this story will make things clearer. You know, some people call the game the Phantom Plot as a way of making fun of it. But honestly, that's a pretty decent way to describe the game in a good way. Don't get me wrong. I recognize its flaws. It has many of them. It's a sloppy mess hiding something brilliant underneath. So, sit back and relax. I'm going to tell you the story of the end of an era for a historic franchise. The story of a group who put all their chips on revenge against the man who took everything from them. The story of deceit and lies. The product of a man who let his game end on both a bang and a whimper. A cautionary tale of what happens when you get overly ambitious. And the story of you, the player. But more importantly, me. I made a video out of passion for this series, what I feel it did right and wrong in its plot, its gameplay, its message. And the fact that you've watched this far shows me that you're right there with me. Let's do this. Metal Gear Solid 5 sucks. And I love it. Now cue that overly hype intro!
Raiden, squeeze my hog.
How could you, Roxas?
It's almost as if it's having its revenge.
She actually created Minecraft. That means she's really smart.
My wife sucks and I love it, if you catch my drift.
Hit the circle button to pick stuff up, and the square button to throw.
Did my Rexy get a new brain?
Did you like it?
Alright, you know what time it is, let's get some ground rules out of the way. 1. I'm covering the game from start to end to post-end. As I've stated already at the beginning, spoilers for every Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid game. Number 2, fuck Metal Gear Online. I'm not playing that shit and fuck you if you thought I was. Number 3, Kingdom Hearts. Number 4, I killed a man once. It's funny. The act itself, I felt nothing. The guilt came after. Remembering the struggle, the begging, and the life leaving his eyes. Why do I feel it now when I didn't before? I think I get it. I was meant for this guilt, to prepare me. Next time, I won't feel anything. And soon, they won't either. Subscribe! Now it's time we got down to business. I got the game right here, and I've got the PC version too. Well, let's go. Adventures await in the world of MGSV. Alright, so I've got the game booted up here, and it immediately asks for the state that I live in. Kojima just really needs to know. Okay, terms of use, accept, virtual currency stuff, accept, NDA so I can never speak about the game in any way, shape, or form, whatever. Will I allow Big Boss to call me at inappropriate hours of the night? Sure. Alrighty, logging onto the server. Okay, done. Can we play the game now? Online info, online info. Wow, DLC has been unlocked? That is amazing. Oh, there's an update available. Yeah, let's get that. Be back in 3 hours, fellas. Okay, we're back. We're finally ready to install the trophy set. Wow, this game autosaves? Logging back into server. Okay, title screen. Seems we're in a hospital. After that whole helicopter business, we must be in pretty bad shape. Hey nurse, can you get me a glass of juice, please? I'm parched. What did I do wrong?
V has come to.
Kojima, can you hear me? Are you having difficulty speaking? Just nod if you can hear me.
You got it.
What is your name?
Oh, that's easy. It's AskYourUncle, but I also go by Jess, or Joe, or Joseph, or Guiding Key Submissive 08. So, Doc, how many weeks have I been out? I was supposed to visit my girlfriend in prison on the 18th.
I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Oh. Oh no, she's free. So, from the shock of that news, we took another week's worth of sleep. Damn, that's a lot of shrapnel I took, along with some fragments of teeth and bone. That might have been from Chico. He was pretty close to me when we got hit. They got rid of most of it, minus just a little bit that's buried in our fucking skull. Like, that's definitely touching our brain, isn't it? But hey, we survived for 9 years. I'm sure we're just fine with that in there. I mean, all things considered, we were lucky enough to not lose anything from the crash. We simply gained shrapnel in our... Oh dear. And back down we go. It's now been 2 weeks since we've woken up. We overhear the doctor and the nurse arguing about something. But we don't get any subtitles, so I'm gonna assume it's because she found out she was his mistress rather than his girlfriend and is threatening to tell his wife.
You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive.
Eyes are down here, Doc. Is the wall behind me more captivating? A character creator, huh? So for the PS4 version, I tried to make it look as close to me as possible. Which isn't very much, because the choices are rather limited. I have very long hair in real life, but the longest option here is 2 inches away from being a buzz cut, so I added sideburns to even it out. Alright, let's round up the cheeks a bit, weaken the chin, make the profile hideous, add eye markings to symbolize my inner turmoil or whatever. Maybe not. Voila. So that's it then? I'm no longer the legendary big boss, I'm just little old me?
Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection. To hide you from those who want you dead.
Hey Doc, looks like I have a visitor. Doc, look behind you, I think she's killing your mistress. Doc, you should totally be able to hear that. I do, and my senses aren't fully back yet. Jeez. Well, at least I still have you, right? Wait, what the fuck? I thought I just had surgery done. Isn't that why you just said my face healed nicely? Oh well, no time to think about that. He's getting murked too. He tries to hand me the gun, but I crit fail and fall over. Poor doctor, we hardly knew ye. Oh yay, my turn.
Sorry, it's not his time just yet. I don't know if this fest is resausaged. Yo, Ahab! We gotta get moving.
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm gonna have to get used to hearing that for a while. Well, you're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael.
That's a dumb name.
You're a dumb name. Look, the choice of literature in this hospital was sort of limited, you dick. Bobby Dick.
What is that? What happened to the woman?
The woman? You have an eye, don't you? We set her the fuck ablaze. She was all like, I'm on fire, woe is me. You've been on fire before, right? We both know she was being a baby about it. But either way, you should be more perceptive, legendary mercenary. You're lucky you've got that handsome-ass face now, aren't you? Let me give you the skinny on what's happening real quick. Some evil guys are here to pull a war-torn, shrapnel-covered thorn out of their ass. Sorry, you're the thorn. I keep forgetting you're just waking up. So we need to get you the hell out of here. I can see you're still quite tired, so here, I found this unidentified drug in a petri dish somewhere. Have it. Usually I prefer it goes in and out of my lungs than straight into my veins, but beggars can't be choosers now, can they? Hopefully I hit a vein.
I don't think you did.
Adventure awaits!
So we're off. But due to the fact that I'm still recovering from a 9-year-long coma, I can't really walk. Oh, look at that. You can see his back muscles moving. How far we've come with gamer technology. Can't wait to see that ever again. We're about to take the elevator down, but... Oh, that's Vulcan. Yeah, look, it's the same body type, same head shape, same jacket, same boots. Oh, what, am I not supposed to know yet? It's not supposed to be obvious? Get over yourself. A sprinkler activates, making him fuck off, because I guess he's a fireman now. Hey, at least by getting launched down the hall, we gain the ability to walk again. Funny how that works out. Looks like the lady and Vulcan weren't the only ones after us. We've got ourselves a whole team on our asses. And they're, needlessly brutal in their search. They're killing every last person in this hospital. They probably know what we look like, and yet they're going for men and women that have nothing to do with us. This one guy here shoots Yuri Lowenthal dead after getting a pretty good look at him.
Help me, please.
Before going and shooting another guy, dragging him across the room and shooting him 3 more times when he could have just saved himself the trouble and shot him once in the head. Or better yet, not at all, because he's clearly not us. These guys are bad to the bone, I tell ya. After a quick tutorial on taking cover, we find ourselves in a crowd. Ishmael's taking a good look, so we should probably also be doing that. Out of my way, peasants.
Okay. Hey. What's happening out there?
What the hell just happened? I looked away for 2 seconds.
Fucking Ultra Instincts Cheryl over here. She didn't even look in our direction and just knew what to do. Oh, he's dead. Haha, pranked. That was a different guy with that same ass. Now's the time to play dead with the other bodies. These guys really want no stone left unshot. Except for when they turn me over, the only one besides Ishmael who's clearly alive and moving. They just stare at me for a little while until a Deus Ex Machina can come out. In this case, Vulcan again. Wow, it's really bothering you that I'm spoiling it? Fine. The man on fire approaches. It seems he takes bullets like a champ, as in he straight up absorbs them. And when the big guns are brought out like a rocket— Why did you bring a rocket launcher? You're here to slaughter civilians, not blow up helicopters. Fuck, you brought your own helicopters. Anyway, he absorbs rockets too and even returns to sender, hitting us in the process. Ishmael's got it figured out. He picks up a pistol and shoots at the water pipe to make him fuck off again. When he hit us earlier, it broke our leg. So we learned that by pressing triangle, we can tend to our wounds that we might get in the future. A real rapid-fire approach to injuries as opposed to MGS3. Notably, when you do that, it makes your perception of color go funky. As you can see, the blood on our face is blue for a little bit. Ishmael takes out another goon and gives us that pistol, so now we have our own means of defending ourselves.
You're pretty good.
Ah, he said the thing. That's cute. We're now in another room of guards. Ishmael decides to act as a distraction by Max painting his way down the stairs, leaving us to follow. It's our first independent stealth segment. All we've got to do is make it to the front door from here. We can just pop them all from a distance, but I prefer to make my presence a little known so they can start going upstairs to check who's there, leaving me to drop down and make my way out. Uh-oh, something's moving the rubble. Oh, it's It's the psychic floating boy. And look who's following behind. I'm sure you know the drill at this point. He fucks them all up, this time with the help of the psychic who uses a helicopter to slice them to bits. A tank? I don't understand why. You couldn't even bring that shit upstairs to kill me, the comatose snake. Whatever, it's giving us a distraction to run out, and that didn't last. It looks like we're done for, but Ishmael plows into him with a van before we get in and drive off. Fucking weirdos driving on the wrong side of the road. Where even are we? Is that customary here too? Oh shit. Ishmael, you good? Ishmael? Ishi? Can I call you Ishi? You gotta wake up. Never learned how to drive. Please don't leave this to me, man. I can't do it on my own. It's not fair.
Well, this is where we part ways. Best of luck to you, big boss.
Ugh. Good nap. What was that, like the 4th one since the coma? And are you okay, Ishmael? Huh. What a weird guy. Well, at least that situation has been dealt— Whoa, whale? What's with the whale? The fire whale? No, we're not gonna breeze past that. Why did you just make a whale? Ocelot, what's the deal with the fucking... Oh, hey, Ocelot. So now we're riding from the man on fire, shooting to keep him away. It's nothing really special, so let's just skip to the end where we fall off a bridge. Don't worry though, it started raining, so once again, he fucks off. So, as it turns out, Ocelot's here on Kazuhiro Miller's behalf. He wanted Ocelot to get Snake out of there. But, hold on. I'm sure you have many questions. Let's get ourselves caught up on what's happened. So to start, we must have been attacked by Cypher, both 9 years ago and today at the hospital. Specifically their private strike force, XOF.
XOF. Kisses and hugs, followed by a big F-U.
Ugh. The only survivors of the helicopter crash were Snake and Kaz. Everyone else went to Die Land. Chico, dead. The pilot, dead. Paz, blowed up from the inside.
Field medic.
Truth be told, we shouldn't be alive at all right now. Luckily, our good pal, Eva, heard about the attack and lent us a helping hand. We were rushed to this hospital in Cyprus to undergo many expensive procedures on her orders. For 9 years, we remained under Cypher's radar in this place. It wasn't until our awakening that we were discovered. And that's where the story picked up from. We were nearly assassinated before Ishmael came in. The question remains, though, who was Ishmael?
So who was that guy? Cypher went so far as to attack British territory, burning their own ally. That's how badly they wanted you dead.
Now, as for Miller, he and some of the other survivors from Mother Base were training Mujahideen rebels in Soviet-invaded Afghanistan. I suppose for the first time acting as the Hellmaster. That was until he got himself captured by the Soviets. Around now, he should be going through interrogation, so we've got to save him. Ocelot predicts he's got about 2 weeks before his captors are done with him. And it's going to take 10 days to get to Afghanistan from Cyprus by boat. At the very least, we have ourselves a chance to get some physical therapy done on the way there. We even get a new cybernetic arm to replace the stump. He also hooks us up with a watch to put on the prosthetic and an electric cigar. If I recall, Snake said he preferred the real deal to Vapor back in Peace Walker, but tastes can change. Oh yeah, also our name is no longer Naked Snake. I mean, it hasn't been for like 20 years, but it's now Punished, in quotations, Venom Snake. I've never heard a single person unironically refer to him as Punished Snake, so we're going Venom. Or, you know, Big Boss. So with just 3 days to spare, we reach Afghanistan. Ah yes, who could forget the iDroid? After 9 years, it's only a little more advanced than the 75 model. Probably because the technology was perfected, so there wasn't much more they could do except go defunct after the events of this game. Too ahead of its time. The scope, too, has been enhanced a bit. Now you can make markers simply by pressing L2 while looking through it. We know Kaz is being held in a village called Dawan Dehar, but we don't know where specifically in there he is. So Ocelot points us in the direction of Violo Village. There should be intel files on where exactly Kaz is being held somewhere in that place. And so, he cuts us loose, and we're off to brave the harsh environment. But hold on just a second. For the eagle-eyed viewer, you might have noticed a little sparkle at the top of that hill over there in the cutscene. Let's go back and check out what that was, shall we?
Why don't you do a little more practice in those ruins? Shooting, taking cover, climbing obstacles. See to it that 9-year gap doesn't slow you down.
Why, Ocelot? That's a swell idea. Now we can finally, after an hour, talk about the basic controls. First, let's talk about the control scheme. In MGS 1-3, the controls were very strange, to say the least. Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean bad, but it was a product of its time for sure. Mainly, instead of holding L2 to aim and R2 to shoot like you do nowadays, you held the square button down to aim and release to shoot. It takes some getting used to if you didn't grow up with it. And for the second and third game, there were pressure-sensitive actions. But for the life of me, no matter what controller I use, I can never do it right. I just want to not slit this guy's throat and interrogate him, but I just can't. Besides for triggers, pressure sensitivity was more of a gimmick than anything. Editing Uncle here. After scouring the earth, I was able to find a DualShock 3 controller that had solid pressure sensitivity, so now I can do it consistently. But the fact that I had to do earth scouring for that is a bit of a problem, not to mention that it wasn't cheap for a 2 generations old controller. But that's definitely the fault of Sony, not Konami or KJP. The controls were much more modernized in MGS4. The shoulder buttons were finally used to shoot, although they were the wrong shoulder buttons. L1 to aim, R1 to shoot. I get it was so the weapons and items menu would remain with L2 and R2, but it just makes everything feel a bit unnatural. Especially because at this point with the 6-axis controller, the 2s were much more like gun triggers. There was also an option to roll while prone. It was neat, but I never felt the need to use it. And as I've said, there just aren't too many environments to let you take full advantage of what the game has to offer anyway. Peace Walker is in a very similar camp. At least on the PS3 and Xbox versions. In case you're unaware, the original PSP version had to work without a right stick, so the face buttons were used to move the camera. It also got rid of crawling, which was a very strange choice to me. To say that MGS5 is the best feeling game in the series control-wise is an understatement. It all feels very natural compared to every other game. Aiming feels great in both third and first person. Your mobility is perfect, you can sprint for the first time, your movement options are greatly expanded without feeling overbearing, and the environments lend really well to this. For instance, climbing has been in the series since 2, albeit in very minor ways. The rocky terrain of Afghanistan makes climbing not only much more available, but also much more viable for stealth. Taking cover not only feels much better, but it's also good for more than just stealth way more often. The prone roll is now really useful. I use it constantly for stealth, and it works like a dream without it feeling overpowered. Speaking of rolling, the dodge roll is gone now. It's instead been replaced by a dive that puts you into prone position immediately. I quite like this change. Think about it, in the stealth portions of the game, the roll wasn't extremely useful, was it? It was in certain aspects, but really you're just using it for action segments and boss fights. With the dive, it obviously moves downward, making for easy cover after you hit the ground, and you won't get seen as easily. Yeah, I know you can go prone immediately from a roll if you hold X, but that doesn't change how attention drawing it is visually. I'd say it's even an improvement from the dive in Ground Zeroes. In there, if you keep moving the stick after you hit the ground, you automatically get back up. So you have to let go of the stick, wait for the animation to finish, and then you can crawl. Here, you can keep moving in a crawl immediately when you hit the ground. A smaller detail I appreciate is that the camera actually follows you down now as well. Now, back to that shine from earlier. There's a crack in the cliff that you can climb up to see that it was a diamond. Worth 10,000 GMP, the currency of this game. GMP standing for Gay Miller PP. Alright, now we're off to save Kaz. But first, we hit a guard outpost. There's just 2 guys here, so this should make for good practice. Sneaking up behind guards lets you grab and interrogate them. Alright pal, tell me where you hid your gold.
Русский speak, please. Вы говорите по-русски?
Boss, you don't understand what he said? I guess that makes sense. It looks like that horn stuck in your head has impacted the language center of your brain.
Oh, I see. Well then we just gotta knock him out and hide him in an outhouse to keep him from snitching. And then the other guy is a piece of cake. So now we're at Violo Village. Ocelot tells us to find a high spot to mark enemies so we have an easier time. But there's only one guy visible from up here, thank you Ocelot. This being the first major base of operations we come across, this isn't too hard either, with minimal enemy presence that really gets in the way. Something to note is that you can also mark people if they're close enough by holding down the right stick to zoom. Again, I can't stress how useful marking is in this game. So we've found the intel file, and as suspected, it gives us the exact location of where Kaz is being held in Dawandehar. So now we're good to just make our way there.
Planning to walk the whole wilderness on foot? Use your horse.
Yeah, no shit, Ocelot. I was waiting not to be so close so I wouldn't get caught. Another guard post. Unlike the first one, there's no need to practice and get involved here. So what I'm gonna practice instead is a new breed of stealth. Holding left or right on the left stick and pressing X lets you lean on either side of the horse, letting you slip past the enemy with them none the wiser. I can't help but feel like this is a flawed concept, though. In the eyes of a Soviet soldier, seeing a horse in these parts would already be unusual, but seeing one with a saddle should tip them off that an enemy is using it. So would their first instinct not be to kill it so they can cripple this intruder's mobility whether they're on it or not? Or at least go on caution mode because that intruder might be nearby? Well, as I've said, it is a new breed of stealth, so I guess I can understand why it's so incomprehensible to these old-fashioned fools. So, this is the fabled Dawandehar. This place looks quite a bit trickier than Violo Village. With the way the buildings are positioned, enemies can be lurking around any corner ready to fuck me up. So best we went about it at nighttime when their visibility is limited. Smoking the Phantom Cigar, that's what it's called by the way, will pass the time quick. I guess Konami was okay with giving smoking benefits as long as it's a vape. Yeah, waiting for nighttime was definitely the right idea. During the day, they can spot you from pretty far away. In the dark, you gotta be a lot closer. As always with this series, it feels really satisfying to make it through a stealth segment perfectly. There's a reason you'll see many people online play the games repeatedly to get the highest ranks, because it's fun and fulfilling to get personal best after personal best, and that remains true here. Big Boss wouldn't let Dawandehar even stand a chance against him, so why should you? There you are. Benedict Kazuhira McDonald Miller in the flesh, or rather, the bag. Looks like he's been through it. The helicopter crash lost him both one of his arms and one of his legs, and his eyesight is impaired either from the crash or from the torture he went through by the Soviets. He can't see well in light, so we gotta give him his classic shades to help him out.
took you so long?
We'll talk, but not here.
Fun fact, if you took 3 in-game days to save him, like Ocelot said you had, Kaz will, in fact, be dead.
I'm here to get you out. Kaz.
Now it's time to get him to the helicopter. Your movement options are limited when carrying someone. You can't crawl, dive, get behind cover, or use two-handed weapons. For now though, getting out with Kaz is easy. You can stick behind these buildings at the edge of town for a quick getaway. Something worth noting is that there's an Easter egg around this part. He asks us to say the classic phrase, "Kept you waiting, huh?" Normally you don't say anything in response, but if you press triangle, you'll actually say it.
Kept you waiting, huh? It's really you, Snake.
This series is famous for having an insane amount of Easter eggs, so expect to see more things like this later on. Alright, we made it. But weirdly, there's a mist that showed up very quickly as we made our way to the RV. The pilot, Pequod, says he can't touch down because of it, making him change the RV point. But that's not our only problem.
It's them.
What are these zombie guys? I thought I was playing Solid, not Survive. They're called the Skulls, and apparently they're the ones that wiped out the team of MSF survivors, not the Soviets. It was just the Soviets that captured Kaz. It's fair to say that these guys will be too tricky to fight right now, especially while I've got Pegleg Miller over here. But also, they're sort of blocking my only 2 routes of escape, the bridge and under it. So I'm just gonna have to break through them on D-Horse. Alright, they've got guns, that's very cool. Good thing I chose to use the horse. Naturally it's faster than them, so getting away is made pretty easy. Not faster, it's actually slower than them. Fuck! They're doing some damage too. They managed to hit me and Kaz. But once you get close to the RV, the mist clears and they leave. Afghanistan's weird. And so the first mission, Phantom Limbs, is accomplished. I liked it. It did a pretty good job of getting you accustomed to the controls and the environment. Solid mission. But that wasn't the whole thing, was it? You see, after each mission, you get a ranking from A to E, as well as an S rank, which is the highest of them all. It all depends on how many times you were caught, how many kills you got, how many shots were fired, and so on. You get bonuses for things like not getting caught once with no kills in one run. Of all my playthroughs, I've never gotten below a C, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that if you've ever gotten below that, you either did it on purpose or you're really bad at this game. No shame, just saying. But as for right now, the bonuses I'm focused on are for completing side objectives. That's right, there were side objectives all along. Remember the diamond from the beginning of the mission? That was one of them. A simple task for those who saw the shine that gets you to explore these ruins. It's not the deepest thing in the world, but when a side objective is good, it changes the entire mission to something better. Take another one in this very mission, for instance. Extract the commander of Wak Sin Barracks. That doesn't sound like that big of a deal, but let me ask you something. Did I mention a Wak Sin Barracks when going through the mission? No, I talked about Violo Village, 2 guard outposts, and Dawan Dehar. But within the boundaries of this mission is Wak Sin as well. And it's definitely the hardest of what we've seen. As opposed to being cramped like one day, it's extremely open in some places, making it easy for you to be seen by guards. And in other places, it's even more cramped, making it tricky to even see around corners. And the commander is in the most tricky spot of them all, cycling between these houses here. Opening doors makes a lot of noise if you're not going extremely slow, which you can't really afford to do here because you'll be seen. Your best option is to wait until he's done with his nap that he tends to take, make a noise behind the house he's in so he goes to where it came from, and take him out. And on the off chance that you do this on your first go of the mission, you're gonna have to call the helicopter and bring him all the way there. This was like a whole mini mission within this bigger one, and I'd wager there are quite a number of different ways I could have gone about it. You actually can't see what the side objectives for each mission is until you've beaten it once, directly encouraging you to replay the missions to get something out of it that you didn't before. And some objectives are impossible to do with another in one run, so you've got yourself at least 2 more run-throughs at that mission. This is pretty unique game design that I personally love. It's a very natural way of getting you to go in the wrong direction and find something new because of it. I will say that not every side objective is a winner, and I'll call them out should I feel the need to. But in this mission, they're pretty well done, and I feel like that was necessary for a tutorial. And so, Phantom Limbs is getting an S rank. That's right, I'm grading each mission. Same as the rankings you get, it's S to E. I'm actually judging this based on 4 factors: feel, normal play, replayability, and side objectives. Feel basically means its namesake, how the mission makes you feel. Using this mission as an example, it's important to the plot, you feel like you're accomplishing something by beating it, and the skulls felt like a genuine threat. So the feel was an S. Keep in mind that S in this case is truly exceptional. It's not something I'll hand out like candy. Or at least I'll try not to. Normal play means how the mission feels taking away side objectives in the ranking system. I feel this mission is really good normally, so it's an A. Replayability should speak for itself, and this mission does a great job, but I do feel that other missions top it, so it's an A. And side objectives, I'm sure, also speaks for itself. They were wonderfully done in this mission, so I'll give it an S. Overall, it's an S tier mission. Congratulations, Phantom Limbs. You've got Ask Your Uncle seal of approval, which means you're probably on a watch list now. Alright, where were we? Ah yes, Edgy McDonald.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Remember when people wouldn't stop putting the audio of this monologue in their gaming videos whenever any mild inconvenience happened? Those were the days. He describes that he feels phantom pain every night. In case you don't know, phantom pain isn't just the subtitle of this game. It's a real thing that people who lose limbs feel. A pain where it used to be. For another example, Snake says that he feels pain in his left fingertips, which shouldn't be because it's a bionic arm. That's because of the phantom pain of his original arm before it received a firmware update. In this game, it's also used metaphorically.
The body I've lost. The comrades I've lost. Won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there.
He very vaguely explains that in some way he got caught up with Cypher. He does not say how, all we really know is that he isn't anymore and was only doing it to keep us safe. In actuality, he wants nothing more than Zero and his little group destroyed to get revenge. He practically has a hard-on from the mere idea of payback. See, he's so worked up he's gonna kiss Snake. And I'm here for that. Well, here's the new and, improved Mother Base. It's nothing like the old one. But maybe it can be in the future if we help our new team grow. We're no longer Militaire Sans Frontières like the old days. Now, we're Diamond Dogs. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, the game opened with a cover of The Man Who Sold the World too. Kojima must have been going through a Bowie phase around this time. Also a Moby Dick phase. The name the doctor gave us was Ahab, then we've got our helicopter pilot Pequod, the ship we left Cyprus on was a whaling ship, and let's not forget the fucking fire whale, what was that? If you couldn't immediately tell that the parallel is because of the revenge theme, don't worry because Kaz has got you covered.
We pull in money, recruits, just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge.
Careful, pal. This blatant theming didn't end well when The Last of Us 2 did it 5 years later.
Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
I know. I'm already a demon.
Because of the horn. Can you understand why the shrapnel got put where it was? It's very subtle. Kiss, 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 kiss,
you can
kiss,
build the
kiss. Well, anyway, this weirdo gets taken to God knows where, and Ocelot wants to teach us a few more things. Mainly the return of the Fulton recovery system. But first things first, we have to knock some of our own men out to use it on them. So we learn CQC here. It's pretty similar to how it's been in previous games, if a bit more lenient on how to pull it off. Basically, a quick press of R2, and you'll slam them to the ground, knocking them out instantly. If there are multiple enemies close to each other, you can chain CQCs together. I think for up to 5, but it's pretty difficult to get that many close to each other. Could be infinite for all I know.
That's the boss I know. You're pretty good.
Aha, it was said again. Classic. On to Fultoning. In Peace Walker, you had to have Fultons equipped, and then you just boop the triangle button to send enemy soldiers back to Mother Base, no matter where they were. Here it's a bit different. You don't need them equipped anymore, but you have to hold the button for a bit to start the animation. And you can't do it inside buildings or anywhere where they wouldn't make it up. You have to be in a position where they can be taken to the sky and on the helicopter. Also, you have to be careful about the % chance they have of surviving. If the soldier's badly wounded or if the weather's a bit tricky, they'll have a smaller chance of surviving or even just not being found by the helicopter. Also, like in Peace Walker, every enemy soldier has certain skill levels and some might even have special abilities. They also have a different naming gimmick. In Peace Walker, they would just be named after animals and stuff. Now, because we could be a bit more up close and personal with them, they decided to give the names more detail by adding an adjective or verb in front of them. They're still animals most of the time, but not always. So we've got guys like hulking gecko or prowling worm or dirty bastard or fucking asshole. I wonder if I farmed enough soldiers I'd get a guy named after Kojima's best character, Dirty Duck. The people you extract get assigned to one of 6 groups: combat, R&D, base development, support, intel, and medical, each of which has its own platform on Mother Base. Or at least it will once I have the resources to build them. They all perform different functions, but the main one between each is that depending on their level, you can make new weapons, gadgets, and gizmos. For instance, the cardboard box. I've developed one thanks to the R&D team being a high enough level, and now I'm just waiting for it to be airdropped to my location.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you. When you call in a supply drop, watch you don't drop it on your head.
Fuck you, Ocelot. The box is an absolute joy in this game. I'll explain why later, but for now you just gotta trust me. And with that, we're ready to head back out into Afghanistan for more work. Now, despite what you might think, this whole thing was its own mission. It was just a little piece of tutorial, but it's listed as episode 2, so, I mean, I guess I have to grade it. The feel is nothing. There wasn't much to feel. The normal play is an E, the replayability is an E, why would I ever replay this? And while there are side objectives, they're just for sticking around and being taught a few more things, so it's also an E. Overall, episode 2, Diamond Dogs, is an E, but it's not like insulting or anything. It's passable for a last bit of tutorial, but if I have to grade it, you know. By the way, I guess I should grade the intro. The feel was an S, it was a real cinematic experience. The normal play was a D because there was so little of it. Replayability was an E because again, I have no reason to. And the side objectives, well, there are only 2, and one of them is annoyingly difficult. It's not getting hit by the man on fire once during that horse segment at the end. I'm sure that doesn't sound all that bad, but keep in mind that you take a few scripted hits that are unavoidable. They don't count, of course, but it's very tricky to discern the difference between those scripted ones and the non-scripted ones. So if you were unsure about if you came out unscathed, then you can go fuck yourself and do the whole mission again. E. Overall, Prologue Awakening is a D rank mission. From here on out, I'm not going to grade each mission as they come. Instead, I'm going to do it in chunks, minus the story important ones. So for instance, I'll talk about episode 3 to 10 without grading them, but once I'm done with that, I'll go ahead and grade each of them. Just so I don't have to keep constantly talking about the grades, give you some room to breathe. But anyway, back to Afghanistan. So, we're in the old helicopter, and through the iDroid we can select a mission. But before we do that, do you remember the cassette tapes from Ground Zeroes? The ones that gave us most of the game's plot? It's not very different here. Throughout this whole adventure, we'll be getting tape after tape telling us everything we need to know about everything. There's still going to be cutscenes, of course, but they simply aren't going to deliver as much info to us as these little things. For now, it's mainly some rehashing of 3 and Peace Walker's plot for those who haven't played them, some current events in 1984, etc. But we do learn that at this point, Zero has gone into hiding from the world. Keep in mind that the only 2 times he was seen in this series was in 3 as our ally, and in 4 as a vegetable alive by only the loosest of definitions. We don't know much of what really happened between those 2 games. Besides, of course, that he formed the Patriots AI with the help of Sigint and his feud with Big Boss. When it comes to the historic side that I feel you should know about, let's talk about the socio-political climate of Afghanistan. Now hold on. Come back, it won't take up too much of your time. I know you're here to listen to me talk about Metal Gear, but it's always been important to contextualize it with real-world events, especially with the Big Boss saga. In 1979, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan due to pushback from the Afghans against Russian control. It was supposed to be a quick victory for the Soviets due to their higher man and firepower, but it wasn't so simple. It went on for 7 years with no signs of the fight even slowing down because of the previously mentioned Mujahideen. This group basically threw 110% into pushing back the Soviets. Much like America with Vietnam, the Soviets didn't know the land as well as the Mujahideen. And by 1987, Russia decided that it just wasn't worth it and began withdrawing. By 1989, the withdrawal was complete and the Soviets were gone, ending the nearly 10-year war. There is way more to it than that, but I'm not here to give a history lesson. I'm just giving context, as I said. Because the game takes place in 1984, what we're walking into is the thick of the invasion. We aren't going to be seeing any Mujahideen. I imagine because being able to kill people defending their homeland in a war we have nothing to do with would be pretty controversial, but instead, Soviet troops, who we've been seeing since we dropped in the first time. Actually, while we're on this topic, I think this is going to be a killless run. I feel like that's the best idea for this video. I've got to send a good message to the army of children watching this to not commit war crimes. Yeah, I know I killed a few guys in the hospital, but I felt like that was the best course of action. You know, they were slaughtering civilians, so maybe I did a good thing there anyway. But no more. I've decided. This is an Ask Your Uncle promise. No more people die by my hand in this video. Maybe you're thinking that I'm going to be missing out on a few aspects of the gameplay by going pacifist. But hey, it's still possible to enjoy the game while still being a good person. And I am a good person. I'm not a monster. I'm off to a decent start because I didn't kill anyone during Phantom Limbs. Alright, time to select the mission. Shit, alright, I forgot. One more thing. You can make your own custom emblem for Diamond Dogs. You unlock words and logos to use by doing things like neutralizing everyone in an outpost, getting certain code names and mission rankings, which we'll get into later, and so on. I have an idea of what I want it to be, but for now, because I don't have many options, I'll have to keep it simple. So I put in an A and a U for Ask Uncle. or alternate universe depending on who you ask, and a lightning bolt to symbolize my lightning fast upload schedule. You could also change the color of Mother Base. It was orange before, but I've decided to make it blue so it blends in with the ocean, because of course, you'll never be able to see this shit if you fly by it. Alright, okay, mission time. We can hear a quick briefing tape for each one so we have a bit of background. For this one, we're to eliminate a Spetsnaz commander posted at a place called Deshago Calais. It's said he was responsible for an annihilation of an entire Mujahideen group known as the Hamid, and the burning of their village, meaning they took out civilians too. The person contracting this one is saying to kill on sight. But as I've just said, this is a kill-less run, so I'm gonna extract him instead. For this mission, I've equipped the desert camo, because, you know, desert. Thankfully, we can choose whether to drop in during the day or night. Night for this one, obviously. Deshago Calais isn't far from our drop-off point, and we get a nice view to survey the land. There's a vehicle with 3 guys parking at the front of this building. I'm to assume the big man himself will be coming out of there. And I was right on the money, don't you ever doubt my genius again. He's giving the 3 some sort of pep talk. The directional mic on my scope is picking up what he's saying, but I still don't quite understand it. That's a shame. For now, I'll just assume it's juicy gossip about boys. It's at this point that I start to notice there's a bit of extra sand blowing in the wind. Ladies and gentlemen, I've gotten in. There's a weather system in this game. In Afghanistan, it can be cloudy, or there can be sandstorms. Sandstorms make it tricky to see far ahead of you, but that works both ways. I have to be really close to an enemy for them to see me now. And thankfully, I've got night vision goggles on me, which makes seeing in the storm much easier. As long as it's also nighttime anyway. The storm went on for a long enough time for me to get close to the gossip ring. I'd have a hell of a hard time taking out all 4 of those guys without at least going on caution mode. So I've got to wait for their little conference to be over. And once it is, the commander retreats back into his hole and starts listening to Kids in America. I see he's employing dirty tactics to keep me away. You think the content ID system is gonna stop me, you son of a bitch? We can fault in him, but that's a little too risky in the middle of this base. It draws a lot of attention. And by the time I get far away enough with him to do it safely, it'll just be a waste of GMP. So I'm gonna take him away with me on the helicopter. I'm not sure what, but I have a good feeling about this guy. Call it a 6th sense. What do you think of that? 0 detections, 0 kills, 0 retries, 0 bullets or trank rounds. A perfect S grade. I can't help but feel like there's some unfinished business though. What were those guys talking about back there? Well, thankfully, because I extracted him and Ocelot can understand Russian, he lets us in on what it was about. Oh, he didn't? I have to get an interpreter and then go find out myself? You're lucky that mission makes me feel smart. What better time to bring up side ops than now? It would be a waste to delegate the entire map of Afghanistan to just the main missions that you hop in and out of, so, very thoughtfully, the team went ahead and put some side work for you to do. Starting with this one. Our intel team has spotted a Russian interpreter. He's stationed in this outpost in the middle of nowhere with 2 other guys, so getting him is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And now that we have someone to translate for us in real time, we can interrogate Soviet soldiers properly. And we can go back to the mission and listen in on this speech the commander's giving. What dastardly deeds are you guys plotting? Okay, wait. He's saying that they weren't the ones who burned down that village, and the commander specifically detests the idea of harming civilians. He would totally harm the dushman, which is just their word for the mujahideen, but this specific attack that included the massacre of civilians was not their doing. He maintains this story at knife point, and even elaborates that it was likely the work of an unknown group. Sounds like Cypher has their claws in here to me. We know that civilians are not off limits to them already, so I think this guy's telling the truth. Good thing we extracted him the first go-around, and I'll do it again for the honesty. As for the side objectives, they're fine. There's one for neutralizing the commander from 100 meters away. I have a sniper rifle so I could do that, but I don't want to kill him. So here's footage of me doing it later on when I have a trank sniper developed. Then there's getting some hidden materials stashed away under a bridge in the base, and grabbing a halma plant in the middle of the desert. What does Big Boss want with a funny flower? I mean, I know it can be used as a material back at Mother Base, but why was it so important that I had to take my attention away from the mission at hand? Yeah, the side objectives are pretty lame this time around. But it doesn't just have to be that to make a mission good. Replayability is another very important factor, and this mission might be the most replayable. You see, it's very simple. You just have to extract or kill this commander. To kill him, it's as simple as shooting him with a sniper and leaving the mission area. But if you want to go the non-lethal route, it might look a little like how I did it. Or, you can do it in any other way you can imagine. It sounds strange to say that a mission is great because of how few variables there are, but that's really what it is. It's so simple that you can go about it as freely as you want the easiest. If you wanted to go in guns blazing, you could do that. If you wanted to go in without using any guns, you could do that. If If you wanted to make an explosion and in the confusion caused by that take the commander out, you could do that. If you wanted to do all of that but use anything else as a distraction instead, guess what? You can do that. And the list goes on and on and on. Of course, a lot of those strategies are possible in other missions or even previous games, but it's easiest to do here, making it arguably just as good of a starting point as Phantom Limbs. And I think right after it was the perfect placement for A Hero's Way. You're gonna notice that a lot of example footage I use is during this mission, and all of that is why. If you couldn't tell, I'll be rating this mission highly when we get to the grading. Anywho, for the second run of this mission, I exited the area by land instead of by chopper, so I was spat back into the open world. From here, you can still go to new missions, you just have to go to a waypoint to begin. So let's take in the sights of Afghanistan. I'll say, the graphics have aged very well so far. Since the second game, this series has been super impressive in terms of graphics. MGS2 shat all over most other games at the time visually, and 3 continued the trend. 4 is still one of the best looking PS3 games on the console, and let's not forget Peace Walker. And 5 is keeping that reputation up with these beautiful landscapes. In case you're wondering if there are any significant differences between the PC and PS4 versions, not really. It's very well optimized on consoles because it was likely intended for it to begin with. The only actual downgrade I noticed is that there seems to be some kind of filter on the PS4 version that desaturates things just a bit, but I only noticed this after I put footage of the two side by side like this. I would never have caught that on its own, so it's really not an issue. Let's remember though, I said that Ground Zeroes had a port on the PS3 and Xbox 360. The same thing goes for the Phantom Pain, so I decided to buy the PS3 port and see how it ran. Unsurprisingly, it's a fair bit worse. Although it's not atrocious or anything, so if you're fine with a sub 30 frame rate, then this is an okay way to experience the game. I've also heard that the 360 version runs a little bit better, as most 360 ports do. I wonder why they would even bother at that point though. This was clearly a next-gen game at the time, and downgrading it so much can really take away from the experience. I'd even argue that MGS4 is the better-looking game on the console. Running this on something like the PS3 is like trying to cook a filet mignon in a toaster. I'm sure it's possible, but why? When it comes to presentation, there are a few other things to note. In the previous MGS games, all the scenes were set up in such a way to resemble your big blockbuster movies of the time. This game takes a slightly different approach. The camera is typically a lot more up close and personal, as well as having a more handheld-esque sway when it comes to movement. MGS4 dipped its toes in that style every once in a while, but it never committed. Even in the gameplay, it maintains this style. When you move, you can see the camera shaking around as if there's a cameraman following you. But if you're not a fan of that, then you can turn it off in the options menu. I myself have it off for the majority of the time, just in case it were to make anyone nauseous or something. So for anyone that would be, you know, I'll take a check in the mail. Most scenes in the game also consist of just one shot. Cuts are only really made if it would be awkward if there weren't one. I'm not sure if Kojima had the actors actually do everything in one take, or if there's some off-camera trickery going on to give you the illusion of one continuous shot, but either way, I dig this approach a lot. Dig, you know, like a gopher. Gophers are an animal. Speaking of animals, you might have noticed that there's some sheep and shit moving about. I know what you're thinking, but no, you can't kill and eat them on the spot. Very unfortunate. But instead, you can save them. Kaz has a bit of a side gig going on. An environmental NGO has contracted us to save some of the animals from combat zones, like the one we find ourselves in. We have nothing to gain from killing them, but by tranking and extracting them, we get a little bit of GMP. Sheep aren't the only animals we can find either. There are also birds, rats, donkeys, and... Aw, puppy. How'd you get here, little guy? I'm a dog person, in case you don't know. Look at my guy, King. He's such a handsome little blight on society. Well, you're alright by me, you silly little goose. See you back at Mother Base, and have fun with the whiplash. Anyway, using this nifty little tool, the capture cage, we can capture even more animals that the devs didn't have time to program into the game world. Like bats, snakes, tortoises, or... What is this? I can't pinpoint why, but this picture is so creepy. I looked up what a sandcat looks like in real life, and they just look like house cats. Why is this so uncanny? If you put cages in the right spots, you might even get a rare animal. And those net you the big bucks. From extracting animals, you also gain heroism. Ah, I forgot to mention it. Heroism is a stat that increases when you do heroic things, like save prisoners, or as I just said, animals. You also get a little bit from holding up enemies and stuff like that, but that isn't really heroic, it's more like a coolness factor. After each mission, you'll get a round of volunteers from around the world that want to offer their services to Diamond Dogs. The higher your heroism, the higher skill level that they'll be. Alright, with all that fucking shit out of the way, let's get to the next mission. This job is fairly simple in premise. At each of the Soviets' major bases, they have communications equipment, which lets them get in contact with other bases. So if a battle were to go down in one place, they could send a request for reinforcements from another. That would be bad for the Mujahideen. So our job is to go to one of these bases and take out their communications equipment. They throw a cheap shot at us on the ride there by having two guys looking at this cliffside that you're almost certainly going to be riding next to. Not that big of a deal once you figure it out though, it's simply a matter of employing a new breed of stealth. Now there are 3 sets of antennae that we need to destroy. It could be done with a grenade or even just shooting at a bunch, but I don't think you need me to tell you that that would make things tricky while I'm still in the base. So I came prepared with C4. I just need to make my way to each installation and rig them. It's actually a bit tricky, even at night. This isn't a very big base, but there are a fair amount of guards. You can set a path of least resistance, but only if you know the base well enough already, which you shouldn't at this point. I'm the biggest, toughest gamer around though, so it ain't nothing for me. Here's a neat trick I learned from college. Call the helicopter before you finish the mission. Once you get in and it's about to take off, that's when you blow the C4 up. Now they've got no chance of spotting you. That was a quick one.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Now when it comes to side objectives, I like this mission quite a bit, if only for 2 of them. The first one is to get a diamond from above the base. It's accessible from a crack in the cliff behind, much like the last diamond. But this time there's some wild dogs in the way. I suppose I forgot to mention that there are hostile animals to get as well. They're not difficult to fend off for the most part, but either way it's best to get trank them instead. So you grab the diamond, but now that you've done that, you have a new path into the village from the back. And that's where the next side objective comes in. Destroy the main comms equipment. The antennas are what you're supposed to blow up to beat the mission, but there's another system in this building where they're all connected to, aka destroy this one, none of them work. So if you take it out, you win. And the building is right in front of this newfound back entrance. Like I said earlier, when a side objective is good, it changes the whole mission. And this is a pretty good early game example. You might think that it wasn't changed by much, but a little goes a long way in the grand scheme of things. Doing the mission in this new way feels pretty natural first of all, due to the alternate route you're probably going to use from getting the diamond. Second of all, it makes you feel like a real smarty pants. Pretty good mission. So far, we've got a hot streak of good stuff. Let's rest for a bit back at Mother Base before our next voyage. Well, look who it is. The puppy I rescued before. Ocelot seems to have taken to raising him. Wants him to be my little assistant in the field someday. He's been named Diamond Dog, or D-Dog for short, or DD for shorter. Very original. That's why the horse is named D-Horse too. Breed is unknown, but I feel like I know a wolf when I see one. I don't know, maybe a husky pup somehow got stranded in an Afghan war zone. Alright, bye. We've got some new cassettes to fill us in on more that's been going down while I was in Dreamland. This time we're doing a Where Are They Now segment. As I said, poor Chico passed away instantly in that helicopter accident. His sister Amanda didn't lose hope over that though. She still had work to do, a revolution to fight. And eventually they won. So now she's working on building Nicaragua into the nation it's capable of being. Best of luck to her. Cecile was one of those evacuated from Mother Base before the quote-unquote inspection. She would go on to move back to Paris and become the Eiffel Tower, the end. Strangelove actually left Mother Base before people were evacuated for the inspection. Since then, the only person she contacted was Amanda for a favor. With her newfound pull from being a national hero, Amanda could arrange a submarine to pick up something off of Peace Walker from the bottom of Lake Nicaragua. Once Strangelove got her hands on whatever it was, she took off to parts unknown. But if I had to guess, she's with a certain other AI weapons engineer, Huey Emmerich. Those two almost had a thing, so it's safe to assume that they would eventually have a thing. If you remember, he was the one that orchestrated the inspection, doing it all behind our backs. On top of what we knew, it turns out he had the MSF boys disarmed that day. I suppose to make us look good? He was in the control tower with a bunch of XOF soldiers when the attack began, and once the cleanup crew came around, his body never surfaced. He must have escaped with XOF. Either he was kidnapped to do work for them, or he betrayed us and facilitated the attack. I like to be calm and rational when it comes to these things, so I'm gonna keep an open mind. Miller definitely isn't though. He's been searching for him all this time so we can personally kick his ass with that one leg. There's a lead he might actually be in Afghanistan. How convenient. Enemy or not, he has info about XOF that'll lead us to the source that we need to strike. So let's keep building up Diamond Dogs to get to that point. Off to another mission. This one isn't a contract from any outside person. It's something Miller and Ocelot have taken an interest in personally. We're to extract the Soviet engineer behind our very own bionic arm. If he joins our ranks, he'll be a valuable asset to us. Not just in boosting the R&D team, but maybe even developing some more arms for us with different abilities. Right now, he's been taken prisoner after a failed attempt to defect. He's being held at Walk-In Barracks, which we've been to before, but it's notably a bit more fortified. We're at main mission tier importance now, so the game's gotta act like it. But actually, now that we're back here, earlier I said it it was very open in some places and very tight in others, I honestly think it's a bit too much of both. It's too varied for its own good. I feel both rushed and pressured to take my time at once. I don't usually look forward to coming here because of that. The cybernetics guy is in a cell in this building. If we toss an empty gun magazine, it makes a noise that nearby guards will go to inspect. And while they're distracted, we can knock them out or attempt to slip by. I chose the former this time because he wasn't going to be distracted long enough for me to get the engineer and go. Alright pal, your worries are over. I could call the helicopter and bring him there, but moving out of this whole base with him on my back might be tricky. Fulton extraction could be difficult too. There aren't too many places where it won't be I have an idea.
Now that's some lateral thinking.
Right? So as it turns out, extracting him that way was one of the side objectives. But on my first playthrough, I did it that way without knowing because I'm so cool and single. The others are pretty okay too. There's a secret second prisoner who's partially escaped up to this place overlooking the base. And then there's some blueprints that you can snag here to develop a new weapon or whatever. This whole one is just so neat to me though. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because it's one of the few side objectives that make you go for style points instead of doing a whole other thing. I like doing whole other things, but one of these once in a while is pretty refreshing. Could also be because I got it without knowing. Well, that does it for this mission. As promised, he can develop some new arms for us. For now, it's just one, the stun arm. Basically, you can charge it up to shock a guard and knock them out instantly. It's not really anything special, it's just a longer method of doing something CQC can do just fine. But it's definitely worth upgrading, you'll see why later. But on top of new arms, he can add internal extensions to them to give us various perks. Things like being able to sustain more damage, having less shaky hands when you aim, raising weapons faster, faster reloading, stuff like that. And here's a fun one, a sonar extension. It lets you slam the ground, sending out a wave that shows you where nearby guards and animals are. I wouldn't call this OP, because it only lets you know where they are when you slam the ground. It doesn't move with them. And also, if you do it too close by to a guard, they'll hear it. But it's still a very useful tool. These bionic limbs aren't so bad after all. Ocelot offers to get some for Kaz too, but he declines. Says he needs to keep the pain fresh in his mind until he gets his vengeance. Very edgy. We can move on to the next mission right away. And this one's our first big contract. You see, despite the advantage that the Mujahideen have with knowing the terrain, they still have serious trouble with one thing.
That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from its machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Correct, Ocelot. They're hard to outrun, too, and regular old bullets don't do much. It's basically the main thing in their way of gaining the lead in the war. In comes the US government to lend their support, with a new advanced weapon that they call the Honeybee. It's a homing missile launcher. I don't even need to explain why that's exactly what they need to fend against gunships. The US handed one of these marvelous weapons to the Mujahideen group known as the Hamid. If that name sounds familiar, it's because I mentioned it before. That's the group that was wiped out in that village burning back in A Hero's Way. Looks like a certain group, not gonna name names, Cypher, is totally into Soviet control of Afghanistan. Why? I don't know. What we do know is that there's one survivor that hid the Honeybee. Our contract is from the CIA to recover it intact, meaning no spent missiles. We know that it was hidden in the Hamid's previous fort, Desmasé-Laman. The two problems are that we don't know where exactly in there it is, and the Soviets know it's around there as well. So it's a race against the clock to recover the bee before the Soviets do. Alright, we've got some stakes to this one, and a neat backstory that was hinted at earlier in the game. This is already a mission I like, but will it maintain that status? From where we drop off, we only have one way we can go to reach Desmasé-Laman, and on that route we have to make it through this mountain relay base. Scouting the area, we can see that the Hamid survivor is here, being interrogated by the Soviets. Seems he won't talk though. Or rather, he can't? He appears to be mute, and so they opt to make him show them where the bee is instead of telling. We have a few ways to go from here. Our first option is to attempt to beat them to Desmasé-Laman and find the honeybee ourselves, but I'll tell you now that that won't be easy. It's not a small base. Our second option is to follow these guys and wait for them to find the honeybee so we can snatch it from their paws. The problem with that route is it's a little too tricky for my liking. They walk into this here mountain cave system that's already got plenty of goons in there. It took me a solid 20 minutes to make it through there at their pace without getting caught. It's definitely not an easy— oh shit! Phew! Oh yeah. Reflex mode. So, as a new addition to MGS5, when you get seen, the game slows down for a few seconds, giving you the chance to deal with the situation before alert mode can be triggered. It's a neat mechanic. if a bit OP at times. It can last a really long time, meaning if the situation allowed for it, you can take out an extra guard or 2 or 3. And if you were a real asshole, you could abuse it by just running around and taking out every guard as they see you. But to be fair, if you do play like that, you're really not going to be enjoying the game. Playing half of it in slow motion is just no way to live. A quarter, that's reasonable. If you think that it's too much of a leg up for you, you can turn it off in the settings menu. But I will say that I've tried to play without it and really did not enjoy myself. The camera in this game is very claustrophobic, making it sometimes difficult to see enemies even if they're pretty close. So you end up having to be constantly checking everywhere around you to make sure no one's close by. And that's not very fun at all. Personally, I'm a very impatient fellow, so doing every little thing in a snail's pace is extremely unappealing to me. That's why I'm not a huge fan of European Extreme Mode and its equivalents. I'm always itching to move forward, but if I'm always nervous that some tiny little mistake will cost me minutes of retreading old ground, that itch will take too long to be scratched. I haven't seen too many people condemn reflex mode. I'm just sort of taking precautions to explain why I use it in case there are those kinds of people watching. And if you are and you're currently shaking your head at me right now, think of it this way. I'm playing this game for hours, getting footage of little specific things that I need for the video. At the time of writing this, I have nearly 2 terabytes of footage, and that's just of episodes 1 to 12 out of 50. And if I don't have reflex mode, there would be so much more footage. For instance, as I said, it took me 20 minutes to get footage of them getting the honeybee, but that last attempt had someone spot me near the end, and thankfully they were far away enough that I could take them out and carry them away from vision. If I didn't have reflex mode, I would have just had to do that whole thing who knows how many more times. So cut me a break, alright, Luke? Anyway, I wouldn't recommend doing the mission this way, because if you aren't quick enough about stealing the honeybee once they have it, they'll kill the Hamid survivor, and hopefully you'll feel bad about that. So I'd suggest going about it the third way, by saving him before they get to Dismasse-le-Mans. There are a variety of ways to do that. You can try to get him right where they were interrogating him at the beginning, but that's a bit tricky to pull off, even with this stun SMG I've developed. What I did was set up an ambush on the road for them, using another little trinket that the R&D team cooked up, the decoy. It's basically the magazine on steroids. It makes a noise when it hits the ground, so nearby guards will automatically look in its direction for when you activate it, which will then make them hold it up and go up to it before realizing it was a fake. It's a funny little thing, but more importantly, pretty damn effective when it comes to Oh. I guess it doesn't work on people and vehicles. Well, that's alright, I'll just use the horse as a roadblock instead. They'll have to stop for that so they can honk to scare it off, giving me ample time to strike. The Hamid survivor seems to not have been pretending not to speak after all. All they can really do is point in the direction of Dismasse-le-Mans, which I already knew was where the honeybee was hidden. So I'll just extract you and you'll point to it on a map, okay? So, here we are. I've already discussed the location, so let's just skip to the infiltration. The bee's hidden not very well in this crevice. Don't know why it took the Soviets so long with goons all over the place, but whatever, more convenience for us. Now all we gotta do is take it back to the helicopter, and thankfully there's a path right out of there that I didn't see before. It was too high up for me to enter that way, so I don't feel cheated. But, is it just me, or is it getting a little misty in here? Last time there was mist, we got the pleasure of facing off against the skulls, so it's safe to assume, oh shit.
You look well rested, big boss.
Well, well, if it isn't Skullface. Rocking a new carnival mask, I see. Fun fact about Skullface, his voice actor is the same one as the King from New Vegas. Have fun trying to forget that one.
My, how you've changed. You became a demon for such little weapons as that?
That ain't something I support. No, sir.
Well, I'm sure you'll see the bigger picture eventually.
Wait a minute. They said what?
Seems the skulls aren't far behind. But now that they're around Soviet soldiers this time, we can see that their presence turns their mentality into a much more zombie-like one, along with giving them a little makeover. That was one hell of a twist in the middle of this fairly normal mission. Skulls, skull face, giant robot hand. This was all rather unexpected. That is, it would have been if it wasn't spoiled in the beginning of the fucking mission! In case you were unaware, Kojima's goal for this game was for it to be much more like a TV show than a movie like before. That's why each mission is labeled as an episode, and I guess part of making it feel like a TV show was to have credits at the beginning and end of every episode, which includes showing every major character that's gonna make an appearance, even if we're not supposed to know that they'll appear. So for this mission, we see that Skullface and the Skulls are gonna be in it, completely ruining the surprise. We even get to see the name of whatever that hand belonged to. Sahaleth. I'm sure we'll hear it eventually. This is so dumb. It's one of the most frustrating choices I've ever seen a developer make. Why? Why would you do this? You had a twist in MGS4 revealed in the credits, and it was done pretty well due to the way that it was timed. How did you forget about that? I don't even need to explain why this was such a bad idea. It just speaks for itself. This is certainly not the last time we're gonna see this bullshit, so as I'm sure you're used to saying, I hope you're ready for many anticlimaxes. Just kidding. It's me that says that. Moving on. So Skullface takes off with the likely new Metal Gear with hands. I believe he thinks we're gonna die here, or at the very least he wants us to. If that was the case, why didn't he just shoot us while we were restrained? Then we would have certainly rested in peace this time. Oh well, this is clearly not a game written by an adult, so we'll just roll with it. Alright, Skulls. Last time we ran away out of fear, and we can do that this time. Kaz even encourages us to. But I'm no coward, and I'm not carrying around an asymmetrical man like before. They have two different modes. Gun and machete. With the gun, you're not gonna believe this, but they shoot at you. The machete is kinda interesting though. They'll do some teleporting to psych you out before doing a singular swing at you, which you can counter and turn their own weapon against them using CQC. And they've got some cool animations too. They also have a move where they make the mist a lot stronger and try to hunt you down in it. The guards that were zombified by them try to attack you as well. All they can really do is swing their arms around and grab you, to which you could punch them off or counter entirely. They take much more of a beating than they used to as well. It takes an entire clip of the stun SMG just to knock them out. And CQC isn't very useful either, because they'll just get back up. Ocelot tells us to use the honeybee on the skulls because they're just too fast. But if we do that, then the US will dock our pay. You know, like usual. But actually, I wouldn't recommend using it anyway, because look at this. Yeah, they're not very tough. It's pretty disappointing after seeing how threatening they were earlier. All it takes is a single clip from the assault rifle and they're done for. I decided to go back to phantom limbs with the weapons I had at that point to see if they were that easy before, and they weren't. The older rifle doesn't do too much damage to them and they coordinate pretty well. And they'll attack Kaz if we get the upper hand. So that mission doesn't really suffer from this revelation during the first playthrough, thankfully. But even so, don't you think you could have buffed them just a little here? They're kind of a joke now that I've upgraded my equipment a bit. For that reason, I wouldn't consider them a boss battle. They're barely in the realm of mini-boss, and that's a real shame.
You took down the skulls. Boss, you really are a living legend.
Am I really, Kaz? Also, in case you're wondering if using the assault rifle counts as a kill, it doesn't. They don't die, they just get knocked out before getting back up and retreating. I'm not even sure they're human anyway. My conscience is still clear. On the bright side, the zombified soldiers went back to normal and are now taking a nap, leaving me with a buffet of new diamond dogs. Kaz sent the chopper to pick me up at no extra charge, but he set the RV pretty far from here. Most bases have an anti-air radar, and blowing it up lets you call the chopper to those bases. So now that there's nobody to worry about here, I don't have to make a trip to the nearest RV. Well, that takes care of that. When it comes to side objectives, most of them are things I already did, like extracting the Hamid survivor, beating the skulls, and getting the honeybee back without using any of the missiles. So there's not much to discuss with those. I can't really take points away because of the credits thing. That's a game problem, not a mission problem. Snake and Kaz are left wondering what exactly happened to the Hamid fighters to wipe them out completely. But because I went back to A Hero's Way with the Russian interpreter in my squad, I have a pretty good idea of who done it. That's something I really like about this game. Sometimes you're not just rewarded with varying gameplay if you replay missions. In cases like that, you get a head start on figuring out the mysteries of the story. We'd have no idea what happened to the Hamid if I didn't interrogate that commander. And because of specifically how they were wiped out, by fire, we can make an assumption on who exactly carried out the massacre. Pat on the head for the unique storytelling. Now, if you only didn't ruin a certain other thing. So, we're chilling back at the helicopter. Let's check in on our cassettes. Honeybee, let's make our own, Intel team, blah blah blah. Let's talk about a different kind of tape. Remember earlier when Kids in America was playing? Well, that's not the only 80s classic in this game. There's also Take On Me, Maneater, The Final Countdown, Rebel Yell, the previously mentioned Man Who Sold the World cover, and the list goes on. They can all be grabbed from radios scattered around. On top of that, you could also find some Metal Gear songs like Snake Eater or Heaven's Divide, or some new songs made for this game. There's one aptly titled A Phantom Pain, and it kinda slaps. I wish I could play them for you, but I'm scared to. So let's instead talk about custom music. That's right, pop your own MP3s in a folder on the PC version and you can listen to whatever the fuck you want. Unfortunately, I didn't listen to much of it in the field while I was recording as to not pollute any audio. Instead, I just had a track of complete silence playing so there wouldn't be any background music at times I didn't want it. So if you see this audio track thing in the top right corner despite there being no music, that's why. But that didn't stop me from at least having some custom stuff on the iDroid. I've got some of my own music music in case I feel the need to use it over something else. It's what's currently playing in the background, as I'm sure you're very interested. Let's feed my ego more with my own videos. In case you don't know, a leitmotif is when you take a part of a song, or a motif, and put a new spin on it in a different song. Ah, classic. Oh, and here's this song in particular that I made from a surge of inspiration.
What the fuck?
I got the idea to make this one because at like 1 AM I went to go make myself a sandwich and I took all the deli meat and shit out of the fridge, but we were out of bread. I put in Winter Road just in spite of Konami. Sure showed them. Can't play it though because it's still copyrighted. And then there's... Wait, what's this tape? I don't remember putting one with a title like this in.
Oh good, you turned it on. It's been a while, brother. Not so big anymore, eh, Snake? That's right. Minutes prior to our battle in Shadow Moses, I clipped my nails. One of those nails landed inside this cassette tape.
Plastic is a long-lasting material. It takes approximately 450 years for a single plastic bottle to biodegrade. Do you know what that means, Snake? While you and your rapidly aging body will be just another dead clone of the old man, I live on through this tape! While my situation may look a little inconvenient, I've prepared for an opportunity like this. As a cassette tape, I could be mass-produced and shipped across the globe. All I need to do is spread propaganda to the unsuspecting masses to mentally arm them against the Patriots.
From there, uprisings will occur in the Middle East, Europe, Russia, and even your precious United States. And no one will be able to stop the revolution, brother!
Huh. That was weird. I have more to show, but I'll save them for later. Now, let's head back into the battlefield. We have a few more side ops to do. It's pretty simple stuff. Extract the prisoner, extract the little lost sheep, extract the highly skilled soldier. Oh!
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Phew! Thanks, Ocelot. Be sure to warn me if you see any others. Forever. Then we have Eliminate the Heavy Infantry. As the title suggests, we've got to kill or extract these guys in heavy armor. Regular old bullets do nothing against them, so we either have to use CQC, or my preferred method, explosives. Now hold on, it's not a kill. It simply blasts off their armor, leaving them open for an easy headshot with the tranq gun. I never said I wouldn't hurt them. It's a war, after all. Some people are gonna get a boo-boo here and there. Now's as good a time as any to bring up the combat. I didn't get caught yet during the main missions unless it was solely for footage, hit me up ladies, but I don't feel as obligated to not be a little silly during free roam. The combat, as I said in Ground Zeroes, is easier than ever, but that doesn't make it a breeze. Even with upgrades, you still die pretty quick if you're standing out in the open. Cover is always key to winning a fight. Luckily, Afghanistan is home to many rocks, which make for good cover if you don't have anything else to duck behind. But keep in mind that they'll chuck grenades, meaning you can't stay behind one cover for too long. If you get up close to an enemy on alert, they'll try to hit you with their gun or a knife, which knocks you down, leaving you open for more lead. Take too many bullets and you'll get an injury. It slows down the game and slowly decreases your health if you don't deal with it. You need to find cover and tend to your injury quickly. If you get hit while trying to heal, it cancels the animation. Honestly, I'm not sure why they felt the need to slow down the game for this. You can't sprint or dive or anything like that, but you can still shoot. So now if anything, you have an advantage. Free headshots. You're still on a time limit, but it's fairly generous. Despite all that, you can still make it out of a situation like that with stealth. If you're really careful and make sure no one even catches a whiff of where you are, they'll only attack the location where they last saw you. And from there, you can sneak out of the base. But when I say not even a whiff, I mean it. One audible footstep or a grenade you threw from 20 yards away behind cover, and they'll somehow figure out exactly where it came from. If any of this seems a little too difficult for you, then you might just want to avoid combat altogether as God intended. And if even that seems too difficult, well, the game's got you covered. You see, if you die enough times in a row, you'll get a prompt upon exiting the game over screen asking if you want to use the chicken hat. And if you select yes, you'll see that indeed, that hat is chicken. This is a game aid. While wearing wearing the hat, if any guard sees you, instead of opening fire like a dork, they'll begin laughing at your ridiculous attire, giving you tons of extra time to sort out the predicament you're in. This works up to 3 times before you lose the hat and everything goes back to normal. A little detail I like about it is that it's counted by the feathers on the back, and when you lose one, it briefly turns into the classic MGS exclamation point before it fades away, and it also makes for some pretty great hijinks in general. However, in exchange for this, any mission you have active can't be S-ranked while wearing it. But let's say you're really struggling and can't get through a mission even with this bonus. That's when the game throws you an even bigger bone in the form of the Lil Chick hat. This one just makes you completely undetectable and has no limit until you leave the mission area. So if you're going through a part of the game that you just can't get past, don't worry, because KJP still loves you equally. The combat unit has recently been created at Mother Base, so, like in Peace Walker, we can actually take some of our own staff and play as them. But unlike Peace Walker, everyone has a unique face. No more balaclava over your troops, unless you want them to have one. We could even use them for main missions, but any that have cutscenes in them switch over to Big Boss during them and then awkwardly transition back to the soldier afterwards. Also out in the field, they still refer to you as Boss.
Be careful down there, boss. Boss, what happened? Boss!
Boss, come in. Boss? Boss!
But I'm not the boss, I'm Combat Soldier's silly goose. I feel like it wouldn't have taken much more effort for them to just have a few extra voice clips where you just replace boss with, I don't know, pal? Be careful down there, bud. And if you die in the game over screen, you just hear Kaz go, oh, fucking whatever. You could also still use Snake's buddies like D-Horse as the soldiers, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. This is Big Boss's horse. Fun fact, if you have Ground Zero save data and transfer it over to the Phantom Pain, then everyone you extracted back at Camp Omega will join Diamond Dogs, including Kojima if you did that mission. If you put him on the combat unit, he still isn't playable though. Originally in development, he was, but Kojima got worried that people would kill him on purpose, so it was taken out. But anyway, I decided to do some of the side ops as Silent Mastodon. If he looks familiar, that's because he was the commander back in A Hero's Way. Now he's one of my highest ranked troops, so I used him for a lot of the secondary work. One thing to note is that the soldiers don't carry any of the extra bonuses that our very own Venom Snake has, as in no bionic arm, which means no upgrades associated with them. No sonar, no extended health, no faster sprinting and crawling speeds, and slow as hell reloads. You might be wondering why anyone would even bother if you get nothing out of using them, and that's a good point. There is none. Besides for the cosmetic differences, you have no reason to play as anyone but Snake. And if you want a cosmetic difference, just switch outfits. I hear Unhealthy Piss Orange is in season. Here's a fix I thought of. Whenever you deploy to a main mission or free roam, depending on what you take with you in terms of equipment, it's gonna cost a certain amount of GMP and resources. Maybe make it significantly more expensive to deploy Snake into free roam specifically. It doesn't make sense, sure, but neither does fucking anything in this series. If it was way cheaper to deploy regular grunts to side ops, then people would be more inclined to use them with the trade-off of being weaker. The reason I'm doing it is because I like to feel at least a little immersed in the games I play. I feel like it would be realistic to send the grunts out for the side work. Big Boss is busy on the big stuff like the main missions. For that reason, I also tend to give them lesser equipment when I send them out. You can develop some fancy weapons, like an assault rifle with a dot sight and a toggle scope for range, or a shotgun with a dot sight and a silencer. That's fucking stupid, but really useful at times. And it especially wouldn't make sense to give such complicated weapons to lesser soldiers. Besides, what's not to like about a weapons and equipment OSP mission? Also, it makes deployment cost less. But back to side ops, there's one of interest here. Apparently a Mother Base soldier has been found wandering around Afghanistan aimlessly. But it's not a Diamond Dog. It's an MSF boy, someone who was out on a mission at the time of the attack. Seems he lost his sense of purpose after Mother Base was destroyed and Big Boss was quote-unquote killed. Let's go show him that we survived and see if he'll rejoin our cause. Well, there he is. He really looks fucked up, as in mentally. He's walking around like a zombie, but at least the Soviets had a reason to earlier. This guy just lost his cult 9 years ago and he's still not over it. He probably hasn't taken that MSF outfit off since then. All the more reason to bring him back. Hey, pal, remember me? Wait, where are you going? It's me, Big Boss, remember?
Holy shit! That's a mean left hook, knocked me out instantly.
Alright, let's play hardball. Jesus, how is he so good with a run cycle like that? He can survive a shit ton of tranq rounds too. But eventually, you can take him down. It only took some of your dignity. I'm sure he'll feel bad about giving me such a hassle once he realizes where he ends up. Speaking of which, we should go back to Mother Base. No particular reason, I just feel like I should talk about it. Especially now that I have some more platforms developed. It's neat that we can walk around here now. It feels a lot more like a home, lets me feel more connected to my fellow Diamond Dogs. Apparently, we teach them all how to speak English fluently with a perfect American accent.
Boss, if
If you need supplies, let us know.
It would have been nice to hear some foreign accents and maybe some broken English here and there. Like I said, for the immersion. These guys are mostly Russian, and there are volunteers from all across the globe. But they also take being beaten up really well.
Thank you, boss.
Either that or they're totally into it. You might also catch them having a conversation every once in a while. Just make sure you don't get too close or they'll salute you, ending their talk early. If you have enough female soldiers, you might even hear some of them completely fail the Bechdel test.
So, who do you like?
Huh? What do you mean?
Are you Team Miller or Team Ocelot?
Sorry, but I don't think Miller's like that anymore. He used to love the ladies, but, you know, after that whole business 9 years ago, now he loves revenge. And Ocelot, well, frankly, I don't think Ocelot's straight. There's only so much that a Russian taunt can cover. You can find some goods lying around here, like emblem parts or diamonds for whatever reason, or, weird-ass idol posters of Paz. Isn't this a little creepy? Not just because of the whole teenage girl look, but also, she's dead? Horrific things were done to her, and then she had 2 bombs put inside her stomach in nether regions, and then she blew up? Who made these? Who put them around Mother Base? What are you doing? There are also some pipes you can climb up. That's pretty cool. This place is actually really big, so much so that there are cars parked so you can get around faster. There's showers on each platform so that you can clean up in case you got blood on you from battle. If you just switch outfits in the mission prep screen, it removes the blood automatically, but over time in the field, you'll get increasingly stressed, which does things like make reflex mode shorter. Taking showers also helps reset that. The downside being that you have to come back to Mother Base just to do that. But that isn't so bad. Every once in a while, you might get a new cutscene when you come back to base, like this one where we get to see how Dee Dee's doing with training. That's real cute, and it appreciated detail. Or you can find Ocelot trying his damnedest to relive the glory days.
Again. That's an automatic. Don't bother trying to dampen the recoil. You do that with a revolver. Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. That was some fancy shooting. Pretty good.
Hoo boy, it was said once again. I bet he gave that soldier that gun just so he could make that speech. And then there's the animal conservation platform, a place where you can see some of the animals you've saved. It's a nice way of showing progress. There's some free plants here too. I'm sure it was food for them, but Daddy's got deployment bills. Mother Base is just a nice place to hang out in, really. You know, see what your soldiers are up to, beat them around, watch time go by, or just see how construction's going. Oh, is that Ocelot up there? Up to his classic pranks again? I'm gonna fucking kill him. Let's pull a prank of our own.
Boss, have you lost your mind? Maybe you're not the big boss we hoped for after all.
How could you?
Snake, why would you kill Meryl? Maybe you're not the solid snake we hoped for after all.
What helps is that it's pretty detailed. You could even go inside some of the buildings, like the Intel satellite chamber or this one in the medical platform.
Snake?
What? Paz? What? How? What? You blew up. I watched you die.
What about the bomb? We were able to remove the explosives. Both of them.
But I saw her blow up. We get a redo of the cutscene from Ground Zeroes, but this time we feel like something's not right. And so our good pal, Field Medic, checks again. He finds the second bomb and, gets it. Still not gonna let you see that. It shows that she didn't actually blow up, but rather the other helicopter that we ended up crashing into had a guy in it that shot a rocket at us. That was the explosion. Our eyes were simply playing tricks on us. I guess that explains it, but even if it was a rocket, it still blew up really close to her. Realistically, she should have gotten the worst of it, and the fall should have killed her from there. I know she survived literally that exact series of events before, but there's also this one part in the Chico tapes where they say they removed some of her organs to make room for the bombs, and that she only had a few hours to live anyway. I don't know, this just isn't adding up. It seems she has amnesia from her crash into the ocean. Not only that, but it fucked with her brain enough to make her believe the fake story she made up 10 years ago was actually true. In her mind, she's a 16-year-old living in 1974, and Zadornov is alive as Professor Galvez. So, unfortunately, she can't give us any information on Cypher. A shame, because she would probably be willing to give it to us at this point. Kaz gets frustrated by this and leaves the rest to us. Nice new outfit, by the way. A detail in this scene that I really like is that if you look closely at one point, you can see Snake give a little smile, just to show that through that stoic wall is a little bit of happiness that he was actually able to save someone. So as it turns out, that MSF soldier we extracted gave us an old photo from back in the day. We give it to her and she reminisces on past events from her schoolgirl perspective. Maybe, if we can get more of these photos and bring them back to her, it can jog her memory? It's a long shot, but I'm gonna assume the side-up had a 1 next to it for a reason. We also get a tape from handing her the photo, an audio diary, again reminiscing on the old days, with mentions of a peace day incoming. Although it's notable that she's talking a lot more innocently than she was in character in Peace Walker. Like, she doesn't sound 16, she sounds 9.
I like to sing, but I have never had to perform in front of a crowd. I do not think I'm up to this. And anything is better than letting Miller sing. Oh, that was mean.
As I predicted, there is another MSF soldier to rescue. Fuck. Okay, alright, idea. Maybe if I use the box, he'll recognize me. I mean, who else uses the box for stealth but Snake and the people he trains? Yep, that did it.
It's you, boss. Allow me to serve under you.
One of the guys out on a mission at the time. Bring him home, boss.
Fucking piece of shit. Get back to base and I'll kick your ass again. Speaking of the box, as I've said earlier, it's a wonderful item this time. You can stand up and crawl while using it now. You can attach posters to it so that guards will react in various ways. If you use a Soviet soldier poster, they'll salute to it. If you use a supermodel poster or the godforsaken Idle Pos one, they'll get all drooly over it. Sometimes if guards see a move while using it, they'll call HQ to report it, to which they'll tell them to fuck off because that sounds stupid. You can pop out of the box for a quick shot before going back in, or even CQC. And let's not forget the eject trick, so you leave a box lying around as a distraction. But my favorite trick is that when you stand with the box, you can still dive. And if you do it on a decline, you can get some serious distance. It's so fucking fun. Look at this and tell me you don't like this game. You can't. Shut up. Fuck you. I mean, look. Check this shit out.
Kill it off.
I just did the coolest shit you'll ever see. The box is so damn versatile that it really does become one with you, like Solid Snake once said. Trust me, if you didn't use it much before, try using it now and see how much more fun the game gets. Shit! Fuck! You could even use the box as a means of fast travel. Each major base has a delivery point where trucks come to pick up and drop off boxes. Using ours, we can take ourselves from one place to another. Unfortunately though, it's not quite as simple as that. It needs to be completely normal business as usual in the base for you to be able to use a delivery point. If you're on alert, of course, you can't use it. But even on caution mode, where they think there might be an intruder, you won't be able to. Or hell, even if one soldier caught a glimpse of you and is going to check, you need to wait until he's done looking it over to be able to move. It gets pretty annoying after a while. But hey, better this than no fast travel, right? The MSF soldier gave us another picture, so we bring it back to Paz. It still doesn't do much, but she gets a bad headache, which must mean something's itching to surface in her brain. Or maybe it's just a headache, I'm not an archaeologist or whatever. Alright, enough dicking around. Let's get back to work. Next mission. So this one's a bit special. There are 3 Soviet commanders having a meeting back at Vilo Village, where we got the intel file and where Kaz was during Phantom Limbs. We've got to catch them in the act and destroy all 3 of them. But just like before, we're going to extract them instead. This sounds pretty similar to A Hero's Way, and I like that mission. Let's see how this one stacks up. One of the commanders is already here, while the other 2 are on their way. Kaz was so kind as to highlight on the map the exact routes they're taking. So if you wanted to, you can try and get those other 2 before they reach their meeting. But that's a bit too hectic of a route for me. Using my persuasive skills, I've pinpointed where exactly the first guy is in the village. Alright, I could already tell that this will be more difficult than A Hero's Way. This time he's in a tiny little house that's being guarded. There are no entrances that he won't see me coming from, and few ways from there to take him out quietly. I'm honestly not sure which way to go about this, and it seems I took too long to think of one because the other 2 have arrived. Well, in A Hero's Way, I had something to gain from listening in on what the commander had to say. Maybe these 3 will have something juicy as well. Guess I'll go to the roof and eavesdrop. As I suspected, this is some crucial information. They're talking about us, specifically how cool we are. But like actually though, we're performing too well for our own good. Now they're gonna start giving the troops some anti-snake gear and training. For instance, besides for Where Do the Beasts Sleep, I've only been operating at night. So now they're gonna start giving guards night vision goggles. It helps them see about as well as they could during the day, if not better. They've gained a reputation for headshots, so now they're getting helmets. They've also been trained that if they see a balloon with one of their friends attached to it, maybe shoot it? And most insulting of all, they've taken a note of the decoy trick and are using it themselves. Look at this. Look at this pale imitation of a cool imitation. They're laid out fucking everywhere too, at least 2 in each base. If you want to stop these counteractions, you just have to slow down on what's making them do it. You're gonna have to go out on missions during the day a little more often if you want them to stop being supplied with night vision goggles. Start aiming shittier so they stop getting helmets. Alright. Time to bring these guys to meet their old friend, Silent Mastodon. I see no other way for now than aggro stealth. I'll draw them out with pressure. It's not ideal. In fact, I'm in as awkward of a situation as them, what with being surrounded and all, but it'll do. It never feels good to be in a position like this, always seconds away from being spotted by the enemy, but it feels equally as good to somehow make it out unscathed. On the plus side, extracting all the goons that the 2 commanders rode in with was one of the side objectives, so this takes care of that good and proper. And another one is pretty interesting. There are 2 prisoners being held at Darwin Dehar, where we rescued Kaz. So if you want to do that one, you have to hop in a box, use a delivery point to take you there, and save the prisoners with perfect stealth so you can deliver yourself back to Vilo Village all in time for the meeting. It's nerve-wracking, and I really like that. I said earlier that Walks In rushes and pressures you to take your time simultaneously and that I didn't like it for that reason, and as it turns out, I like that exact kind of game design, just not that kind of level design. Don't like that? Well, my willy is waiting. So I've taken care of that bullshit, the commanders are ballooned up.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Unlike with the Hero's Way, we hear what the meeting was about from extracting them if we didn't listen in. But even still, I really enjoy playing like that. Listening in on secret conversations, gathering intel on the field. I love doing illegal shit. Let's get right into the next one, and... do you guys hear that? Sounds like a trumpet. It goes away when I'm not highlighting this next mission. I guess it's a glitch. Well, for this one, our target is a commander once again. Just one this time, and there's no speech or convo to listen in on. Since the honey beeswax has been dealt with, there's a vacancy there, so that commander's gonna set up camp. Basically, we have to stop him from getting there to begin with. We're not sure the route he's taking, but we can find it through an intel file in a new location, Sakra E Village. Let's go. The village is notably similar to Wandé. It's all in rows and claustrophobic and shit. I'd say it's even more so than Wandé, which makes sense if you know what a difficulty curve is. You see, as the game progresses, things get trickier to go alongside you learning the game's mechanics, okay? You understand that? Awesome, you're learning real quick. Run along now. Uncle needs a cigarette. All that being said, it still isn't super tricky to get through. It's simply a matter of finding out where the intel file is and then grabbing it while taking your time. And maybe saving a prisoner along the way. So, according to this file, the commander should be going through Wak Sind on his way to Smase Fort. There he'll group up with a tank unit, and his truck will be guarded by them from there. Problem with that is that with the amount of time I took to get the intel file, they've definitely already met. And they're close to passing by this base now, so my chances for a clean extraction are gone. Here's the thing. There's an upgrade for the Fulton that would let me take weapon emplacements and even vehicles, including tanks, but I don't have it now. I'd need to extract a good few more soldiers to get access to it, and the truck that the commander is in is sandwiched right between these 2 tanks. You see the issue? I can't extract the commander like this unless the tanks are dealt with, and I can't do that non-lethally. I mean, I have no other options. I have to blow the tanks up. I don't want to do this. It's a killless run, but, well, there's no use complaining. No time either. I'll place a bunch of C4 on the road right on time for the commander to arrive. Well, here goes. I didn't have a choice. What else was I gonna do? It got me caught too, so I had to play this cover dance with the second tank. At least I was able to catch up to the commander and his driver and actually extract them. I'll just have to suck this up and move on. It's safe to assume that this was a one-time thing for this early in the game. It was probably a way of warning me about more dangerous missions like that later on. I don't think they'll throw something with tanks at me again until I'm more readily prepared. Or at the very least with tanks that I need to take down or extract. Okay, next up is... destroy a bunch of tanks. What? Okay, so the Mujahideen are launching an attack on the Soviets. I guess we're just their ace in the hole now, so we're expected to destroy any reinforcement vehicles when they approach. The battle should go on for about 15 minutes, so in that time we have to set their tanks ablaze. Well, this just sounds lovely. By the sounds of it, the stealthy approach is borderline impossible as I am now. Again, maybe if I had that Fulton upgrade and some vehicle stunning mines, I could get through this with my hands clean. But for now, well, I guess I'll just drop myself in with a rocket launcher. Sorry, Soviets. Alright, we're given a good minute before the tanks, or in this case armored vehicles, start moving. Something I've neglected to bring up in depth is that for most missions you get to choose between a few places to be dropped in from. It can be beneficial to experiment on where you want to be dropped to give you an advantage during missions. For instance, in Where Do the Bees Sleep, you can drop right into Desmace Le Mans if you know that's where you have to go. But you know, be ready to haul your ass into cover immediately. In this mission, it's also useful to know where to start. There's a vehicle parked pretty close to one of the drop points, so you can get it before they start moving. But there's also one that isn't even marked on the map at the northmost spot you can drop to. It only gets marked and starts moving later on, and it always fucks me over. Its route ends only like 3 feet from where it starts, so you don't have long before it disappears into the void. The goal is just to take out as many vehicles as possible, so one slipping by isn't a big deal. Actually, you only have to take out one. All the others can still get through and you'll still pass the mission. Meaning you could deal with one vehicle, sit back and smoke a fatty until the battle ends and then just leave. On one hand, that's a lot fewer people I have to kill. But on the other hand, these things are probably gonna go on to kill a bunch of Mujahideen in that battle, so you know it has to be done.
Great. Now on to the next.
Look, it was the better choice. Self-driving cars are sometimes programmed to have to make difficult choices. Do I run over an elderly man or a mother and her baby? I'm that car, and I chose Grandpa. Fuck that guy. He was probably racist anyway. But back to the mission at hand. Once they start moving, you have to move non-stop to get to each one. It's nerve-wracking as all hell. You need to be pulling up the iDroid constantly to plan your route to the next vehicle. Nothing beats the stress you feel from realizing you just went the wrong way by blindly moving in the general direction of the waypoint. And keep in mind, these are heavily armored vehicles with cannons. If they see you, you're gonna have a hard time taking them out from there. So it's best for you to try and deal with them from afar. On top of that, you're going to be going through multiple bases multiple times, which means getting shot at by the guys there as well. There are no checkpoints, so if you die, you have to potentially retread up to 15 minutes of ground. This is an early contender for hardest mission. At least it is if you're going for all the vehicles. And that's not all there is either. The side objectives are here in full force this time. One is done by destroying every vehicle without getting a resupply of ammo. That would be painful if it wasn't for a homing missile launcher that you can get off the back of a truck. And I guess the Soviets decided that now was a great time to store a bunch of prisoners around. So it's up to you to save all 6 of them. There's one being held in one base, one being held in another, one being transported to another location via car, so you have to stop it before it goes out of the mission area, and a whopping 3 that have escaped captivity and are currently on the run. There's one in the middle of the desert, one by a river, and one being actively hunted by a squad of 4, and extracting them is also a side objective. And finally, if you do your job well and destroy every vehicle, the Soviets will get pissed and send out 3 actual tanks and a gunship to specifically kill you. I'm sure they'll be sent out to the battle later on, but you're priority number 1 for them. There is a lot going on in this mission, and honestly, it's one of my favorites so far. The hectic nature of it and the difficulty in completing it just ticks a box that hasn't been ticked yet. And let me tell you, through multiple replays, it's super satisfying to plot your course and deal with the situation the way you want to, whether it be by taking one vehicle out, all of them, going for the prisoners. It's a lot of fun. Not because of the killing, but because of the versatility. Miller calls us back because the men miss us. Yeah, I guess I can help with that. Alright, they should be sick of me by now. Off we go.
Didi, stay.
Didi.
Fully trained and ready for action.
Holy shit, you grew up fast. As promised, Ocelot trained him to go into the field with us. So now we're being introduced to the buddy system. Well, kinda. D-Horse was already a buddy, but now we have 2 to choose from. And D-Dog is amazing. His main ability is that he automatically marks enemies within 60 meters. That on its own is ridiculous, but that's not all he can sniff out. He can also find animals, mines, plants, prisoners, you name it. Going back and doing side objectives with him makes it so much fucking easier you don't even know. You could also bark to distract enemies while you do your stuff, and yes, you can pet him.
Good dog.
Reddit achieved. Overall, he's a great dog and an even better partner. Not like that, you fucking weirdo. The only real downside is that you can't have more than one buddy at the same time, which means that when D-Dog is with us, D-Horse is in jail where he belongs. And while you can bring in cars to get around faster with DD, they just aren't the same. It's a much bigger pain in the ass to get around as opposed to with the horse. Rocks get in the way 10 times more, which means you have to stay on the road most of the time, and in a stealth game that's kind of a bad thing. While you can sneak around any base with a new breed of stealth, with the car you'd either have to get out and clear the base just to move past it, or sneak through on foot and have another car dropped on the other side. There is a little trick you can pull to help you with this, and that's to throw a smoke grenade into your car. The smoke itself throws off NPCs enough that you can just drive right through if you're fast enough for it to not run out. Still, that process itself gets pretty annoying after doing it enough times, so using a new breed of stealth is still the superior option. Anyway, we've got one last mission on this list. After this, I assume we'll get some plot progression. A rebel has been captured after an attack by the Soviets. He's called Malak, although sometimes pronounced Malik.
He's known as Malak, angel to his fellow Mujahideen. Malik was out on a mission at the time.
Do not compromise the Brotherhood.
I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak.
His father died as a result of injuries from the battle, but he was able to send a request for help to us before going out. His dying wish is to rescue his son. Malak, along with several others, are being held at Lamar Hate Palace. Rescuing them isn't part of the mission, but you can bet your ass it's a side objective. Simple premise, if a bit sad. Let's get down to it. We've actually seen the palace before in the last mission. It's where that one armored vehicle was parked. But now it's time to explore it. Looking around, we can see that Malak is about to be transported somewhere else. Him and his escort are being guarded by yet another armored vehicle. What's going on, guys? Well, there's no rush this time, so I don't think I'll have to destroy this one. Listening in on what the driver and another guard is saying, he's being taken to Yako Obu Supply Outpost, while the other prisoners here are about to be executed. They're taking off now, but if I just decide to abandon the other prisoners, they die and I lose heroism. And now that I know where Malak is being taken, there really is no rush, is there? So let's save them first. This is where Didi comes in especially useful. The palace itself is actually somewhat difficult to navigate, and some of the prisoners are being held in really strange spots. With the boy, they're automatically marked, so I know exactly where to go, saving me a lot of time searching for them. With them dealt with, I can head over to Malak. Huh. That's weird. There's a bunch of sheep here. Well, now's the best time I can think of to bring up that on top of resupplies and new weapons, you can also request an aerial strike on the location of your choosing once you've leveled up the support team enough. I just got that ability right before this mission, and I can't think of a better group of test dummies to try it out on. So, let's watch the fireworks, shall we? Got your ass. There's also a version available that drops sleeping gas instead. I'm not going to be using the lethal version on anyone, so I thought I might as well use these sleepy fellas as an example. You thought I was just going to blow up a bunch of sheep? I'm not a monster, guys. I seem to have made it to the supply outpost just as Malak and Co did. Listening through the walls, we hear that they plan on killing him as soon as they get any information out about Mujahideen plots. So out of pity, his escort tells him that his family survived and they're doing okay. One of the side objectives is to hear this little exchange, but if you follow the escort from the start, you'll get a few more of them. It seems that this escort of his isn't that bad of a guy. He even seems relieved if you interrogate him because he assumes that means you're here to rescue Malak. There's no reason for me to bring this up, other than I think it's just a nice touch for the devs to add. Good work. When you finally pick the poor bastard up, it becomes clear that he's too injured to be Fultoned out, so I'm gonna have to put him in the chopper with me. And because that's inevitably gonna be a bit of a hike, Malak gets the chance to give us some interesting details. First of all, the kind words the escort was giving him fell on deaf ears. Almost literally, because he doesn't speak their language. He just assumed it was all shit talk with a sarcastically sympathetic voice. But the other is that he did know his family was dead, because they died well before any of this happened. He was about as fatherless as most of you watching for years. But then, who the hell gave us the mission? If Daddy Dearest was dead for a long time, how could he give us his dying wish today? Now, I know what you're thinking. Ghosts, but that's probably not it. Kaz theorizes that the job was given to us by none other than Cypher. The village in particular that was attacked apparently had a really bad sickness among most of its people. And then the whole thing was burned to the ground, just like the Hamid were. Malak survived because he wasn't there at the time, and when he returned, he found XOF soldiers snooping around the wreckage. And that's when he was taken by the Soviets. It's possible that Cypher wanted Malak brought to them so they could finish the job, and knew we would be skilled enough to do it. So they posed as his father and gave us his quote-unquote last request. Obviously we're not gonna give him to them now, so he's joined Diamond Dogs instead. Now, to move back to the mission for a second. Because I used an airstrike, my rank got limited to an A. And I'm not comfortable with second best. I want to be number one, baby. So I felt now was a good place to finally address something. I've only really mentioned the freedom of gameplay in passing, but I haven't really dived deep into what exactly that meant. You can play this game in so many ways, it's crazy. I've already brought up the way that it worked with the Hero's Way, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. Think of all the unique mechanics I've brought up so far. The box sliding, using explosions as distractions, a new breed of stealth, decoys. Now think about applying that to all the missions I've brought up already. The opportunities are endless. Originally, I had a whole essay's worth of explaining why exactly this works so well, but eventually I realized that in this case, it's better to show than tell. So from here on out, I'm gonna show you some unconventional ways to beat missions as we go along. Starting here. One thing I didn't bring up about the buddy system was that there's a bonding level for each of them. Basically, the more time you spend with them and the better you treat them, their bond will go up. As it gets higher, your buddies gain new abilities or even just get upgrades to pre-existing ones. For instance, Dee Dee doesn't learn to bark on command until you raise the bond a little. And if you get his level all the way up, he can mark people up to 120 meters away, as opposed to the 60 he can do now. He's so OP, I love him. But for another example, do you remember when I said D-Horse can go duty? Well, that's actually a bond ability. But why would I want something so stupid and pointless? Well, first of all, it's funny, you miserable fuck, but second of all, just look. I restarted the mission and Malaka's about to be taken away.
Come on.
That's the target. Target extracted. Exfiltrate the hot zone, boss.
Pretty cool, right? I just bypassed the entire mission by taking a potty break. And that's an obvious S rank because I thought outside the box. And I'm more than prepared to show you so much more. As I suspected, now that all the missions on the list are crossed out, we have a new development. Diamond Dogs has received an SOS from who else but Huey Emmerich. He's been working for Skullface against his will for 9 years now, and now that he's heard of our exploits in Afghanistan, he wants to be saved so he can join us once again. Kaz ain't buying that though. He thinks that Huey was willingly working for Skullface and that he's the reason we've gone through hell. But I mean, come on, it's Huey. He's harmless, right? It was just a goofy little accident that he made everything so that we would be unprepared for the attack. You know, no Zeke, no guns, no boss. Oh shit, that sounds pretty bad actually. Well, Kaz still wants to take him back here, but not exactly for a happy little reunion.
In other news,
according to hearsay, there's this sniper that's been making moves in our area of operations. They've been going around killing tons and tons of Soviets. From the few people that have actually seen this sniper, they've found that it's actually a woman, which should be impossible because women were outlawed in Afghanistan in the 60s. But besides those few glimpses, she hasn't left a single trace of her existence after her attacks, to the point that those rumors are just that. Snipers are usually posted for really long periods of time, waiting to strike. So they still have to eat, sleep, go pee-pee, and they usually leave a crumb of something behind. But from her, there's nothing. She must either work really quick, or she doesn't need to do those things. So she's been dubbed quiet. It's unlikely that she's Mujahideen or even someone hired by them. I figured they wouldn't need us in that case. An interesting thing about the Soviets she killed is that they were ones that questioned the inhumane practices of the Russian government, including weapons development. That would lead you to think it's the Soviets themselves who've called these hits on their own people. But wouldn't you agree that their solution would be less murdery and more prison-y? So then that leaves us only with Cypher. But that wouldn't really make sense, would it? All they've done so far has been against the Mujahideen, burning their shit down. Well, as I said, these kills were against the more sassy fellas in their army. So this is likely aiding them in the long run. And if that's the case, we should watch out. But first things first, we have to get to Huey. Now that we're hitting story relevancy, I think it's time we go over grading for the past 7 episodes. Here we go. A Hero's Way is a damn good mission for reasons I already described. Its versatility level is off the charts. It's only really held back by its side objectives, but not by enough to keep it away from an S tier. Yeah, I know it looks kinda imbalanced, but the replayability really carries. S2W is a pretty fun mission if you go for the side objectives, but playing it normally, it's really just okay. There's something I forgot to mention earlier. If before you play the mission, you go to the base where it takes place and destroy all the equipment you're supposed to, you're greeted with this when starting.
Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. Hold it, Miller. It's already been destroyed. What? The comms equipment? All of it? All of it. Well, great work, boss. Mission complete. I guess it all worked out in the end.
God, I love this game. That on its own is enough to take it from C to B. Over the Fence is fine, but nothing above that. It's really bogged down by the base that it's in. Just don't like the structure. C tier. Where Did the Bees Sleep is pretty good. The feel of scratching the surface of something much larger is a nice way to end it. It's fairly replayable due to the ways you can go about getting the honeybee, and it's really the first mission that feels like an event. A tier. Red Brass has a really nice feel to it. The eavesdropping is just something I vibe with. Gives me that spy feeling I like in a game like this. The side objective with the prisoners in another base was nice too. A tier. I don't want to relive Occupation Forces. Back Up, Back Down was fun as fuck. Its hectic feel adds something I wasn't expecting to the game, but welcome nonetheless. And the side objectives add a lot to it, making the replayability pretty high. It's a perfect S tier. And finally, Angel with Broken Wings is solid. The feel is the best part of it. What with following Malak but not leaving the others behind and the escort being sympathetic, it's nothing amazing, but it certainly gets the job done. B tier. Now, it's time we get to business. This is the first mission where I have to enter on foot. Because it starts in an area of the map that I haven't explored yet, there are no drop points there. So we're going on a bit of a journey. This time, because it's an important mission, I've decided to finally don the new sneaking suit. I really like the design of this one, it might be my favorite, and its benefits are really nice. It has damage resistance, and when you're crouched, the footsteps are inaudible, meaning you don't have to slow down when creeping up on somebody, you can go full speed ahead. Alright, off we go. Oh, wait a second, what's this place? Are these ruins? Looks like there are tons of places to cover behind, but that couldn't mean anything. Could it? Why does that always work? Convenient timing. We were just talking about you, Quiet. We finally meet. The giant enemy sniper. Looks like we finally have a real boss fight on our hands. Kaz wants us to move past her to get to Huey, but fuck that, I want a challenge. A classic Metal Gear sniper duel. First, let's get our bearings. Step 1, mark her. Funnily enough, my directional mic is picking up... humming? So you think you could take down Big Boss while practicing your singing, huh? Famous last notes. Because she's got me zeroed, she fires as soon as I get out of cover. Or even before, as a means of scaring me. Trying to shoot at her, she jumps down from her vantage point and just disappears, removing the marker. So now I have to find her again. This is already building up to be a great battle. It's very similar to the end. Well, I hate to burst your bubble, last sentence, but it isn't really. I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but this fight is really disappointing. As I said, it's trying to be a successor to the end. That fight is one of my favorite boss battles ever, and I know I'm not alone on that one. It's so cool because it's so different, you know? All the other fights in the series are these intense 1v1 death matches with these energizing songs playing, but the end was a silent game of predator and prey. You're the prey, but it's up to you to become the predator. What, don't you want to be a predator? And it was by far the fight that had the most freedom of gameplay in it. I honestly think that that fight at least partially inspired the gameplay loop of 5. You can be boring and just search by walking around, but you could also use your directional mic to find him, watch closely for the gleam of his scope, track his footprints, you could even capture his pet bird and let it lead you right to him. And from there you can shoot him or hold him up, which doing so 3 times will award you with a useful new camo. He doesn't even shoot you with bullets, he hits you with tranq rounds so your aim will get shakier. And if you lose all your stamina, he doesn't kill you. He takes you to jail and you have to make your way back to the boss area. You can't save scum to just go back to the start of the fight either, because you'll find that when you load, Snake fell asleep, so back to jail with you. But hey, if this doesn't sound up your alley, that's fine. You can just turn the system clock forward so he dies of old age. Or you can kill him when you see him earlier on. It's a great fight, you really just have to play it yourself to understand. Play MGS3, it's a good game. Now to move on to Quiet over here, it's just so much more shallow, like this river. To start, the arena is way smaller. The Ends fight spanned 3 different areas, meaning there was a lot of ground to cover when it came to finding him. Here, it's just one, and it isn't that big. It might be larger than one of the areas in 3, but you can get around much faster because you can sprint now. You'd think that you wouldn't want to do this, but there's really not much punishment. When the end spots you, he just shoots, leaving you next to no room to dodge. It was to stop you from being careless and running around everywhere. Occasionally he'd say something before shooting, but it's not like you knew where it was coming from. So if you rolled into cover after hearing him, you could just be making yourself an easier shot for him. When Quiet spots you, you see a warning reticle pointing toward her exact location, so you can dodge accordingly every single time. And from there, you know where to aim. If you think her disappearing when she runs away would add much challenge, not really. You still see the dirt being kicked as she runs off, and she'll more often than not move very close to where she last was. So while you still can lose her, it's more than possible to keep her in your vision for the entire fight. And even if you did lose her, the directional mic is just a button press away as opposed to it being its own item that takes up the weapon slot. And her humming is constant, so you'll have a much easier time hearing where she is. In contrast, your audio cues for this old fuck were just his breathing and the occasional voice line. On top of that, her range of movement is pretty limited, especially in the beginning portion of the fight. If she leaves that first spot on her own, she'll definitely go to the top floor of this structure, and if you shoot her, she'll definitely go to this part right next to it. When it comes to attacking, it's also been made too easy. First of all, look at how much damage I did with a sniper shot in both games. It's a big change, isn't it? If you use the unupgraded sniper, you'll do a smaller amount of damage, but that would certainly not be your best one at this point. And so maybe you're thinking that going with non-lethal weaponry would make it a bit trickier. Nope, Trank Sniper does roughly the same damage, if not more. This wasn't the case with the skulls, why now? And now you must be thinking, what if I go for doing it without any firearms at all? Would that even be possible? Well, that's a very specific request, but I guess that's not a bad idea. Hell, it's even a side objective. Well, that certainly makes it trickier. If you're a locker-bound dork. If you played the game, you already know the trick I'm about to pull. Okay, I admit, that's pretty funny, but half her health? Really? She'll fall for it again, by the way. So once you've marked her again, the battle is over. Now, I still know what you're thinking, which should probably make you concerned by now. I praised the game for rewarding players who think outside the box. Why am I upset about it here? Well, this isn't your regular run-of-the-mill mission. This is a boss fight, and spoilers, not counting the skulls, it's one of two. I know, what the fuck, right? But we'll get to that later. So I naturally feel like it should be a little more time-consuming. But hey, maybe this fight still sounds like it could be a challenge for you. Okay. Then maybe I should pull out my trump card now. That's right, I've been holding out on you. You want to see the biggest fuck you to the game designers who spent weeks making this fight? Take it away, boy. He marks her for you. You just have to bring him with you to this fight and be within at most 60 meters depending on your bomb level in this pretty small arena, and you just win. He's such a good boy, but like, come on. Didn't we just go over that she likely doesn't excrete anything at all, not even sweat? How can you even sniff her out? There's a pretty fucking easy solution to this, and that's to either not let him be able to do this during the fight, or just make Dee Dee not available until after the fight. I just got him like 2 seconds ago. Just push it forward a little bit. It's not that hard. Overall, underwhelming. This counts as its own mission, so I'm gonna rank it a D. Disappointing as hell. So, after beating her, she goes and has a laydown at the center. Let's get a closer look. Dig the outfit, very tactical. Wait, aren't you the assassin from the hospital? Didn't I set you on fire? If that didn't kill you, the 5-story drop should've. Didn't I just say this like 2 seconds ago about Paz? Why do characters not die from fall damage in this series except me? Her ability to move super fast like that is pretty similar to the skulls, so it's fair to say that she's one of them, which must make the theory that she works for Cypher true. So then, she'll just be a threat moving forward. You know it has to be done. No, I may have had a mild slip-up, but this is still a killless run. We can make this work. Unfortunately though, this brings my cause points to -1. He really does not like the idea of bringing her back to base. Ocelot does though, which gives me 1 point for him. We do our best to be courteous to our new guest, but the second we look away, she escapes. How rude. Alright, guess we'll just have to deal with her again when the time is right. I would drop myself back off, but this whole thing made me a bit tired. Let's rest up one more time and then we'll get Huey. So, Pequod, got any family back home? Parents? Kids? Wife that you hate? No? Okay. Whoa, what's going on?
Confirm. 1 bogey on our 6. Steady at 0.4 miles.
Oh, okay, now you want to talk, but that's an issue. We've got ourselves a cipher plane. We have flares attached to ward off missiles, but there are only so many of those. Could this be it for Big Boss and Pequod? What's up? I guess Quiet was just chilling in the helicopter invisible this whole time. She borrows my sniper and very easily takes out the pilot while he's jetting past us. Where was this skill earlier when we were fighting? Well, no use hiding anymore. She recuffs herself and stays for the ride. But we shouldn't relax just yet. We've got a Cypher helicopter now. Wait, that's a Diamond Dog helicopter. Excuse me?
No way she's setting foot on this base!
Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You gonna have me killed, Miller? Try it, pussy, you won't, no balls. Quiet, go ahead and show them your fall damage immunity. Alright, that was a little weird looking, but we'll work with it. They've got her surrounded, but she disappears again. It's time to activate thermals, because there's no way they could possibly find her while she's invisible like that. I mean, there's no way you just couldn't even. Now, Ocelot and Kaz are bickering as to whether or not they should open fire or put her in the brig, but once again, I'm gonna have to agree with Ocelot. I didn't go through this much trouble just to have her blasted on my property. We'll make her nice and comfortable in a cell on the medical platform. If she didn't attack anyone now, why would she do it later?
That woman!
I know. She knows our location. Either way, one of these days we're gonna have to kill her. When the time comes, I'll pull the trigger.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. In the meantime, let's stop dicking around and find that Emmerich. Now we can drop right at the ruins where we left off and make our way to the place known as Sirach Power Plant. There are a few outposts to look out for on the way, but nothing to worry about if you use a new breed of stealth. See? D-Horse isn't a one-trick pony. The power plant itself is nothing special. It's one of the smallest enemy bases yet. Sticking to the edge is more than enough to stay out of the enemy's line of sight. Alright, beyond this door should be our man. In we go. Getting inside, we find an immediate treasure trove. Firstly, there's Huey, so our main goal is already right in front of us. But then we also have Skullface, a bunch of XOF soldiers, and... Is that Rex? That can't be right, it's not supposed to exist for another 20 years. What happened to that other Metal Gear that grabbed us? Seems Huey and Skullface are having a bit of a debate. Scully's ready to launch this here gear, but it hasn't been properly tested yet. It doesn't even have an AI core, but it seems Skullface isn't concerned with that. It doesn't need an AI. By the way, Huey's talking doesn't exactly seem like he's being held hostage.
I share your urgency, but we need more time to finish it.
Analyze transmission. He's been in contact with Big Boss.
Right. Planning on leaving us, Doctor?
Huh? What?
I'm taking your legs back!
Christ, get an adult diaper, you fucking bloodline. Seems Huey's use is about to run out, but not before doing a small amount of final work for him. So he takes him away with this mini Metal Gear. What the fuck is going on in this cutscene? And the rest of them disperse. We hear he's being taken to the Soviet base camp, but that's a big place. We should probably figure out where specifically he is. Just like in Phantom Limbs, there's an intel file for that exact thing in this first area. Alright, now we have to make our way out. This time it's a bit trickier, what with extra guards being added and even a gunship. Magazines have been a consistently good way to go for this particular part. The guards simply need to be distracted, but even still, there were quite a few close calls. Alright, let's ride. While we're on our way, Ocelot gives us something to chew on. Now that he's gotten a non-misty look at him, he can confirm that Skullface is indeed the commander of XOF. But he hasn't worked for Cypher in years. He and Zero had a falling out, so That's a pretty big deal. That must mean that our enemy thus far, and the group that attacked us 9 years ago, wasn't XOF working for Cypher. It's been XOF operating on its own. Cypher might not even factor into this at all. Now that I think about it, all this burning and Mujahideen killing doesn't feel like something Zero would be down for. To my knowledge, all he's really done so far is manipulate the governments and the economy and all that jazz. Snake even says himself in a tape that this all seems off. Who knows what Zero's up to? But right now, Skullface is the real mastermind behind all our misery. To Huey. I made it to the base camp. As opposed to the power plant, this is one of the biggest bases in the game. It's giant, with tons of guards walking around, and even some of those little gears from earlier. Looks like they have to be piloted, so they ain't some sort of gecko light. Doing this during the day sounds miserable, so I'll treat myself. I'll swap out D-Horse for D-Dog, and I'll sit back and relax with a smoke until the sun goes down. Going at night with DD makes this base a breeze. A slow breeze, but a breeze. I still need to take my time and watch my corners, but as opposed to earlier bases, it's not quite as nerve-wracking. One thing you might want to be careful about is that there are some snipers posted on the top of these structures. I tend to take them out because when you fault in them, it's unlikely anyone's gonna see. Alright. This is the place. There are 2 guards posted at this door, but they kinda suck at their job. All it takes is a magazine to let me and a dog through.
Who are you? Snake?
Oh, hello there, pseudo-boss.
It's not you, is it?
Huh? Do we look that different?
Hey! It's just a machine.
Ah, fancy meeting you here. I see you've made some new legs. That's cool. I've made a new arm. But, Hey! Gonna have to take him for a second. Yeah, sorry. Miller's orders. It's also kind of funny. Alright, target secure. No sign of Strangelove, though. Figured she'd be here, too. I'm sure she's nearby.
Hang on a second. Let's use the walker gear I developed to escape. There's a special one here at the lab. Only I can activate it, and I'll tell you how to operate it.
As he says, this walker gear is available if I want to use this to escape. Kaz doesn't like the idea of using Huey's inventions to escape, but Ocelot does. Another choice. Well, I tried using the walker gear, but it's kinda disastrous for stealth, and I can't exactly fight in this thing as we're still a killless snake, so I'm gonna actually agree with Kaz this time. Nice, we're out of the negatives. It's a straight shot to the exit from here. There's only one guard in the way, but he is a mere drop in the bucket. Wait, you called the chopper here? Are you fucking dense? Now the base is alerted and everyone's shooting at it. Ah, Christ, I made it so far without using bullets. Fucking Kaz. Alright, let's go before anyone sees us. Come on.
Sahelanthropus? How?
So that's the metal gear he built for the Soviets.
Impossible! It can't be active!
Doctor, you're as useless as I thought. This is the real Sahelanthropus. You and your friend will die here. Behold, today is the day weapons learn to walk upright.
hominids, it's a sahelanthropus. How did they complete it without...
Afghanistan is fucking weird. I guess we should go over that. So apparently this thing is called Sahelanthropus. That's the name of one of our ancestor species from 7 million years ago. One of the first we know of that could walk upright. Pretty clear inspiration there. Considering the head, I guess this was the Metal Gear in the cave. It was just collapsed to fun size. As Huey said, it shouldn't be active as it needs an AI to pilot it. But when Skullface said it didn't need one, he wasn't bluffing. The Psychic has control over it. Why he's taking orders from Skullface, I don't know. Trying to engage with it is useless, as you saw. It's invincible, so all you can do is lose it. It'll shoot out some little hovercraft to find you, but they're easy to eliminate. You need to either lose it, or shoot the Psychic when he appears so the chopper can safely touch down. And once it does, you're in the clear. That was intense. Pretty loud way to end the mission, wouldn't you say? Overall, I had a lot of fun with this one. The only real gripe I have with it is the side objectives. They're really lame. One is to literally get a poster from a garage in the base. Riveting stuff. But everything else about this mission is pretty top-notch. The roleplay, the replayability, and especially the feel. Oh man, was the feel something for this one. Easy S tier for this mission. So, as we've reunited with an old friend, we threw together a welcome home party.
Why do you suspect me? What did I do? I'm on your side. What about him? Miller was in contact with Cypher 9 years ago. He was working with them.
You're not exactly in the position to be pointing fingers, Huey. He won't budge on any of XOF's plans. No details, just a bunch of whining. He's making himself pretty difficult to defend. After all, it's hard to believe that he was forced into upgrading his designs in every way, to the point that the thing could walk upright. I'm sure he was only asked to do what he did with Peace Walker again, but he just couldn't help but one-up that. But nothing's making him talk. Miller even tries re-breaking his legs, but no, nada. Well, that's not entirely true. We got some cassette tapes from the interrogation where he gives us some fun facts about Sahelanthropus' design. I'm sure he just can't help but talk about his creations. Apparently it was originally going to be manned. It even still has a cockpit in the head.
And I plan to fill it with water as a buffering agent. Like how Paz modified Zeke for human control. Don't compare me to some amateur.
I guess in a way it is operated by a person now. When it comes to Strangelove, she wasn't even involved. He says that Sahelanthropus was entirely his work. Somehow I have a hard time believing that. I think he's protecting her by refusing to disclose her true location. She would have to suffer the same fate as a traitor if we did find her. Noble, in a ratty kind of way. When asked where Sahelanthropus is now, he claims he doesn't know. But after some more of that Ocelot brand torture, anyone would crack. It seems it's been moved outside of Afghanistan, all the way in Central Africa. Looks like there are 2 open worlds. We won't be stuck with Sandal Game, huh? And one more thing. While Sahelanthropus is big and spooky, it's not really enough to cause any real chaos within the world governments. They're searching for something else in Africa. Something much more dangerous.
He claims that what they're doing in Africa is the missing piece. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
Meaning it's not just another nuke.
Hey you! What a productive day of participating in war and absolutely no gaming. Let's take a rest back at Mother Base.
Nice work today, boss.
Thank you, Pequod.
Welcome back, boss.
Yep.
Another successful mission.
Not really. I wasn't able to seduce that guy.
Great to see you safe, boss.
Raging Alligator, we need to have a serious chat about what happened last Thursday. Don't think I forgot. And then there's you.
Snake, you stink.
You know, I came back here to take a shower. Not a cold one, mind you, but I guess I'm good to go now. Well, anyway, let's get back down to business. Well, with Huey's info about something big happening in Central Africa, we've expanded our contract boundary to just there. And pretty quickly, we get a big job. They want us to blow up a gosh dang oil field. But we shouldn't just waltz into this unknown territory without knowing the unknown. The goons we're sneaking past this time aren't Soviets like in Afghanistan, but rather private militaries. You see, apparently when Big Boss quote-unquote died, he left behind a quote-unquote legacy that Cypher needs to be stopped no matter what or who does it. So tons of people have set up their own mother bases, whether they be on ocean or land, and the majority of them work toward building a nuclear weapon to point directly at Zero's house, wherever that may be. But of course, Big Boss never said any of that stuff about Cypher. He wanted nothing to do with them, and we still don't really. Our beef's with XOF. He didn't want to stand up to them, let alone with nukes. But all of these militias played a game of telephone over the years and landed on that story. They were so entrenched in this lie that they didn't notice the truth right in front of them. Now, how does Central Africa factor into this? Well, it's not quite as relevant as the story in Afghanistan with the Mujahideen. All you really need to know is that there's a civil war going on, and both the Republic of Angola and the Republic of Zaire had a bunch of land in the border region that needed watching over in the meantime. And so, 3 of these private militaries, or private forces, were hired to look after it. The CFA, Rogue Coyote, and Zero Risk Security. While most PFs are rivals, these ones aren't very much. They've got an agreement to stay on their designated land and not bother each other, unless it's to do business. But you can bet your little tutor that they'll be hostile to us. Maybe most private forces idolize us, but there are still plenty that only exist to capitalize on the war market. And that's the story. In order to not have to clarify which military is which every time, I'll just be calling the enemies PFs. So, on to the mission. There's been an oil spill that's contaminating the water supply. One of the PFs were hired by a group going by UNITA to guard the place. But they weren't told to do anything about the situation, so the oil just keeps leaking. So it's up to us to go in there and blow it to the heavens. Let's do it. Immediately, we could see the effect that this oil spill has had on the place. The ground that we landed on is covered in oily sludge. I can only imagine what it's doing to the drinking water. Making our way to the first outpost, we could see that things might be a little different here. Back in Afghanistan, the majority of the place was sand. But here, there's greenery, dirt, both clean, dirty, and oily, and more concrete. I'm gonna have to be much more particular about the camo I bring with me in the field. The guards are the same with their AI. Although it's worth noting that UNITA supplied them with modern weapons. We'll die quicker in a fight. But overall, there shouldn't be much to make things more Are those children? Child soldiers. They've been in the series since Metal Gear 2, but I never thought we'd see them this up close. Did UNITA hire this PF to train these kids, or are they just doing it for their own purposes? Either way, we should definitely avoid a fight. I don't want them getting caught in any crossfire. Alright, I've gotten far enough to call D-Horse. Although I'm covered in oil thanks to crawling around in it, hopefully it won't make me easier to spot. And if it rains, then I'm just fucked. Jesus Christ, things are really bad here. I didn't even go off the beaten path and I found a burnt down village, complete with piles of charred bodies. Really wearing that age rating with pride this time, huh? Well, I could still save one poor soul. Fly, my child, and live another day. Alright, oil facility. What we need to do is shut down the transfer pump and then blow up the oily water separator tank. Neither are working as intended anymore.
That smoke is loaded with sulfides. It would certainly explain the acid rain in the region. What? Never seen a chimney before? Wait, you're not getting any ideas, are you? Don't go playing Santa Claus.
So for the first major base we're going through in Africa, this is pretty hard. Trying to get to the separator tank is a major pain in the ass. There's always at least one guy guarding the entrance and 4 guys patrolling the area. The best you could really do is to let them see you, move away from the gate to check, and pray that they don't turn around before you're done picking the lock. I don't think I've ever gotten in here without some sort of trouble. A trick I learned recently is to hang on the ledge and work your way across from there. You're still very visible from there to some guards, so you have to be careful about when you drop down and come back up. Either way, I've rigged it to blow. But the explosion is definitely going to shake things up in the base, so before I do that, let's go to the transfer pump. This part isn't nearly as difficult, but it takes a lot more patience due to its narrow path. What the fuck is this? I thought this was an oil facility. And those tumor-looking things... What is this? Alright, no time to think about that. Let's blow this separator tank. Ah, shit, were there people near that? Ah, fuck, I didn't think about casualties. And are those walker gears? I thought that was an XOF thing. I don't know, man. I keep fucking up the kill list run, and there are child soldiers, and I've seen 70 dead bodies since I got here, and I don't know what's going on, and I'm covered in oil. I just want to go home. Well, I don't actually have to escape the base to beat the mission. You see, I have a new trick up my sleeve. You remember the Fulton upgrade I got that let me take vehicles? Well, that's not all it can do. There are large metal crates holding various materials scattered around both maps. Boss, that container is filled with feces. Bring it back to base. It's sure to be useful sometime. With the upgrade, you can Fulton them as well. And if you stand on top of one when doing that... I love that you can do this. It's never told to you, so you have to figure it out yourself. And one time I saw it and was like, what would happen if I Fultoned it on top? And ever since I got my answer, life has been on the up and up. And with that, we passed the mission.
You were born for these sorts of games.
Side objectives-wise, it's nothing too special. There's one for extracting the walker gears that enclose the base after the explosion, and another for escaping before they can enclose it. But I took care of that one with my getaway plan. There's also one for extracting the 4 child soldiers, but at this point that's really annoying. The Fulton isn't equipped to handle children. The whiplash would kill them. Although it didn't damage a puppy, but they probably didn't think about that. So I had to bring each of them to the helicopter. And to get that done faster, I had to put 3 of them in a car and drive all the way to a drop-off point to put them on. But then there was still one left, so I moved the helicopter back to where I started to bring that kid there. I wouldn't recommend doing this until you have the proper upgrades. With that done, we're free to roam the fields of Africa and take more jobs, as well as side ops. They aren't very different here than they were in Afghanistan. Highly skilled soldier, little lost sheep, heavy infantry, etc. But don't worry, it never gets old. Although there is a unique one. Apparently there's a legendary gunsmith patrolling one of the outposts here. It's a regular soldier extraction side-up, there's nothing special to it. But what's worth noting is that he is actually a legendary gunsmith. And joining the R&D team, he grants us the ability to do something I have been waiting for. You can now customize weapons. And hoo boy, is this totally worth it. It's a pretty standard customization system, but in a game like this, it's incredibly useful. Because you can take a weapon that has strengths and weaknesses and then buff out those weaknesses by using parts from a different weapon. For instance, I have a tranq sniper that doesn't have a silencer, but I do have a lethal sniper with a silencer, so now I can take that beautiful cylinder and put it on the delicate rifle, and then color it blue to emphasize that it's not lethal. You know, kind of like how reptiles have some markings on them to indicate that they're poisonous, except it's the opposite this time. But you could make an absolute shitpost of a weapon if you want. Just look at this freak in nature. Or I can make the Patriot, but with a silencer. That probably would have helped its original wielder. If you want, you can give your non-lethal sniper an underbarrel grenade launcher to give it a better air of tranquility. Or you can give it a tranq pistol because fuck it, why not? Let's give our gun a gun. Speaking of repetition, Huey's got something he wants to tell us. You remember that walker gear we used to run from Sahelanthropus? Well, he's gone and made some upgrades for it, and now it's ready for use in the field. In fact, it's not just counted as a vehicle, it's a buddy like D-Dog and D-Horse. Ladies and gentlemen, meet D-Walker, the multi-purpose speedy freak of mechanical engineering. As opposed to our other 2 buddies, this thing's a bit more complicated. To start, you might remember that I said walker gears are pretty bad for stealth due to its large size and loud footsteps. And it's also not very fast, pretty sure I can get to places quicker if I sprint. Well, this was taken into consideration for D-Walker. It now has 3 forms of movement. First, it has its regular jog. It's most useful if you want to traverse rocky terrain, that's what Metal Gears were given legs for after all. But with the press of the X button, the legs collapse into themselves to make room for wheels. And these wheels make far less noise than footsteps. Using this mode along with giving it proper camo makes stealth surprisingly not so bad. But wait, we're not done. Now that we're in wheel mode, if we then hold square, we start burning some rubber, and it's the fastest way to traverse the map. No vehicle can match D-Walker's speed. Its turning can be a bit strict at times and the swerving is a little over the top, but aside from that, it's the best way to travel. But again, we're not done, because D-Walker has its own arsenal of weapons. It has the mounted Gatling gun at its side that it did before, but you can swap it out for a missile launcher, a high-voltage stun gun, or a Fulton ballista that does extraction work for you. But to add on to that, it's got guns that pop out of the torso. A set of handguns, silenced trank guns, or even submachine guns. But hold on, you still think we might be done. You neglected to notice its arm. While the older Walker gears had one to lift things, this one can do much more. It can punch people into the air for an instant KO. You can give it a machete to swing around. Or you can do CQC with the robot. Robot CQC. Now, you must be thinking, well, does this metallic god figure have any downsides? And the answer is, of course, kind of. If you happen to park D-Walker too close to an outpost and a guard sees it, he'll immediately open fire. If they see D-Dog or D-Horse, they'll just shoo them away because they're animals. But a weird-looking Walker gear is a bit more suspicious. And if you let that keep happening, it'll eventually break down and have to be taken in for repairs. But that's all undone by the fact that you very quickly get an upgrade for it that gives it the ability to use stealth camo when you have it parked. And that's about everything so far for D-Walker. We have a portable metal gear at our disposal with guns, strength, and most importantly, speed. Poor D-Horse, right? Yeah, unfortunately, he's kinda obsolete now. He still has two things above D-Walker, and that's that you can use your own weapons when riding him, and who can forget a new breed of stealth. But aside from that, Huey's invention just outclasses the stallion. A pretty big advantage that it has over D-Horse is that it doesn't take any fall damage. Just look at the comparison here. So, we unfortunately won't be seeing much of him anymore. Damn robots taking all the horse's jobs. At least I was able to raise his bond up all the way. Now I can change his color. I made him black as opposed to the boss's white horse, as a way of saying, Jesus Christ, the boss would absolutely not want this, but I'm a gamer, so I'm gonna do it anyway. Alright, now that we're done horsing around, let's get back to business. This next mission was only really taken as a means to assist us. Apparently there were some British fellas that were taken prisoner by one of the PFs. They're being interrogated for some reason, and we've been asked to rescue one of them, known as the Viscount. The reason we took this job is that much like the Soviets in the beginning, I don't understand the language that these PFs are speaking. In this case, Afrikaans. And neither do these British prisoners. So the interrogator is going to be accompanied by an interpreter. So basically we're gonna snag the interpreter along with the Viscount. Let's go. We don't know where exactly the Viscount is, but we do know that this interrogator-interpreter duo will eventually get to him. But first, we have to tail them and sit through their first little chats with the others. Stealth is more vital here than in any mission before. If they even enter caution mode, they could choose not to go to the Viscount, or worse, have him killed. So we really need to be patient and careful. But as long as we're forced to follow these guys, why not see if there's anything interesting to hear? Well, it seems this PF is upset about that oil field incident and believes these guys have something to do with it. There was some shady business involving the oil field rights acquisition, but apparently all the intel the British received came from an anonymous source. That's all that's needed from this one, and it's time to move on to the next. But maybe we can do a better job getting intel from this guy with our hospitality tactics. The location of the next interrogation, Kaziba Camp, is kind of a cruel place to put it. It's crowded, guards are everywhere, but with some tenacity, we can find a snug spot to listen in. Understandably, the PF doesn't believe that they would go for information about the oil field rights based on some rando's words. But it's the darned truth, and the Viscount is the one who relayed this intel to them. Honestly, the Viscount seems pretty fucking shady himself if this is what got him into this mess. All this tells the interrogator is that he'll be the one to cough up what they want to hear. From here, they start walking for about a minute in one direction, before turning around and going the opposite way as if they know I'm here and are fucking with me. And I'll tell you, it did fuck with me. But if we snoop around while they're doing that, we can find an intel file showing the exact location and route that the Viscount is being taken. We could go and grab him now, but honestly, I'm curious to see what the man has to say for himself. So let's just go to the interrogation point and listen in one last time. The Viscount doesn't know who the informant was either. He kinda just tells them to go fuck themselves, but then for some reason seems to get upset when they say they're gonna kill him. What did you expect? We've heard all that we need. Time to rescue this weirdo. And of course, take the interpreter as well.
Roger.
Snake, do you like my windshield wipers? Not so fine Peter anymore, my brother. That's right, I'm a fucking helicopter now!
Well, that takes care of that, so now let's talk about the other stuff. I kinda have a love-hate relationship with this mission. Love for the reason that it's one of those missions that gets made significantly shorter with better knowledge. If you remember where the intel file said the Viscount was being held before interrogation, on repeat playthroughs you can just run straight to him, mission accomplished. I like that, it rewards players who pay extra attention. Now the side objectives kinda fucking suck. It's all average stuff on the surface. Mainly listen to all 3 interrogations and rescue all the prisoners. As I said before, the second interrogation is a bit tricky to listen in on, but it's doable. But what you might not remember is that I didn't show myself rescuing the 2 in the camp. That's because it's really hard without getting put on caution mode. Before the interrogator and the interpreter start walking to the Viscount, they decide to hang out in the house right next to them for like a whole minute. And it's only right after they're done with that and move far away enough that the other guys kill the prisoners. You have an extremely small window to rescue them and not get in any trouble. And then there's the Viscount interrogation itself. You might have noticed that I didn't have the best angle when I was listening in. Well, there is a better place to look from, a window right on the very house it all goes down. But I wasn't able to do it from there because of a glitch. When you're too close to the Viscount, the interrogation never starts. They all just stand there for eternity. So I had to go back a checkpoint and be a little further away. No biggie, right? Well, the last checkpoint was before the second interrogation, which was a whole 10 minutes earlier, by the way, because even though the duo drove here in a car, they decided it was a good idea to slowly walk in the wrong direction before slowly walking all the way back to the interrogation room. But whatever, I'm here and I've got some distance, and where the fuck is the Viscount? He should have been here by now. Turns out, a different glitch has occurred. The guy who was escorting the Viscount just stopped moving after about 10 feet and went back to his post, leaving the Viscount just lying there again for eternity. Give this guy a raise. I assume this was caused by one of them not loading in properly or something. So after once again going through the second interrogation, I made a beeline to the Viscount to make sure they'd start moving, and then went to my distance position to wait for another 5 minutes. And that is how you're seeing this footage. And all this for one side objective. Time I will never get back. But yeah, good job KJP for making this mission, but like, fuck you KJP for making this mission. Anyway, turns out the Viscount's shadiness was for good reason. He was the one behind the whole oil field rights shenanigans, and he was willing to screw over this PF doing it. So it makes sense why they were pissed off about it, honestly. And when people started to suspect him, he tried to pin the blame on the first few British people he saw, which could very well have gotten them killed if I hadn't put 20 hours into this mission. To top it all off, turns out the client who put us up to rescuing him was him. And he never told us to rescue the others. We'll put him in Mother Base jail and try to reform him into joining, I don't know, the mess hall. I don't give a shit. We have all that nonsense out of the way, but something's been bugging me about what happened 2 missions ago. What were those bodies in the oil field? Every one of them in view had these awful, I want to call them tumors, but to be that large and that pronounced? I guess it's possible, but with that many of them having 2 in the same exact place, cancer isn't contagious. And another thing, the walker gears. Why are they there, and why do PFs have their hands on them? They were made by Huey and only belong to XOF. Could it be that they've been giving them out? According to Ocelot, they've hit the black market, and now anyone with money can have one. Makes sense, they're extremely useful. Especially mine. I suppose we can call this a smooth transition because the next job is about the walker gears. An opposing force has contracted us to eliminate the bipeds that the PFs are using in an abandoned village they're post. Although, once again, we're only taking this job to fuel our own ambitions. If we destroy someone's supply of walker gears, they're gonna need a resupply. So they'll call up where they got it from to buy some more. You see where I'm getting at? Doing our own sleuthing, we can get to this supplier and deal with their skull-faced leader. My, what dastardly scheming. My mustache is twirling with anticipation. So, admittedly, this is kind of a nothing mission. There are 4 walker gears placed in the village, but it's not like they're scattered around. There are 2 in one area at the edge and 2 on the other side of that same edge. It's a short crouch walk from one to the next. Sure, there are some guards in the way, and the killless run is making me extract the mechs instead of blowing them up as to not accidentally hurt anyone near them. But it's hard for me to talk about my experience here in more than a few sentences. Side objectives wise, there are some prisoners in the camp. Besides that, you have to extract a random truck and funny flowers once again. That's it, that's all there is to it. One thing I'll give this mission is that because it's so simple, you can beat the entire thing in the helicopter ride to the starting point. Just select the base as a drop point and shoot the walker gears down with the mounted gun. So that's a point for player freedom, but it's not the only mission where you could do that either. C2W, the one with the comms equipment, can also be done that way. And to be honest, it fits a lot better with its placement. That one happens when you're still learning the ropes, as opposed to this one where you basically have everything down already. And I feel like we're past things being this easy. So this mission really feels out of place as a result. Although it is admittedly pretty funny imagining Pequod being like, "Okay boss, we're near the drop zone. Get ready to exit the..." Oh, it's done already? Damn, good work, let's go. You want McDonald's on the way back? I will say that it's impressive that it took us this long to get to a mission like this. Unless you want to count episode 2, but I don't. I won't hold it against the game.
Mission complete, boss. I'm in love with you. Ever since we first met, I've been imagining our future together. I may only have one arm and leg as well as partial blindness, but I'll tell you what's completely intact is my heart. As well as my very large penis.
As we predicted, they called for a resupply. Tracing the call back, we find out that the ones doing the supplying is a company called Saner, which, fun fact, was the company that owned the oil field. An oil company also supplying mechs to private forces? Very suspicious.
So Saner was just a front for Cypher.
You mean XOF, right? Was I not supposed to figure out that Cypher has very little to do with this yet? Seemed pretty obvious when Ocelot said that Skullface was no longer associated with Zero, but maybe that's just my big smart brain. Either way, this leads wonderfully to our next mission. It seems that the distributor isn't being compensated with simple money. The area of Africa we're in is home to many diamond mines, as well as sources of gold and all that fun stuff. There's a convoy facilitated by various PFs that regularly take these materials to a mysterious buyer. All very heavily guarded, mind you. It's likely that this buyer is XOF, but it's doubtful that they just want some diamonds in exchange for all these walker gears. There's probably something much more valuable to them, or even us, in this convoy. We are to track it down and steal the valuable materials to throw a wrench into XOF's plans. Easy enough. The escort unit is supposedly stationed in this camp, but by the time we get here, they've already left. According to a helpful bystander, though, there's an intel file on where they're heading in the camp. Apparently, the goods are being held by a truck currently in Nova Braga Airport. The escort unit is currently heading there to get the party started. With D-Walker's superior speed, I can easily beat them there. Really quick side tangent, but I had to hide a few guys in dumpsters in this mission. Am I the only one bothered by the fact that they visibly disappear before you shut the lid? Couldn't they have just made them despawn like a second later? The airport's a big place, but luckily the way I entered from was pretty close to the target. As usual, we could just extract the truck and leave, but I'm sure we'll hear some juicy pieces of intel if we tail it for a while. The escort unit arrives fashionably late. If we've got 2 armored vehicles guarding this thing in a pretty quiet part of the country, just how valuable can this stuff be? Well, according to the transport driver, even the people who facilitated this don't know. In fact, a rumor started that if you look at the truck's contents without permission, you get possessed by God. I mean, it is a Kojima game, I guess anything's possible. Anyway, let's get moving. The convoy moves kinda slow, so my impatient ass kept getting caught because I wanted to move faster. That's my own fault, but I still wanted to say it because I like talking to you. They stop at a different guard post and the transport driver has another talk with a guard about even more supernatural things. There's apparently a jungle around the border where a bunch of PF soldiers have gone missing. They say it could be ghosts doing it, but something about that reeks to me. I just don't know of what. Kinda like if you have a pet that pooped in your house, but you don't know where they did it, so you keep searching around the house to find where oh, they're moving. Lastly, they stop at Gazeba Camp. One of the guys stationed there insists on checking the cargo. Apparently, there's been a bad disease going around and they need to make sure the truck doesn't have anything contagious in it. I don't know how you're gonna find a pathogen with the naked eye, but I suppose you're welcome to give it a shot. Alright, I've heard enough. It's time to take this truck and go home. Oh. Is that why people thought they'd get possessed? skulls. But I guess XOF decided to bulk them up a little after I destroyed the last batch. Now they're stronger and more durable. And I'd say that that's a very welcome addition. They're pretty tough now. A full clip of an assault rifle doesn't do them in anymore, and even if they did, they don't give you many opportunities to hit them that much. They move around much more, making for fewer windows to attack. That also makes their attacks less predictable. It's easy to feel overwhelmed fighting them. The move the old ones had where they strengthen the mist has been replaced by an armored state where their skin turns rocky. It's easy to get rid of, but they certainly don't make things any less stressful. I actually died against these guys once or twice. Luckily, as the convoy contained a few armored vehicles, we can use them to fight against the skulls. And I'll say that it does make the fight a little more elementary. I mean, with how much damage I deal to them, I'll be done with them in a little while. Honestly, at this point, I'm considering taking the truck and hoping they don't want to destroy that. But then I remembered, oh yeah, D-Walker.
You defeated the skulls. I can't believe you took those things out.
Nothing beats science. Well, I'll say that was a lot better than the last Skulls battle. I feel like I actually achieved something by beating them. This calls for a celebration. Man, this joke would have fucking killed it in 2012. Cracking open this truck, we find some malachite, a material typically used for jewelry. But that was likely used as a front for the real cargo. Yellow cake. If you're unaware, it's a type of uranium used for nuclear weapons. That's very strange for 3 reasons. Most PFs have an interest in taking down Zero, but the 3 in our area of operations are only in it for business. They have no reason to own Yellowcake. Secondly, we already deduced that XOF is after something much larger than a nuke. Would this new threat also require nuclear power? And thirdly, there was only a small amount in the truck anyway. A single container's worth, which can't make any warhead. Why would XOF be interested in such a minute amount of this stuff? None of this has really gotten us any closer to XOF's front door, it's only left us with more questions. We still don't know what this weapon to surpass Metal Gear is, we don't know what their goal is, and we don't know what the deal with the oil field bodies was. Trust me, I've had my intel team on the case. They've been scouring the land looking for any semblance of an answer to these burning questions, but alas, nothing comes of it. And that seems to have blown up in our faces, because 2 of our intel team members have been kidnapped. Ever since that oil field business, the PFs have kinda hated us. We've been fucking up all their jobs since we've got here, and we always manage to slip away before they can retaliate. So now that they've got their hands on some of us, they're gonna enjoy venting all of their annoyance onto them. This is bad. If either of them dies, not only will it weigh on my conscience, but it'll be a huge hit for morale. You see, though, there's a massive problem with this. We're already busy with a really important mission of our own.
Or the man himself, Sephiroth, who was voiced by Lance Bass of NSYNC. Time to dodge this, meet your fate.
So, for the first time, I'm gonna have to leave this mission in the hands of a allied member of the combat team.
They're counting on you. Don't let them down.
Prior to his extraction and indoctrination into Diamond Dogs, this soldier lived a cozy life as a commander in the Soviet army. His skills in battle were seen as borderline superhuman, and he was always on the front line, saving hundreds of his own comrades in battle. He was even recognized by then Soviet Union leader Yuri Andropov for his extreme bravery as well as his undying loyalty to the motherland. But beneath that unshaken exterior lied a man of wavering faith. Was he on the right end of this conflict? He would never join the filthy dogs in America, but was the motherland any different? He wondered if his time was truly well spent laying waste to the Dushman in Afghanistan, especially because that laying waste was no more than a standstill. During this era of his life, he was most well known for saying, "If a superior told me to kill a civilian, I would kill him instead." A quote so profound that any soldier in earshot needed to walk away to truly soak it in as well as hold back tears. But it was soon after that he made his first true mistake on the battlefield. He always had a soft spot for American music, and when the hit song Kids in America started to play on the radio, he let his guard down to hum along with the chorus. And that's when he was taken by Big Boss, and Silent Mastodon was given a new purpose in life: to serve Diamond Dogs with the confidence he lost in the Soviet Union. Since then, not only have his talents been of great value to the rest of the combat team, but he's even been given multiple service crosses for sticking his neck out to save his brothers in arms while out on deployment missions. Big Boss eventually took notice of him and silently put him on the top of a list only elite members had their names on. If Big Boss were busy with other important matters were an emergency to occur, the person on the top of the list would take care of the problem in his stead. The last one to be at the top was the field medic during the Peace Walker and Ground Zeroes incident, but the vacancy that is passing his left has now finally been filled. Godspeed, Silent Mastodon, and good luck on your quest. I had Huey make an extra D-Walker in case Silent Mastodon were ever to need one. If anyone besides Snake deserves the convenience, it's him. As it turns out, the first intel agent was already in the process of escaping. There's been a search team sent out to this little spot where they think he might be. So Mastodon believes he'll find the agent around here as well. Some might call that a foolish decision, to walk into a den of enemy soldiers off the potential that the target is there. But to a soldier of this caliber, it's not an issue. He doesn't even have the greatest weapons, and yet he takes down his adversaries with ease. While he has some trouble finding the target, he does find a lone eye droid. Only diamond dogs have them, so it must mean the target is nearby. But as he finishes scanning it for any viruses, because he's a very careful man, reinforcements arrive. Heavies. They've only been shown to take damage through explosives and extremely heavy impacts from things like vehicles. But if Mastodon does anything like this, he'd give his position away for sure. But then it hits him. A trick that Big Boss taught him personally. A throw so powerful it'll knock anyone out, even if they're padded with armor. He hasn't tested it out since he first learned it. Can he replicate it on the fly? Please work, he thinks as he paces toward the guard. Another job well done, Mastodon. And thanks to his hyper senses, the impact of the second guard hitting the ground let him find the target through echolocation. Now it's time to go for the second one. Apparently they're in Kaziba camp. Hearing those words, Mastodon has a brain blast, remembering a time from years ago when Big Boss was telling him a story about one of his missions. He recalls hearing about a Kaziba camp with 2 British prisoners. They were being interrogated next to some cages. So he searches for cages and quickly finds them. And of course, in a nearby hole lies the second target. This one's too injured to be Fulton like the last, so he has to be carried by Mastodon's big strong arms to a helicopter. Out of empathy, he tells the wounded soldier to let out all of his woes, and he'll take them head on. Apparently, the PFs were blaming Diamond Dogs for the disease. While Mastodon doesn't have any context to this, we do. There have been multiple references to a disease throughout the game. The last mission mentioned one going around, the bodies at the oil field are probably the result of one. Even back in Afghanistan, the extraction target from Angel with Broken Wings said his village became victim to a disease before it was burnt down. If these are all connected, then there's something really weird going on here. If those bodies are an indicator of what this sickness does to you, do you think the village was burned because of it? Hopefully this information will be relayed to Snake. Either way, we can consider this another successful mission for Silent Mastodon.
On behalf of all the Diamond Dogs, thank you.
No, Master Miller. Thank you for making such a good pick for the mission. Big Boss will be relieved that his men were saved without any issues by such a hero.
But for now, I bid you farewell.
Huh? Oh, he did it? Good, good. Alright, now that I'm caught up on the plot, although I don't know why the videos took that long to explain all that, we can get on to our next mission. We've been contracted to eliminate a commander of one of the PFs. Once again, we have our own reasons for taking this job. This commander is planning on starting a side gig involving nuclear weapons trading, which seems really weird to me because, I feel like that's a bit of a difficult market to just dip your toes in. Any government, corrupt or not, would not let that slide. But if he is telling the truth, he might have something to do with that yellow cake shipment. Problem is, we have no way of knowing where he is. Luckily, he has a subordinate that's set to be meeting with him, although it'll be heavily guarded, but, when is it not? It shouldn't be an issue for us. First, we spot the subordinate and see that he's taking 3 of his own goons to this meeting. We need to tail them. They make a stop at a nearby outpost, although this time it's not to chat with another soldier. No, they're switching vehicles to shake anyone that might be following. Joke's on them. They take a really long time getting there, like a whole minute and a half. It's the same thing that happened in Lingua Franca. The guards just move way too slowly sometimes. Don't want to be late for the meeting, do you? By the time they got in the second car, I was eager to move and accidentally got spotted. So I had to sit through that whole thing again. Again though, that was my fault. Good thing that the spot of the meeting is really close to here. Now we have the commander in our line of fire. But you know the drill, let's listen in on what they're gonna say. It's more about this mystery disease. Way more people are dying from it than I thought. Whole merc groups are being taken out by it. But aside from that, the nuclear weapons trading is brought up. He doesn't seem to know much about it, but he does know that one of the other PFs is targeting some old man involved with it. A new player enters the ring. But now it's time for the old extraction. There are way too many guards gathered together in one spot for me to be able to do this cleanly. Is what I would say if I didn't have plans for a situation like this. Remember when I said the stun arm was worth upgrading? Check out my greatest technique. Perhaps it's a bit overkill. It takes a long time to charge, but the reward for doing so is practically a gift from the Rain transformed. Honestly, I'd say the stun arm is the best bionic arm just for that. I have a rocket arm too that acts as a remote control flying fist, and that's cool and all, but come on, right? The results speak for themselves. I'd say doing that makes up for the lame-ass side objectives. The only real one of note that I haven't done naturally is that there's a prisoner in one of the bases. But like, whatever. I guess that explains why they took so long to change vehicles, but that doesn't mean I like it. As was implied by the meeting, the commander says the nuclear weapons trading was nothing but a smokescreen. He just doesn't know what it's a smokescreen for or who gave him the orders. But we can make an educated guess on who it was. And again, he brings up that an old man is on their list. Questions keep piling up, but there's nothing much we could do about it right now. Well, while we wait to get any more jobs, let's do some side ops. I will say, I think Central Africa is a much better place to explore than Afghanistan. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate Afghanistan, but when repeatedly going through side ops, it becomes very annoying to traverse. Firstly, although sandstorms can be advantageous to us occasionally, for the most part it's just an annoyance when moving around the map. In Africa, the only weather besides clear sky is rain. It dampens your footsteps and cleans any blood you might have on you. The only downside I know of is that guards will wake up a bit faster when they have rain being pelted on their face. But aside from that, it's simply another one of God's gifts to us. Secondly, Afghanistan's map is mountainous, meaning there are generally more linear paths. So let's say you have a waypoint for this direction. You hop in your car or your buddy of choice and go that way. But then it crosses your mind to bring up the iDroid and whoops, you've been driving on a path that doesn't lead to your destination at all. Time to turn around, go all the way back, and on the right path. On top of that, a lot of bases don't have a way around them. So again, if you're just trying to get to a waypoint, you're gonna have to sneak through at least one base that has nothing to do with anything. Doing this over and over and over again gets pretty grating over time. The box fast travel system does alleviate this somewhat, but as I said, it only works if the base is in business as usual mode. And if you get caught in one place, they're gonna alert all nearby bases that you might be around. So when you get to a fast travel point, the base it's in will already be on caution mode for the next few in-game hours. So now you have to clear the whole place out so you could fast travel, or go far away enough and use the Phantom Cigar to pass the time until they go back to normal. And even then you have to not get seen at all going to the fast travel point. It's a whole thing just because I want to go and extract a highly skilled Soldier 7. Moving over to Central Africa, the place is way more open. Instead of mountains, the map is filled with open fields, so you can move straight to nearly any point with ease, and almost every base can be moved around. Doing side ops here is so much less of a burden over time. Well, that is, if side ops weren't already becoming one. Yeah, I think it's time we talked about that. The side ops were an absolute rush job. At first, it's fine. Extracting highly skilled soldiers, prisoners, disposing of mines, it's all harmless fun. And of course, there's more than that. There are 7 main types of side ops. Technically 8, but one is extracting an armored vehicle unit and the other is extracting a tank unit. They aren't really different enough to be considered unique from each other. Although, I guess if I wanted to add that simplification, I might as well say that there are 3 types of side ops. Because it really comes down to just 3 objectives. There's nothing all too interesting to shake things up between them. All that really changes is the geography, and maybe there's one obstacle in the way. Highly skilled soldiers are always in the same exact place on replays, so it just becomes a pattern of going to that place, knocking them out, and extracting them. And most of these have them right in the center of the base they're in. So because I'm not giving it 100% like I am with the main ops, I usually get caught and maybe die. Fun. Prisoners are basically the same thing, you just don't have to do the knocking out part. And the same issue persists with their usual locations. Heavy infantry can't be damaged with normal bullets. Okay, big deal. As we've established, explosions blast off their armor without killing them, so tranks and CQC work just fine. Although, I will say that having to go through that song and dance to extract each heavy soldier is starting to get really annoying. Especially when some of them aren't even a very high rank and end up leaving Diamond Dogs anyway. It would probably be better if I could just... Never mind. The armored vehicle and tank unit side ops are probably the most challenging and enjoyable out of them, but that's not exactly saying a lot. Basically, there are 1 or 2 vehicles, 1 or 2 groups of 4 patrolling the area, and 1 or 2 snipers positioned. Occasionally, you might even get a helicopter thrown in the mix. If that sounds like it's enjoyable to take on, you'd be right at first. But again, doing it over and over really wears down the psyche. Side ops are unlocked when you finish main ops, not when you finish other side ops. So let's say you're developing a weapon or you have a deployment mission going and you're waiting for it to be done. Naturally, you're gonna want to do something in the meantime. But sucks for you, you already did all the side ops available. I guess you could do them again. Or how about if you're strapped for GMP? Side ops are basically the fastest way to earn more, at least at the moment. So you're gonna be doing them so many fucking times that you'll know each of them like the back of your hand. And you're also going to hate your hand. If I were to offer one of my trademarked AskYourUncle solutions, it would be to simply add more detail to each side op. That doesn't even have to mean gameplay variation, more so just extra context. For example, let's say you walk into a base where a highly skilled soldier is. When you enter the mission area, maybe you could have Kaz say something like,
"Your target is a real sick bastard. He works for free as a game developer, and according to the intel team, he spends 20 hours a day modeling the feet of NPCs. Like, he models unique feet for every NPC. And this is a Rockstar game, so that's a lot of toes. I don't want to shame people for what they like, but just extract this guy so we can put him in quarantine."
And just like that, it feels a lot more unique from the others. Of course, that would mean having to have a separate story for each side op, so that would cost poor Robin hours of voice recording time. But I'd say that'd be worth it. If I were to push my luck when it comes to making requests, I would also like some gameplay variation. So maybe you could add a little note at the end of each call like,
3 p.m. is when he starts his 4-hour break, and he doesn't spend that time sleeping. He claims he needs to appreciate that time with his thoughts. What the fuck does that mean, boss? What the fuck does that mean?
And then make that actually the case. My point is to put a little gimmick onto the side ops. At the very least, make them tougher. Make prisoners heavily guarded, make heavy infantry immune to CQC damage, make highly skilled soldiers actually highly skilled. Most of the time, they're a lower rank than all the other guys around them, and they're always just as easy to take out. Make their senses better, make them faster, give them better weapons. Maybe they take 2 CQCs to knock out and love to use grenades. I'm not saying you should do exactly these things, but something would have been nice. As it is now, it's the worst part of the game, and that's a real bummer. It could have been one of the best had more time been put into it. Really makes you wonder, was this the plan originally? Did KJP intend for the side ops to have such a little variety? Or was a certain looming sense of dread and urgency to blame? Maybe if the game had more time in the oven, or even if the team had fewer restrictions, we would have gotten a much better selection of side content. I'm not saying that Konami was for sure the reason that side ops suck, I'm just theorizing. It's hard not to do that when talking about this game. Well, while we're on the subject, we still have another variety that we haven't gone over. More MSF soldiers have popped up around Central Africa. Again, either there are literally thousands of these guys all wandering aimlessly around the globe, or this is all one massive coincidence. This time I went for a different strategy. The box won the last guy over, but how about if I play some love deterrents on speaker? Once again, that seems to have done the trick. But, I don't know, I'm still kinda salty over those first 2 guys wrecking my shit, so honestly, I'm probably gonna stick to the violence route from now on. There's another unique one that I have here, and that's apparently another intel agent extraction. We really have to train these guys better. Well, at least I'm available this time, so I don't have to burden Silent Mastodon again. It's all the way back in Dawan Dehar. The last person I needed to rescue here was Kaz. Wonder which intel agent it is that I'm saving.
He was on the staff at Mother Base 9 years back. Get our men out of there, boss. To say he's a critical VIP would be a massive understatement.
It's Kojima, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. Next! Paz still isn't budging when it comes to remembering her true self. I keep handing her the pictures the MSF soldiers are giving me along with their lunch money, but she just can't leave this character she's created. She's so entrenched in this lie that she can't see the truth right in front of her. Although, some time in the field let me think for a bit. If Paz could survive all that exploding and crashing into the ocean, why couldn't Chico? He was a tough kid. He went through torture on multiple occasions and survived both times. The horrors of war lifted its skirt and showed him every gruesome detail, and yet he prevailed. For him to just die like that? It's not fair. I'm sure we all think that. And I'm sure Kojima thought that too, because he was originally supposed to return. There's some concept art you can find from the game of what was supposed to be Chico as an adult. There are quite a few interesting details to point out. At the top right, you can see what he was supposed to look like without the hood. The hair is similar, if a bit more ruffled, and the terrible scarring would make sense. We all lost something in that crash. Snake lost an arm, Kaz lost an arm and a leg, Paz lost her memory, and I suppose he would have lost his face. Next, the coat itself. Its bright red coloring is reminiscent of Paz's raincoat from the beginning of Peace Walker. And if that isn't a giveaway, then the giant peace sign should be. Perhaps he was mourning the loss of the girl he truly cared for. Either he wouldn't have known she was truly alive, or maybe she was truly dead in this earlier version of the game. Although that seems unlikely based on an unused voice clip where it seems Snake talks to Paz about him.
Chico wanted to see you too.
Based on the wide variety of blades at his disposal, it can be assumed that he was going to be the ninja of the game, but a much more rough and grotesque version of one. Likely not cybernetic either. Quiet seems to have been able to survive and gain superpowers after what should have been a life-ending incident. Maybe whatever treatment she got would go to him as well. There was even a specific location in the game file set for where you would meet him, literally labeled as Chico Village, which on top of being an interesting detail sounds like a place that billionaires would love. It seems pretty likely that he would have been a buddy based on even more unused voice lines from Snake where he yells his name as if to call him over.
Chico! Chico!
Side note, but there are actually a ton of unused Snake voice clips in the game, and it's a shame that they're never used because some of them are pretty funny.
Ah! Are you blind?
No, it's just bright is all.
Are you blind? Consecutive! C! Q!
That's the boss I know. You're pretty good.
C!
Give it a rest.
Q! Not yet. It's not over yet.
Now, as for his potential relevance to the story, there was a leaked script that came out in 2019. It said that he survived and ended up where else but Central Africa. And then Amanda herself calls you up to request that you put him out of his misery. Again, based on those voice lines, we can assume we took him back in instead. We can wonder what could have been all day, but nothing changes the fact that in the final version of the game, he's dead. And as I said before, it's just not fair. He didn't deserve that, and his absence makes me hurt. It's like there's a phantom pang in the back of my head, and it— fuck, my head again! Well, I guess we'll leave Pasta her business and head back to ours. Actually, while we're still on the medical platform, there's a certain prisoner we need to visit. I'm honestly surprised Quiet hasn't put up a fuss since getting here. Ocelot even loosened her cell door to see if she would try anything, but she never did. It would have been extremely easy for her too, what with her abilities. In fact, I'd venture to guess that if she wanted to kill us while we were lounging around Mother Base, we'd be dead by now. Could be that she was genuinely holding back during our battle. She's determined to prove her trustworthiness to us. I just don't know why. Speaking of her abilities, the folks at the medical platform have been studying them, as well as her behavior. As her name implies, she never speaks. She refuses to even write things down to communicate. I assume there's a reason for that, but, you know, she can't tell us. Something else worth noting here is that she hasn't needed to eat or drink since she landed. She turns away anything given to her. And it appears that it's because despite all logic, her body is photosynthetic. Whenever she takes in water from the cell shower, her body begins almost digesting it visibly. And the sun also feeds her. That would explain why she's refusing to put on any clothes. Okay, I should probably stop ignoring the elephant in the room. I'm using a mod for Quiet currently. The outfit she's wearing here is not the one she does in the base game. I'll make this quick, as most of you already know. In the base game, Quiet shows a lot more skin. This gained a lot of controversy back when the game released due to it feeling like needless sexualization. Of course, the reason given is that she's photosynthetic, so she needs to not wear clothes to breathe. But the End was also photosynthetic, and he always wore a ghillie suit. It's kinda silly that she's dressed this way. You've likely heard this all before. My opinion on it is that I honestly don't really care. It's not my game, and Stephanie Jewston, the actress who played Quiet, doesn't give a fuck, so why should I? But then why did I go all Reddit and censor her with a mod, you might ask? Well, first of all, how dare you? Second, the reason is rather simple. YouTube. This is a long series of videos, and this is definitely not the last we'll see of her. The guidelines may allow this for now, but mark my words, they won't in a few years. This website is one of the most unstable ecosystems on the planet. Do not put it past them to age restrict something like this. I put a lot of time into this, and I don't want to be slapped with limited ads over something so minor. So that's why I'm using this mod. It's pretty good. Link in the description if you want it. I'll be comfortable using vanilla footage with her in it if she's not the focus of the shot. Trust me, if I didn't have to worry about this whole thing, I wouldn't have bothered with censorship. It's not like I want to be that guy, I just kinda have to. I mean no disrespect. Back to what we were talking about, it's time we took her out into the field. Wait, what? Yeah, it seems she's been eager to join us this whole time. She even tried to once, but Kaz was able to put a stop to it. But now, Ocelot's giving us the opportunity to give her a chance. Well, she did try to kill me, and her basically letting herself be captive here is pretty suspicious. But on the other hand, she did save me, and more importantly, Pequod from that fighter jet. And her skills would be useful in tandem with mine. And And if I keep her confined here, morale might start taking a hit. It seems everyone on Mother Base really hates her, and if they get too riled up, they might... Well, I was about to say hurt her, but... Well, someone might get hurt. Alright, for the good of Diamond Dogs, I'll test her skills in the field. Oof, 2 points down for Kaz this time. He must be listening in from somewhere. But at least we have another point for Ocelot. And thus, we've earned our fourth and final buddy. Quiet the Sniper. The only human buddy, too. And much like D-Walker, she's a bit more complicated than our four-legged friends. As you would probably expect, she mainly acts as a spotter and scouter. When out in the field, you can order her to move to any base of your choosing. She'll go there ahead of you with her super speed and circle the place a few times to scout for enemies. By the time you get there, she should have a bunch of them pre-marked for you. As great as D-Dog's marking ability is, it does have a flaw. When you mark someone, they stay that way forever. But for the dear boy, it's only a semi-mark, meaning if you move too far away, they fade back into obscurity. When Quiet is in scouting mode, however, she fully marks them. To that extent, she's really designed to be used for long periods of time in the field. As much as I shat on side ops, she does make them marginally more strategic and enjoyable. It's very convenient being able to walk into basically every base that a side op is in and just have everyone already marked. The only people she can't are those she wouldn't be able to see. So Dee Dee still has sensing people and buildings over her. Dee Dee can also spot plants, animals, and mines, while Quiet is restricted to only seeing enemies. As a plus, when she's en route to where you tell her to go, she sometimes drops ammo and suppressors for you in case you were low. That is a very appreciated bonus. Thank you, Quiet. But surely that's not all she can do, right? But of course, she is a sniper, not just a spotter. Although, when you just unlock her as a buddy, she's really not that useful as one. Her first weapon is an unsilenced lethal rifle. Even if you weren't doing a killless run, that's really not that good. And the only command you can give her is fire. All she's good for right now is shooting helmets off of soldiers for me to take them out non-lethally from there. In fact, occasionally when she takes someone's helmet off, reflex mode activates so you can take them down easier. That's pretty cool, but it happens kinda rarely. And even then, everyone else hears it and starts attacking her. Much like with normal people, she can't take too much damage, or else she'll have to withdraw from the battlefield. And what makes it worse is that she lets out a terrible scream when she gets shot. Ugh, I feel that. Also, when she's aiming at anyone, she starts humming like she did in the boss fight. It never stops. I don't know why they thought this was a good idea. She has a bond level, much like the other live buddies. And so she has unlockable abilities as well as unlockable equipment. First, she'll get a trank sniper, which is better for me, but it's still unsilenced, so still not that great. But then she gets the ability to cover fire, meaning she shoots anyone she sees as quickly as she can, which again is better for me, but she would still be in trouble with her current weapons. Which is why you should get her to nearly full bond so she can finally get a silenced trank rifle. And once you have her at that point, you can definitely make an argument that she's the best buddy. Because now, not only can she scout ahead for you, but she can also get started on clearing them out, and she'll last way longer due to having a silencer. She can be used as a very good distraction while infiltrating. If you have her shoot a guard where others will see it, they'll of course start freaking out. And from there, you can have her move to different attack points for every few shots, so they'll basically never find her. It requires pulling out the iDroid a bunch, but it's worth seeing them scrambling around like idiots trying to find a ghost. So yeah, kinda lame at first, very good with time. I wouldn't recommend letting her bond go up naturally over the course of the game, because then you're just going to be stuck with her limited arsenal and abilities. But isn't raising her bond a time-consuming process anyway, what with her being a human and therefore more complicated to make happy than a dog or a horse? Well, yes. How did you know about that? I didn't... Anyway, there's a little cycle of actions you can do to make it go up really fast. And it goes a little something like this. Deploy to either map and begrudgingly do a round of side ops. Have Quiet scout as much as she possibly can for everywhere you're going. When you encounter any guard with helmets, have her pop them off. If you see any supply drops she's left for you, pick them up, even if you don't need it. Once you're done, head back to the helicopter and then just stare at her. For a good 10 Mississippi seconds. Studies have shown that this will raise your bond with anyone. Try it on the next good-looking stranger you see on the train and report back when you've gotten hitched. Now go back to Mother Base, specifically the medical platform. She'll go back to her cell because if she doesn't, Kaz will be all like, we can't let her walk around, I hate women, give her the shot already. So just go there and hang out for a minute or two. She likes the company. Call the helicopter again, stare into her soul for a little while longer, and go back to doing side ops. Rinse and repeat until you've gotten all the upgrades you so desire. For me, it required 80% for that silenced strength gun. That took me about an hour or two of doing that cycle. I'd say it was worth it. As I said, there's an argument to be made as to whether or not she's the best buddy. Although I'd say she has weaknesses where D-Dog doesn't and vice versa. I'd say they're equally placed at top tier. And then there's God tier with D-Walker, but we'll get to that. Anyway, now that I have all that bond grinding out of the way, it's time to head out and continue on. But first, now that we've cleared another chunk of missions, it's time to give them their grades. Pitch Dark was a very solid introduction to Central Africa. It hooks you with the immediate problems that are visible and reels you in with the tone escalation. The normal play ain't half bad either. It's only really weighed down by its replayability and side objectives being very average. A tier. As I said, Lingua Franca is a really good, awful mission, but I have to try and be objective here. The feel is great. I still love getting pieces of information you wouldn't get otherwise through listening in on conversations and interrogations. The replayability is also fairly high due to that intel file. However, the sheer glitchiness of the side objectives are way too hard to ignore. I think B fits if I'm being generous. And I only am because next mission is my least favorite so far. Footprints of Phantoms is way too thin on stuff to do. I can't really give it anything higher than an E because of it. Sorry if you like it, but I don't. Fuck you. Trader's Caravan is great. The side objectives are nothing special, but it's made up for by everything else. Catering to my borderline creepy love of eavesdropping, as well as buffing the skulls to be a genuine challenge, really does it for me. S tier. I didn't experience Rescue the Intel agents myself, so I sent a message to Silent Mastodon and asked how he felt. Here's what he wrote to me. It wasn't the best mission, to be sure. Its premise isn't really taken advantage of and just feels like a prisoner rescue side-op with extra bells and whistles added. Adding on that the side objectives are extremely lackluster and we have a mission that you don't ever need to go back to. As a side note, why doesn't this mission follow the naming gimmick that the rest do? All the other titles are vague allusions to what the mission is about, but this one is just stating the objective. I suppose that fits with its quality. I would give it a D tier. Thank you, Silent Mastodon. Your choice in vernacular never ceases to captivate. And lastly, On the Trail is kinda lame. It would be very short if it weren't for the part where they take 3 hours to change vehicles. The side objectives aren't worth noting, and the only part I even remember is when I called upon the power of Zeus for a second. But that wasn't a mission thing, that was a me thing. D. You'll notice that this batch of missions was a lot more of a mixed bag than the first 12. While I do think the quality has dropped a bit, it's really not enough to say that it's going downhill. And there's still plenty of time to course correct. Let's see if they could do that now. So our next contract is a bit tricky. A group of rebels have been taken prisoner by a PF. Out of fear that they'll give out sensitive information, their general has contracted us to eliminate the 5, as well as their platoon leader who seems to have gone turncoat. Now's the part where I would say that I'm gonna extract them instead, but here's the twist. The general says that he knows our reputation for fault and recovery and is personally gonna make sure that we kill the lot of them. I'm not sure how I can get around it this time. They want bodies and we need to provide. Can I make it look like... No, that's dumb. Fine. Just this once, I'll break my rule, and what the fuck is that trumpet? Again, it goes away when I'm not hovering over this mission. I don't understand what's causing this glitch. It's happening on both versions too. The last time I played this loudly was before Occupation Forces, and that was the first mission that I... That couldn't be it, right? No, it has to be a glitch. Whatever, let's just go. The first location I'm heading to is Bampeve Plantation, which is where the platoon leader is. The next place is Kongenga Mine, where the other 5 are being held prisoner. I'll have Quiet go to the mine and mark everyone there ahead of time while I take care of the plantation. This is what I mean when I say she can be used strategically. Luckily, the plantation has this hill at its side that lets me bypass most of the base. And the platoon leader is standing out in the open like a goddamn idiot. There's a price on your head, man. Come on. There has to be a way that I can do this without killing him. I really don't want to. Wait, is that an armored vehicle? What the hell are one of those doing here? They can't know that I'm coming, right? The base seems far too lax for that. Well, eventually it leaves, but if it comes back, I could be in trouble. Alright, fuck it, no more stalling. See ya, platoon leader.
Target confirmed dead. 5 targets remaining.
Huh. The last times I did that, they were either in a vehicle or off screen. I haven't had to look at them as I did it until now. Alright, to Kongenga Mine. Because I have Quiet with me, I'm restricted to using a car instead of having D-Horse or D-Walker. I know I'd be totally OP if I could use 2 buddies at once, but man, do I wish I could use 2 buddies at once. As I said, the car is just not the same. If you go into reflex mode with the other 2 buddies, you have a chance to retaliate before they go on alert. But in a car, all you can do is look at them while presumably saying, wow, clumsy old me, right? And again, it just does not handle going off-road well. If D-Walker hits something it can't drive through, you're able to quickly readjust through wheel mode or walk over it. But here, it's a whole thing. You have to reverse and then try again, and then it still doesn't work, and ugh, don't like it. Alright, made it to the mine. It's one of the more unique structured bases due to what it is. It's also got a nice alternate entrance for me to exploit. There's almost no resistance if you go in this way. That is, up until the cave entrance. This part of the base always gives me shit because there are at least 3 guys gathered around. I'm usually left picking the lock in a blind hurry. But once you're in, you're in. Okay, 5 prisoners. Just gotta put them down and leave. It's nothing I haven't done before. I mean, I'm Big Boss. The legendary mercenary has to get his hands dirty every once in a while, you know what I mean? It's a war, after all. Alright guys, hope you packed your bags, cause you're taking a trip to Oh, that changes things. But not enough. A paycheck's a paycheck. Sorry kids, them's the breaks.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Had to put a spin on the meme somehow. I told you, I'm not a monster, guys. That general can go fuck himself at this point. Let's get you guys out of here. One of them has a broken leg, so I'm gonna have to carry him. There's a path out the back of the mine that leads to a field. Pequod will meet us there. Problem is, that path is sorta long and has plenty of guards. And because of my own situation with the kid on my back, I'm not in the best position to pick them off. So stealth is very important here. I kinda like the helpless feeling you get in this part. But if you did as I did and raised Quiet's bond before doing this mission, she makes herself especially useful here. Having her placed in specific attack positions with cover fire on makes this much less stressful. Now the guards that she doesn't take out will be focused on finding her anyway. Alright gang, let's get moving. We're not too far from the RV. Okay, there's some cooties down there. Let's try and move around that. Okay, keep going. Oh, wait! Okay, let's go. The guards have discovered that the kids escaped, so now they're gonna be coming in from behind us too. Quiet and I are really gonna have to work double time. Now there's a damn gunship too? This is the worst. At least Ocelot's chimed in with his expert advice as usual. Alright, final stretch. Really doing this by the skin of my teeth. Oh, for God's sake.
They're on your back, hold them off.
Okay, can we all agree that that was justified? If I didn't do that, the kids would have gotten hurt. Again, self-driving car here. The only difference is that I don't burst into flames. Okay, fair point. Whew, alright, that was eventful. When it comes to side objectives, this mission is very weird. There's one where you have to get the kids to the helicopter before anyone discovers they're gone, which I'm pretty sure is impossible unless you take out everyone in the base beforehand. No one can see they escaped if no one's awake. And then there are 5 snipers to extract positioned in really remote parts of the map. They aren't even near either of the bases I was supposed to go. What the hell are they guarding over here? And lastly, the armored vehicles. There were 3 that were moving around the mission area, and it is so damn difficult to find all 3 without a guide. I tried, I promise, but I just couldn't do it and pulled up a walkthrough. We all do it from time to time, don't act all high and mighty on me. But the weirdest one has to be the side objective for getting the secret 6th child soldier that was hidden in that crevice near the mine. You know, the one with the feather necklace? Although I straight up couldn't find a guide for this one and had to find him myself. It's kind of a weird thing, but anyway. Looks like everything turned out alright. I got everyone back to Mother Base safe and sound. And the kid with the messed up leg can get properly treated. This is the first time in a while where I feel like we've done something good for the world. Okay, Kaz, you saw him coming. You walked into him on purpose. Whoa, what? What the fuck was that about, Miller? What? Why did I lose points for that? Well, that situation's dealt with. Time to reconvene at the chopper. Oh, actually, those capture cages I set back there, how did they do?
Is that a Tsuchinoko?
Perfect. Now let's go to the emblem menu, add the Tsuchinoko, change the shape behind it. Now let's add the word fat and snake. Fat snake, baby, fat snake.
Baby, that is
fat
what
snake.
snake.
We got ourselves a
Check the
fat
time,
snake.
because
I can't believe it.
Today is finally come.
While I was busy with the rebranding, one of the kids spoke to Ocelot. It turns out there's one more member of their little gang that got left behind. His name is Shibani, and he was their leader. When the group was kidnapped, Shibani was separated from the rest and taken to a place called Nzoya Badiabulu, which translates to the Devil's House. The locals say that those who walk into the jungle where it resides never returns. That sounds pretty similar to that tale the PF spun earlier about their soldiers going missing. Either way, this does not sound promising. In actuality, this Devil's House is an industrial zone that was abandoned for a long time. That is, until the land was bought out by Saner. That's right, the oil company that also sold walker gears. And I have a strong feeling that whatever's inside that place is another very separate venture. AKA, this is XOF's doing for sure. Either way, the kids have offered all the diamonds they got from the mine in exchange for rescuing him, taking contracts from children. When did we get so inclusive? Well, Shibani could also give us intel on XOF based on what he saw in that place. I guess we'll call it a win-win. Although, I can't help but get the feeling that we might be in a rough situation with something like a gunship or an armored vehicle. I mean, we did have to deal with both last time. Well, better safe than sorry. We'll take a rocket launcher. Let's go. We're entering uncharted territory with this mission. I haven't been down this way yet. And that makes for a rough start because the base you have to move past is extremely narrow. It's really hard to get through unnoticed. As icing on the cake, there are even more piles of bodies in this base. This place is fucked up, man. But when you manage to make it through, you'll see a truck. This gives me an idea. You guys remember Ground Zeroes? Me neither, time to hop in the back. As we're about to take off, we overhear a conversation that two guards have about a familiar sounding old man. Apparently, he's a nuclear weapons genius and is going to be able to mass produce nukes to give to everyone. Interesting. God, I love doing this. Kojima really hit the nail on the head when he decided to make the box a usable item in the series. Something primal in me feels satisfied being cargo on a truck waiting to be taken to my destination. Maybe I'm a box of ammo, or maybe I'm a new computer as a Christmas gift. Or maybe I'm a legendary soldier who's gonna knock you out when you try to open me. You wanna flip that coin on winning PF? Come on, open me, I dare you. Oh my god, is this a fetish? Seems that the truck can't make it all the way to the Devil's House, so the driver has to exit the vehicle and go the rest of the way on foot. Although he's told to be wary of the mist in the jungle. I assume that means to be wary of the skulls? Probably a good call to bring the rocket launcher. That's my cue to follow. Yeah, it's misty over here, alright. I'd say that's to be expected from an area like this, but you know what, let's keep following this guy. Maybe he'll be given more details on what's going on here. Once again, I must thank Quiet for marking everyone ahead of time. I can't see ahead very well, but thanks to her, I know to stick to the right. That's definitely the best way to go if you want to get jump scared by a wild dog.
Planning on jumping off the waterfall, boss?
Planning to keep your mouth shut, penis boy? As it turns out, he's not supposed to be going into the Devil's House. He's just keeping the entrance tunnel guarded. He doesn't even know what's there. In fact, the last guy that got curious and took a peek got killed by some XOF-looking goons. Well, now I'm really concerned. I don't want to just walk in there without knowing what hell lies within. I don't know, maybe there's an intel file in this tent.
Lured her out by telling her it was just a game. The girl was found shot once in the chest from point-blank range.
That sounds familiar. Alright, caution to the wind. Let's see what's on the other side.
You've reached the objective area. Now look for the target. I just hope he's alive.
Okay, so far so calm. Nothing's screaming danger at me, but yet I feel weirdly uneasy. Well, I'll just have Quiet positioned outside and she'll let me know if someone's coming, somehow. Looks like a regular industrial zone so far, not much worth noting. What's this? Shibani is supposed to be in there? Alright. What in the fucking Devil's House is this? There's so much blood. And I guess these are supposed to be guts? Body bags everywhere too. What were they doing to people in here? There's some radios as well, playing 2 different languages, neither of which the PFs are using. That's strange, but I guess it's not the worst thing here. Is there a live one? He has an earbud put into his throat. Call me crazy, but based on the name, that's not where you're supposed to put that. It's those blue things. At least now we have a closer look at one. Yeah, they don't really look like tumors, more like just inner growths. Man, am I glad I have a robotic arm sometimes. Ugh. I think it's far too late for this guy. We should just move on.
What is that?
Oh my god. I don't have a funny joke for this. This is messed up. They all have earbuds in them, playing a bunch of different languages. Why? That's so bizarre. What causes this illness? Oh, I think that's Shabani. He's alive, thankfully. But he seems to be developing a growth of his own. Well, as long as it isn't full-sized, maybe he can be saved. The folks at the medical platform can work wonders. One time I had a cold, so Healing Wasp whipped out a taser and was able to... Spectacular timing, Skullface.
Enje må signet og bannetod. Nå går jeg bek, Kebban. You.
Me.
Burn with the rest of them.
Oh shit.
Get the fuck out of there!
Oh, you said the F word. That's new. Ah! Alright, change of plans. We're gonna shake this guy, turn back, and then we'll grab Shabani. Ah, that sucks. Okay, well, at least I can still escape. Can you stop? Okay, man on fire. If I recall, there was a way to stop him before, back at the hospital, but I'm kinda having a hard time remembering due to the panic I'm experiencing. Also, every time I think about the hospital, my head starts to hurt. Huh. I guess we're gonna be figuring it out again. I'm putting all the lead I can into him, but it's not even phasing him. Even shotgun blasts are only pushing him back a little. Alright, well, I have a hunk of metal on my back for a reason. Here we go.
He absorbed the explosion. Damn, he's about to counterattack.
Holy shit. I can't even run away from him. Thanks to the psychic, he can teleport. I'm really trying to think of a way to stop him, but I can't. Oh, I forgot you were here. Okay, maybe let's not do that again. Oh, a car. Perfect. Nothing can withstand my greatest combo. How are you still standing? Okay, now I'm really stumped. How the hell do I beat the man on fire? Okay, it's water. It's water. Yeah, I guess I should have figured. Gotcha. Well, while we're still here, let's beat the psychic too. Wait, what? What the? Why can't I hit you? I could do it when you were with Sahelanthropus, why not now? Oh, curse my hubris, why didn't I just leave? Well, it doesn't matter. I know how to beat him now, so this shouldn't be too bad. Huh. Didn't think that would work. Man, it is a good thing I keep a water pistol on me at all times. Well, let's bring him back home and see what this guy's made of.
Wait, you want to extract him? Good idea. I want to know what he really is. Get on with it, boss. He broke the cords. I'd call that good news.
Ah, damn. We already prepared a cell too. Alright, let's just get the hell out of here. Now, I really like this mission. Not only is the feel extremely good, but the man on fire was really fun to figure out. There are a bunch of ways to beat him that I didn't even show, but I'll leave them to you to find. The only downside to his appearance is that once again, it's spoiled in the credits. Still pissed about that. As for the Devil's House, I thought it was executed pretty well. Back in Ground Zeroes, I called the Chico tapes really tone deaf, because they were. So with the imagery here being just as dark, if not darker than that audio, you'd think I'd hate this too. But as opposed to that, this was foreshadowed for a while before. We've now spent a lot of time in this darker version of the Metal Gear world, so seeing things like this up close wasn't out of the question, at least in my mind. The tapes came in the prologue chapter of MGS5 and were not hinted at for more than maybe 1.5 scenes. And again, it only came right after the game where you talk to the funny Monster Hunter cat and fight funny monsters from Monster Hunter. The tapes did a bad job of being the tone setter, while this did a good job at being the result of the tone already established. Overall, this is a really good mission. Easy S tier. So Kaz is left with just as many questions as me. It seems that the man on fire is on Skullface's payroll, but why? And why did it seem like the psychic was controlling him too? And then there are the people in the Devil's House. What the hell was the deal with that?
And those lumps on their chests.
Those are called breasts, Kaz. Oh, you mean the blue things? Yeah, I don't know either. This is really hard to wrap my head around. But not as hard as breaking the news about Shabani is gonna be. Hey, kids. So, Shabani didn't want to come home. Instead, he just gave me his necklace for you to keep as a farewell gift. Yeah, turns out Nzoya Badiabulu is just one big party house. They had soda and an Atari. He was playing like Superman and Indiana Jones and other games. I'm trying to remember AVGN playing. Your friend's dead. Yeah, he's dead. I'm sorry for your loss. Alright, the grind never stops. Let's keep it moving. We've got another job for the taking. You see, there's this guy. He's a PF official and he's in charge of weapons deployment, meaning who gets what weapons. He's set to meet with a Western arms dealer in Novo Braga Airport. He's coming there to inspect the place. Our job is to eliminate the official before the inspection ends. Once it does, he's supposed to leave with the arms dealer by helicopter, so we're on a time limit. Let us commence. We've been to the airport before, back in Trader's Caravan, but we didn't see much of it then, so now it's time to explore it. The arms dealer hasn't arrived yet, so we have time to find the PF official. Oh goody, walker gears. I guess this inspection is a big deal. There's a main building that we haven't been in yet, so let's see if he's in there. The place is pretty cramped, so if he is, then listening in on this inspection might be a pain in the ass. By the way, I said that out loud on purpose, because I knew that if I did, he'd totally be in here. Law of inevitability and whatnot. I was saving us both some time, you're welcome. Well, we could grab him now, but I want to see what this inspection entails. So, all that's left to do is to wait for this arms dealer to show. I don't know how long that's gonna take. Oh, I forgot to put my phone on silent. That's very unprofessional of me, I'm sorry. Let me just take this real quick, okay? Hello? What do you mean Mother Base was attacked again? A rival PF? How did we let that happen? Well, I'm kind of busy right now. Can Silent Mastodon take this one? What do you mean you can't find him?
After giving chase for like 10 minutes, they decide they've had enough for the day and go to bed. In the middle of the night, Sora goes out to take a tinkle.
God damn it, I guess I have no choice. Let's hope I could settle this fast enough for the arms dealer to be on time for the inspection. Fucking cuz. So, it seems that the commander of a different PF took over part of Mother Base. It's not even one of the ones from Africa here to take revenge, it's a completely unrelated one. Luckily, they're not pulling an XOF and massacring us. No, they've only taken a bunch of Diamond Dogs hostage and are holding them ransom for our supplies. But I'm not just gonna let them walk all over us. I worked hard for those material crates.
Boss, that container contains biological material. I don't have my useless info compendium on me, so I'm gonna assume that means semen. Bring it back to base. I'm sure that at some point it'll be of use.
I'm gonna find their commander and make him stand down. From there, the rest should crumble. Pequod dropped me off at the side of the platform and drew a lot of their fire in the process. Okay, I really need to be careful about this one. If they find me, not only would I be in trouble, but they might kill some of the hostages. And I just wouldn't be able to stomach that. I should avoid knocking too many of them out because of that too. The less they suspect I'm here, the better. That won't be easy though, there are a dick ton of them. They did not go easy on us in terms of numbers. Extremely heavy use of the box is recommended for this mission. Some of the hostages are laying around, so extracting them is of high priority. I'd be saving them anyway if I just dealt with the situation, but the smaller chance of them being killed is a weight off my shoulders. Alright, I've reached the central platform. One of these assholes had a change of allegiance and told me where the commander is. He's at the top, of course. Getting up there is a bit tricky because this platform is kind of a maze. I really ought to know the layout of this place better. But thankfully, that pipe climbing trick I mentioned earlier comes into play here. Alright, here he is. He did this to us. All I have to do is knock him out, and then the rest will surrender. And then we'll send them back home. Okay, hear me out. They attacked us. They invaded our home and threatened to kill our fellow Diamond Dogs. And this is just a random PF. There are hundreds out there also desperate for materials in GMP. If our response to this was just giving their commander a little bruise and sending them on their way, that would be a bad precedent to set, right? Hey there, rival PFs, if you come and attack us, we won't be afraid to give you a slap on the wrist doesn't sound like a good deterrent to me. If they have basically nothing to lose, why shouldn't they take a swing at us? If they get something out of it, great. If they don't, there's always next time. No, I don't like that at all. They should be afraid of us. Attacking Diamond Dogs shouldn't even be a consideration for these guys. They need to know not to fuck with us. And the best way to do that is to chop off the head. I made the right choice. The rest got to live so they can tell the tale. But I suspect that just this incident won't be enough to deter all PFs away from us. Some have been around since well before we woke up from our coma. they're bound to be strong enough to take us on. So we should prepare for that eventuality. Kaz has set the final platform on Mother Base, the security team, in charge of their namesake. On top of that, we can now develop even more platforms on Mother Base, so we can further expand our army into something truly formidable. With these upgrades under our belt, we should be able to ward off any would-be home intruders. Or we can even do some home intruding ourselves. Yes, here is where the FOB system is introduced. FOB, of course, stands for fucking awesome, bro. Basically, all these other PFs out there are actually other players with their own Mother Bases. If they chose to, they can infiltrate another person's base for the sake of materials, GMP, and other goodies. There's a whole leaderboard for the thing. Very interesting. Okay, I'm sure you could tell by my manner of speech, but it's just not for me. If you were paying close attention to the rules I set in part 1, you may have seen that I wasn't going to talk about FOBs more than I need to. And that's because, quite simply, I don't really play games online. I've tried on multiple occasions. MMOs, online shooters, fucking Toontown, but nothing's ever captured my attention. And this even applies to games that only have partial online integration. I can't tell you why this is, it just is. One of life's great mysteries. So if I were to force myself to do a bunch of FOBs on top of everything else I'm already doing with this game, I'd definitely hate it. And as a result, I wouldn't be able to give you an unbiased or at least untainted opinion. I'd probably just say that it sucks based on the fact that I naturally view it poorly. I can't tell you if it's objectively good or bad, so instead, I'll let you form your own opinion by playing it yourself. Editing Uncle here once again, haha. So for the complete version of this video series, I originally wanted to go a bit more in depth on FOBs. You know, be a damn man about it and give you a real opinion on this pretty major aspect of this game that I'm reviewing. But unfortunately, these plans were cut short. You see, I set everything back up recording-wise, went back to doing FOB, and as soon as it started, I quickly remembered something. The internet where I live is shit.
Infiltration failed. Are you hurt? Try a little harder next time.
And this is with a LAN connection as well. I can get it working every once in a while, enough to get the footage from a minute ago, but it's not worth the headache of waiting for it to work all the time. So unfortunately, despite my minimal effort, I couldn't make FOBs work. I'm very sorry. What I will say is that the security team's arrival has opened up more equipment development options, and that's always lovely. Mainly, D-Dog now has a stun rod, so you could have him jump on the guy of your choosing and take him out. That's amazing. Oh, and there's also a points system. When you've racked up enough PF points, you can redeem them in this shop. You can get tons of materials and high-ranked staff. In the field, the absolute maximum rank a soldier can be is S. You can only earn S+ and S++ through dispatch missions and volunteers when you have high heroism. Also through FOBs, but you know me. But you could also get them with PF points. They're pretty expensive, nearly 40,000. It would be quite an investment to make. Now, you might have noticed that I have 6,800,000. Why do I have that much? I have no idea. I looked up what ways you can earn PF points, but I was greeted with nerd shit, so fuck that. I assumed they were earned through FOBs, but again, you know me, so I guess they can also be earned passively or something? But even still, this is a ridiculous amount. The only conclusion I can come to is that these were built up throughout the 3 playthroughs I made on the PC version, which is what you're looking at currently. I didn't know the PF points were even a thing until recently, so I didn't spend any until recently. And of course, for the video, I ended up spending nearly 600 hours on both versions. So I guess I just built up a shit ton without knowing. I probably shouldn't use these as it practically seems like cheating, but I deserve to splurge a little. I gave myself a bunch of S++ Intel members so I could develop this new version of the stun SMG that has an actually decent suppressor. That doesn't sound like much, but trust me, it feels like much. But yeah, with all these upgrades I've made and all the excellent new staff I've received, we should be safe. I mean, come on, who the hell would be ballsy enough to attack this bitch?
Damn it! This is our home. How can we let this happen?
How could you let this happen, you mean? Man, you must have been lying through your perfect teeth when you said most PFs idolize us. I'm so bummed now that I don't even want to do any more missions. Oh shit, the airport inspection! Shit, did I take too long? Oh, no, the helicopter's coming in now. Wait a minute, is it night again? Has it been a full day? Well, tardy as it may be, here comes the arms dealer. The initial conversation is nothing special. I'm sure the good stuff will come out once I start following them around. Although I will say that tailing these two is really nerve-wracking at points. As big as this airport is, they basically move through all the most crowded areas with all the walker gears. If even caution mode is triggered, it's all over. And the only checkpoint is before the arms dealer arrives. But luckily there are some breaks to this, because they go in the truck for a good part of it. And as hot and bothered as that makes me, it is also paradoxically somewhat relieving. In one of the hangars, they get to really talking. The PF official asks the arms dealer what they even plan to do with this airport. And the arms dealer's answer is, Well, less than ideal. They're gonna sell nukes here, or rather, kits for making them. Low-maintenance nukes that don't require that much yellow cake. This arms dealer and his people are planning to capitalize on this new market, as they predict they'll be paid with rights to mine the land for plenty of diamonds and oil. And this is already on top of them selling weapons for war. With all that, they'd be in it to make some serious Rockefeller money. Holy slime. This is so shady that even the PF official wants nothing to do with it. The agreement was for him to be moved out of this war zone after the inspection, but after that, he is done. Can't really blame him. And to add insult to injury, the arms dealer might have ties to XOF, as it seems he knows about the dealings at the Devil's House. Well, that's all there is to hear. Time to take the PF official. I decided to take the arms dealer as well. Maybe he has some information to give. The side objectives are worth mentioning for basically just one reason. One of them asks you to extract the material crates from one of the hangars. But if you'll notice, they can't exactly be taken to the sky from here. And at the moment, there is no way to be able to do it. This is the first side objective that's completely impossible at this point in the game. You don't even have the ability to craft the upgrades needed until way later. I just thought it was worth mentioning as it's the only one that's like that at this point. Aside from that, the helicopter drops a blueprint that you have to pick up, but there's not much else. It seems that this PF official ain't so bad after all. The people in charge of perpetuating the cycle of war in this area are the arms dealers group. And speaking of him, we put him in jail. He doesn't know anything that we don't. Even if he did have something to do with the Devil's House, he doesn't know why it was facilitated. He's not very skilled in anything either. He won't be useful to Diamond Dogs. So now I kinda regret not killing him. I'll say I am beat. So much stuff has happened since we got to Central Africa in such a short amount of time, and I haven't given myself much time to rest. It's just been non-stop. But you know how it is. As I said before, the grind never stops. Let's see what's next on the list. So, as was brought up quite extensively before, tons of people are dying from this disease, to the point that multiple bases are being wiped out with quickness. The only people it doesn't seem to affect are children. That would explain why Shabani didn't have a full growth. He was a teenager. So all those child soldiers being trained by the PFs are suddenly left with nothing. All they know how to do is fight, so taking care of themselves would prove to be an exercise in futility. But then out of the blue, a new kid shows up, and he knew how to do everything to survive the harsh environment. He quickly became their leader, and with his guidance, not only could they survive, but they could thrive as well. Due to him being the only one of these kids with light skin, he earned the name Nyoka Ya Mpembe, the White Mamba. Or as the opening credits for this mission say, Eli, good work guys. This group has gone on to become quite an issue to the locals. They've attacked and taken over a few other villages. And this is where we come in. Much like with that PF that attacked us, if we take down the leader, the rest should stand down. Although I'll be sure to not do this in the same way. After all, I am not a monster. Should be easy enough. I'll go in with nothing but stun and tranq weapons. And as to not put too much GMP into the deployment, I'll go it alone this time. They're just kids, and it's a small village I'm going to, so I can handle it. Alright, time to make like a mid-2010s commentary channel and bully some children. I've dropped off right next to the village in question, so it's not a long walk. Although I can get a good look at a guard post on the way there and see how these kids operate. Their placements are a bit messier than their adult counterparts, but if anything, that might make things trickier. I suppose we'll have to see for ourselves. Funny, this is the first place we saw when we came here, and it was the first place that we saw child soldiers. Now it's been overrun by them. I'll be extra careful not to be seen. Who knows, their aim could be sloppy and team-killy. It seems that I didn't take them seriously enough though. They've got a prisoner. Don't know for what reason though, just a punching bag? Well, either way, she won't be staying here. If I were to guess, this White Mamba would be in this abandoned ship. Seems like a place that a kid would want to be. There's not too much resistance going up there, so lucky me. Okay, I think I hear someone up there. That must be our man. Alright, show's over. Time to pack it up and leave, kid.
So you're the so-called White Mamba.
Oh. Got tired of being able to fly? No.
Alright, I heard someone drank my limited edition soda can. Who would dare ruin the Pepsi generation? Come out now and I might let you off with a trip to the...
Happy birthday, congratulations.
Oh. You guys, you shouldn't have.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, boss.
Aw, thanks, man. But, my birthday isn't for another few months. I think you have the wrong information and a nice-looking cigar. What? Why not? Well, alright, I'll appreciate what I have. Which is the Pepsi can, right? No one actually drank that? Man, this was the best birthday ever. I even got to spar with Silent Mastodon for a while. Well, I heard it was gonna rain soon. I should probably head inside. What the? Quiet? What do you think you're doing? Okay, that's pretty cute, but you totally could have killed me. Well, at least I got my cigar. Probably could have held it with my fingers instead, but I live for the thrill. Well, I'd say it's time for bed. Wait, what's this? Son of a... Whoa, guys! Your form sucks. Do better. Here, I'll give you pointers.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Those are for enemies. And again, that was embarrassing form. You want to stab someone good? Here, I'll show you.
Oh. It was just a dream. Where am I? Oh, that's right. That kid. He threw a bottle at my head while I was distracted. Well, White Mamba, you landed a cheap shot. Congratulations. But don't expect that to work again. You're way outside your depth. In fact, tell you what, kiddo, I won't leave this room. Yeah, you're supposed to be a mini-boss, but I barely even need to participate to beat you. So take all the time you need, attack me any way you want. You're not hitting me again. Nope, sorry, try again. Man, why do you have all these weapons laying around if you don't even know how to use them? Yeah, that's not happening again. Ooh, a sneak attack. That's not bad, but my hearing is unmatched despite one of my eardrums being ruptured. I'll give you this. If you were facing anyone but me, Quiet, Ocelot, Silent Mastodon, or Kaz on a good day, you'd be a fair challenge. But that's not the reality of your situation. Race with Ryan is down the hall, kid. You're playing the wrong game. And look at that! The leader gets beat up and all the minions flee the scene. Take this as a lesson in loyalty. You provided all of them with invaluable knowledge on how to survive, and they repay you by surviving as far away as they can from you. But at Mother Base, you can trust Bastard Moose, he's a good guy. Oh, and Pequod. He's the pilot, and a damn good one too. So here, I'll free you. Get up and hop in. Obstinate little shit, aren't you? Well, whatever. At least put on a seatbelt. Alright, well, while we head back, I'm gonna grade the mission. You can ignore it, don't worry, it's just something I do. This mission is okay. Pretty short, and as was shown, the mini-boss was nothing special. But some of the side objectives are neat. For instance, you can actually neutralize the White Mamba before he even has the chance to fight back. Yeah, just trank him from a distance and you're good to go. Guess you just needed an extra nap time, right? But then there's one for extracting 20 children. But even since Pitch Dark, I still don't have the means to just Fulton them. That would mean bringing all 20 to the helicopter. But there is a different way. While your Fultons don't work on kids, D-Walkers do. Using the Fulton Ballista gets the job done, although doing the whole mission like that is interesting. There's also a Fulton rocket launcher you can buy that does the same thing, so if you bring both of those, it should be a piece of cake. Although I don't see why you can't just wait a few more missions to get the Fulton upgrade either. This is just if you have a serious OCD about doing side objectives as they come, like me. And while we're at this, why don't we go back and grade the last few missions as well? Retake the Platform is short and sweet. It serves as a simple way of introducing the FOB system, and I'd say it does a pretty good job. There are no side objectives, nor is there a grade you can get, so this is more of a one and done. But it works well with that role. B tier. The war economy is meh, which is how I feel about the concept as well. It kinda works as an ultimate test of your eavesdropping skills if you go that route. But if you don't, then all you have to do is walk in, grab the PF official, and crate Fulton out of there. And you know I like that versatility. Aside from that though, it's fine. C tier. Why do my dreams always end with me getting stabbed on my birthday? Alright, we're here. This is Mother Base, home of the Diamond Dogs. Don't worry, there are other kids here. We set up a little playpen on the medical platform. I know it's a strange place to have it, but it seems to be where all the important stuff is. You know, to an extent I can relate. I was a bit rebellious as a kid too, although for me it was more find the electronics my mom hid from me as punishment so I can keep playing Five Nights at Fuckboys in secret, and less try to kill anyone for any perceived disrespect. Listen up, Eli. There are rules around here, and you're gonna follow them. You will never beat me in a fight, so cut the tween angst and go to your room. Ocelot, make sure the air conditioning's working in his room, but not too cold, and if he's hungry, get him some snacks. Well, back to business, I guess. Back to Pequod. Okay, so what were we up to before this? Right, the disease. We've seen it multiple times up close and yet have nothing to go on as a cause. Everyone we've been able to get an answer from has either had nothing to say that we didn't know already or died. Well, maybe our luck will finally change with this mission. While I was busy with the last one, some more wild and wacky stuff happened. Mainly, we found 2 researchers who've been studying this mystery disease, and they've even been welcomed as guests to the lovely hotel we visited earlier. I have to know more about this thing. Problem is, for one reason or another, they've been taken prisoner by one of the private forces. Our goal is to rescue the 2 and help them escape the country. Simple enough. I'll bring Dee with me this time around. I've maxed out his bond so I can change his color just like with D-Horse. I usually make him black and brown because that's the same color as King. Although he's pretty gray now, you know, he's getting on in years. But fox color is pretty fitting this time, wouldn't you agree? I could also remove his little eye patch or give him an artificial one to replace it. Although, I don't know why you would, the eye patch is cool. He's just like us. Anyway, let's get down to it.
Hey, is it just me, or is that title kinda concerning?
Fittingly enough, they're being held at a guard post close to where the Devil's House was. We're on a pretty strict time limit. Eventually a squad of 3 will come around to pick them up and haul them off to who knows where. But at the same time, this place is pretty damn crowded. While I, and by I mean Dee recons the area, I'll take this opportunity to place a few vehicle stunning mines on the road, just so those guys don't end up getting in the way. Funnily enough though, in the time it took me to do that, one of the 2 prisoners made a break for it. Look at him go, with everyone none the wiser. Well, I suppose we should grab him and put him in our car. Since I put down the mines, I shouldn't have to worry about the fellas picking up the other prisoner, so I can take my time with this one. Either way, he's got some secrets to whisper into us. Already, he's not too promising of a lead, considering he sounds like he has no idea what the hell those blue growths were. Although he does have a theory as to what the deal was with putting earbuds in their throats. Perhaps it wasn't a treatment for whatever this is, but rather an amplifier. Whatever was transmitted into their lungs, or vocal cords or whatever, is what let the sickness develop in the body. Could they be trying to workshop this into a weapon? Little bit of biological warfare, Skullface? Feisty. It's a bit strange though. When I had Miller scan through the audio recordings they took from my microphone in that place, there was nothing similar about any of them. As I mentioned before, the ones I heard were playing different languages, and the audio they were playing was nothing special. Just news broadcasts and TV shows with no underlying theme to link them together. In related news, this guy escaped without the other prisoner because he believes she has the disease. Apparently her protective suit ripped at one point, so he's convinced that she's screwed anyway. Does this change things? Should I go back and get the other one if she's a potential risk? Well, against my better judgment, I will. Oh, what? There was a second vehicle coming? God damn it, I didn't take D-Walker or D-Horse, I can't keep up with this. Well, when you shoot vehicles, they always stop and inspect the area for who the hell did that. So that's probably my best bet. That's not my best bet. If I don't save her now, they're gonna kill her. Maybe she has the disease, but she also might have the answers we need. Alright, if it'll shut the damn trumpet up!
To help her.
We're potentially saving thousands here. We can't let any potential lead die. For the time being, though, we don't get much out of her. We know that she's been working on this thing for 5 years with no real results, but that doesn't mean she won't be of assistance. As for if she herself has it, probably not. She insists her protective gear was always intact and she shows no symptoms. It's really her word against his, but my judgment is that I've seen what that disease does to people. And her? She ain't rocking the look. That's all there is to this mission. The side objectives are on the lamer side. Extract some funny flowers, some silly sheep, some brainless birds, and some crazy cars, and lead me nowhere. And considering that I am made for that, I'll give to the mission's credit that the stealth is pretty satisfying. I'm tempted to say that this is another nothing mission, but maybe that would be too harsh. It's alright. The male researcher added to cause that none of the audio that was being forced into those poor bastards over there was in English. All separate languages, but none of them the most spoken one. That's a strange exception. For the time being, we should have them separate from the rest, in case they do have the disease. We set up a quarantine platform just in case, and they seem like perfect fits for the first guests. Speaking of guests...
Stop this! Now!
If I can stop a knife attack in my dreams, I could stop one in real life. Turns out what I said earlier about her being able to kill me was wrong. Downright bodied. Tough luck. But anyway, what's the deal here? Why would you attack someone at random after all this time? Down as the result of any grudge. Doesn't matter, I guess. Attempted murder isn't full murder in my book. She's exonerated. Let's go straight into the next mission. This is coming from that same general from Blood Runs Deep. The one with the child soldiers and the platoon leader or whatever. And this one also involves child soldiers. You see, another band of them have come up, similar to Eli's group, going around picking on the shitty adults. They've even kidnapped the general's own brother. Naturally, he isn't pleased with this development. He had always hoped his brother would meet his fate via alligators, not children with AKs. He wants us to find and rescue the poor little fella. But on top of that, extract the commander of those wannabes to stop them from moving forward. Problem is, this guy's withheld information about a job once already. Chances are this brother of his is actually a ghost or a goblin or something. We'll just have to go and see for ourselves. Once again, this is a mission with little meat on its bones. You see the child commander as soon as you enter the village, and the general's brother is also within sight. Ocelot recommends that you scout the place from a high vantage point, but there's really no need. It's all immediately visible to you. The only really interesting thing about the mission is that the general's brother is too injured to be Fulton, so you have to carry him to the chopper along with the commander. Meaning you get to listen to him spill the tea that not only is this guy not the general's brother, but the general is actually dead, and this guy killed him. The sick bastard made this poor guy kill his own parents, so it was an act of revenge. He fought on their side to gain the general's trust, only to use these kids to attack him when his guard was down and then take him out. He's even still got his head. Damn, that's pretty hardcore. So it seems the general's real brother is the one who hired us, fooling us into believing we were saving him, when actually they want to torture this guy for taking down their leader. Well, I'd argue that the general's death isn't really that much of a loss. Keep in mind, this was the same guy that used child soldiers and wanted us to kill a few of them to keep them from blabbing. You know what? I'd say we should defy him again, even if we're defying a tombstone this time. That was some top-notch revenge, and I can't think of a better reason than that to make you a diamond dog. But aside from that whole story, the mission's pretty whatever. There's yet another side objective for Fultoning all the children in the mission area, but your reward for beating the mission is the Fulton upgrade for kids, so this is really no biggie now. And there's another prisoner who's in the process of escaping that you can rescue, but if you take too long, he gets killed by either a child soldier or wild dogs. And that's it. I'm getting a bit worried that this will become a trend. Doubtful we'll get paid from the general's brother or any more work from them after going against their requests twice now. But that's alright. We don't need their spotty record to dirty ours. Besides, we've got bigger problems to worry about.
Boss, we have an emergency. Many of our staff are falling ill.
Oh no.
Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before?
Yes, Ocelot, I remember seeing these fucking symptoms. Shut up, man. Shit, why didn't we take more precautions? This lines up perfectly with our mystery disease. And getting a closer look, we can see now that this is a parasitic infection. Microscopic worms were found laying eggs in the growths. Yucky. We can rule out that it was those researchers we just rescued that caused this. It wouldn't have spread this fast. Must have been someone else. Well, whatever spread this, we need to stop it from spreading ASAP. A good number of us have died already, and I won't be a monster that lets this keep going. But even with live patients to look at, we've got no room for hypothesis. I'll just have to take a guess and pray that I'm right. Well, what usually causes disease? Spread of germs. Looking through the staff at Mother Base, we can see that quite a number of them have a record of being unsanitary. That's a pretty safe bet. Let's put them in quarantine. And maybe fire them later on. That's not a good look for us. And while we always take care to have our medical workers properly protected from germs, we don't know what we're dealing with. Maybe our protection wasn't good enough for whatever's attacking us. Quiet. I'm trying to focus here. Can you please stop staring at me like that? We'll put them in quarantine too. That shouldn't be too bad. They'll get to work more on treating the sick. And that's, all I got. I don't have anything substantial to work with. I mean, there's the earbuds potentially speeding the process along, but I have no idea how that works. Let's just wait and see if cases decrease from separating those guys. In the meantime, there's other ways I can help. With people sick and dying on Mother Base, morale is lowering pretty rapidly. They need me there to boost spirits. But I'm kinda afraid I'll catch something if I hang around there right now. I think I'll keep my distance, but I really should do something to help the situation. Hey guys, it's me, Big Boss, here to say howdy. I'm just being safe and wearing a mask. You wouldn't want me being sick, would ya? Also wearing my iconic sneaking suit just so you know it's me. I've only worn it like 2 times, but it looks pretty good on me, doesn't it? I'm also wearing a glove over my bionic arm, just doing it to feel normal, you know? I miss my arm a lot. See, to prove it's me, I'll kick your fucking ass. No one but Big Boss is allowed to do that to us. It feels pretty cathartic. Excuse me guys while I take my classic shower. This is Silent Mastodon reporting. The mission is going well so far. Absolutely no one suspects me. It's a good thing our voices are very similar. Hey, you know, just me, Big Boss, and the license I definitely have. Alright, who just attempted to assassinate me? Okay, so while he's at that, I guess I'll just get back to missions as normal. Someone's gotta pay the bills around here. Also, this next one might just get us closer to solving the issue. Another PF official is hanging around our area of operations that might be of some importance. You see, he has a side gig of rounding people up and selling them. He's a human trafficker. And as human trafficking goes, his quote-unquote livestock ends up going wherever his buyer wants. But some poor souls ended up in, you guessed it, in Zoyaba Diabulu. He's even the prick that captured Shabani. He willingly put a child into the arms of people who used him as a guinea pig. So why do we want him? Well, it's highly doubtful he'll have any info on what the cause of the disease is, considering he was just the supplier. But if we interrogate him, we could find out who we sold these people to. Working our way up the chain, we'll eventually find someone who we can get the information out of. Preferably Skullface, but we'll take anything we can get. Let's do this quick. Our good man is on the run, trying to escape the country to avoid facing justice for his crimes. We have to track him down and make sure he doesn't do that. But remember, he works with one of the PFs, so they ought to have an intel file on which way he's heading. While Quiet does her own scouting, I'll check this random village. It'll probably have something. This was the place we went through in that one mid-mission, Footprints of Phantoms, the one with the walker gears. I remember that the top of the place at the far end was where the important stuff was, so checking there was obviously going to lead to an intel file. Now we have his exact route. He's making a pit stop at Gazeba Camp. That place is well guarded, so best we take care of him before he gets there. I actually had a hard time tracking the guy down. I went through his entire route according to the map and even scanned through the camp in case he already made it there, but there was no sign of him. Then it turned out that he had only just barely made it to the very beginning of the route, and he was just taking a very long time to move, so that was cool. He has his own team of guards with him, so I should take care of them first. I'll use a decoy to draw them in. This is an upgraded version that makes extra noise. Here, listen.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
You see, he says the thing. For like the 20th time, this game fucking killed that line, man. It means nothing to me now. Alright, just you and me now. The pathetic man pleads for his life, saying he's got a family waiting for him. So did your victims, pal. Luckily for you, I need information. I'm gonna extract you and bring you back to base. Right? I mean, I should. He might have valuable things to say, but then he's gonna become one of us. Do I really want that? Is it really worth it? He's a scumbag. I don't want him walking around Mother Base. I don't even want to bring him in just to fire him. That makes it easier for him to flee to another country. Should I? Should I not? Okay, you know what? How about this? I'm gonna scan you and see if you're any good. What are your stats, buddy? A+ and a troublemaker. Harassment. That's not good. Sorry, you don't meet my standards.
Target confirmed dead. Your objective's complete.
We'll figure something out. We don't need him. The only side objective worth noting is that there are 4 prisoners in that village we got the intel file from. Not because it's interesting or anything, but because I think it's very irresponsible to be bringing new people in unless it's absolutely necessary. Well, actually, I guess it's better this than for them to be tortured and killed, so never mind. We'll just put them straight into quarantine. On the plus side, one of them had a unique ability that's very much worth mentioning. He unlocks a new upgrade for D-Walker. A new head, specifically. The previous one is what gave it the ability to use stealth camo. Unfortunately, putting a new head on removes the ability that the last one had. But I wouldn't worry about that because this new one gives you search mode. What does search mode do? Well, I'm glad you asked. While being close enough to a base, you can have it scan the area and mark everyone inside it. That's not a new thing, of course, but I would like you to keep in mind that not only is this thing the fastest way to traverse the maps, not only is it a weapon of mass destruction with 3 guns attached to it, not only can you somehow use stealth with it, not only can you use CQC with it, but now it has the best feature of 2 other buddies. And here's the kicker, it does it the best out of them. DD can't fully mark, but D-Walker can. Quiet takes a good bit to scout an area and she leaves out people in buildings, but D-Walker is the quickest and does mark people in buildings. Trading this off for stealth camo is a fantastic deal. But I must again say, we're not done, because basically right after you develop the surveillance head, you unlock the final one, the auto intercept head. You want to know what this one does? It fights for you. That's right, that was basically the second main thing Quiet had going for her, but this robot can also do that. Did they playtest this? Did they not realize how insanely OP D-Walker was? I honestly think they did know, but thought, fuck it, it's too fun to nerf. And God bless them for that, I love this thing so much. I will say though, auto-intercept is pretty limited. It can only use the guns in its torso, not the side-mounted one or the arm. It also can't move on its own, so it's more like your own personal gun emplacement. I think Search is the better ability, but this is still ridiculous, because keep in mind that you have a good selection of torso guns you can use. And if you want to change from one head to another, you can just have it change to a different loadout in the field. It's fair to say that D-Walker's head game is out of this world. And there you have it. That's why this Swiss Army knife of a buddy is the best of them. DD and Quiet aren't obsolete. Quiet is the better defender by a good margin, and DD is situationally a better marker, mainly for bases that are larger than its search range. But overall, it's outclassed them. This is the best thing Huey's ever made, including Hal. Taking another look at how things are doing, cases of the disease have unsurprisingly not dropped. So it's not a general spread of germs issue, but what is it? This is giving me another headache. I need to think of something before it's too late. We've already had one mother base get torn apart thanks to XOF. Now they're doing it all over again. But thankfully, finally, it seems that we have a solid lead. One of our intel team members seems to have found something. Something that can actually put an end to this. But bad news, he got captured by the enemy. How many times is this gonna happen? The intel team can't go 3 seconds without getting their asses captured. I'm starting to think it's a kink, Kojima. Ugh. Alright, it's our only hope now. Don't you die on me, soldier. I'm coming to save you. Spoilers, this is absolutely another nothing mission, so I'm just gonna speed through it. The village where he's being held is right next to our drop-off point, and there are 2 soldiers willing to give up where he is right where you enter from. Either that or use search mode to immediately find him. It's a straight shot to the guy minus a few guards you have to trank, but no, what's this? He escaped. He takes the truck and drives right out of there. I sprinted to try and keep up with him, but for some inexplicable reason, he starts driving toward a cliff and then just jumps out. Not sure what that's about. Well, if you didn't get captured in the first place and do whatever the hell that was, I'd be very impressed with you right now. Let's just get you out of here and talking. Mission complete. Only side objective is to extract him before he gets in the truck. Extremely short and bad mission. See me after class.
Good work as always, boss. I couldn't help but notice that you missed a few material crates that were in the guard post, though. There was a yellow one with a water droplet marked on it. I believe that means that it's urine. It could prove useful to us, and, you know what, screw this. I'm done asking nicely, boss. Get me my piss box right fucking now.
You're not gonna believe this shit. He fucking died on his way back. You've gotta be kidding me. It's not the end of the world, though, because he did say something vital before he went. He figured out that there's someone who knows the disease more than anyone else. Someone who can cure it. His name is apparently Code Talker, and the intel we got gave us his exact location. There's a mansion at the top of the map that I haven't been to yet, and that's where he is. Perfect, we finally have a strong lead. But there's one last thing that's bugging me. Apparently this man is very old, which gives us an idea of who that guy they were talking about back in that one mission was. But, as you're probably aware, elderly people die the easiest from disease. If we bring this guy to Mother Base, he could die before being able to really help. And then we'd have nothing. No choice but to wait for the disease to take us. We can't have that. We should quarantine everyone who's sick first. But I can't do that without knowing who's sick. It's time I really did some deep thinking. I could figure it out. I mean, I'm a smart guy. I can deduce and analyze. Have you seen how long my videos are? Do you know who you're dealing with? My mind's always clearest when I'm in the field doing my thing. So, let's do it there. Okay, so, what is everything we know? These blue growths are either caused or amplified by the audio being transmitted to the host through those earbuds. Let's assume amplified. I have no idea how that works, so I'll put it to the side for now. Maybe the fact that kids aren't affected by it could give us a clue. If the host's body is too young, the parasite doesn't really function. Could it be age that does it? Maybe when the body ages, there's some sort of maturation in the cells that can be exploited to infect the body. Kinda like a reverse version of chickenpox, but way worse. Nah, that wouldn't really make sense. Adults can get that too. It's just not as frequent. I don't think there's a disease that only targets certain age groups. There are ones that are a lot more common in certain groups, but not any that are exclusive to them. Besides, Shabani was slightly infected, and he wasn't a young child or an adult. He was in between. So that rules that out. The cause has to be related to the earbuds. But how in the hell? Audio attracting parasites? That's unheard of, pardon the pun. And either way, I have no solid proof of this. But for the sake of going down every possible avenue, I have to consider it. I mean, this is a Kojima project. It could be something absurd like that. Maybe it's the subject matter of the audio. Something happening in other countries, you know, current events. I mean, that's the only reason I can think of that none of it was in English. Well, as I said, there was nothing really connecting each tape together. It's a war after all. I'm not a monster. It's a war after all. Back in the helicopter, I'm getting distracted. Okay, so let's think. Let's think even more. Looking at all the people quarantined, I can't find anything to link them together. And they don't really talk about much that would involve current events. All I've ever heard was them discussing my history because they're obsessed with me, or like wanting to touch Dee Dee's paw pads, which is weird. Maybe let's not focus on those that are affected, but those that aren't. Maybe that could help. I'm trying to think, who would be immune to this based on any audio-related stuff? You know, maybe someone around here has a speech impediment, or maybe someone can't speak at all. But, I mean, who in Diamond Dogs would have such a specific disability? Oh yeah, I completely forgot. That guy from Where Do the Bees Sleep? You remember, there was a prisoner who helped us find that sniper rifle and he couldn't speak. He's still with us. He goes by Silent Basilisk, no relation to Mastodon. And what do you know? He's not affected. He shows no symptoms. Okay, that's some proof. But that's only one guy. That's not really enough. We need more proof that speech is related to it. Quiet. People are dying and I'm trying to figure out why. Would you please stop eye-fucking me when Pequod is right there? Oh, quiet, that's right. You don't speak and you're not affected either. Kaz thinks otherwise. In fact, he thinks that she's spreading it. I don't see why that would be the case. He's just looking for a reason to kill her. But she could know something. Now that I think about it, that would explain why she attacked that guy earlier. Looking at the staff logs, he's dead from the disease now. Maybe he was the first guy carrying it and she was trying to stop it from spreading. Either way, we have two people who are mute and seemingly immune as a result. There's still reasonable doubt, but out of desperation, let's confirm that the cause is definitely audio related. We're deducing here, we're making progress. But we still need to know what it is that's audio related. If it's not subject matter, what else could it be? Inflections? No, that couldn't be it. With all the languages being spoken there can't be one inflection being used between them. Wait. With all the languages being spoken... Languages? They were cultivating symptoms by playing different languages in each of their throats and seeing how the parasite responded to each one. It didn't matter what the subject was as long as it was spoken in a certain language. English wasn't used because it was already ruled out. Okay, it's language, we have our culprit, but which language is doing it? Go back to the staff menu, not the quarantine menu. I put most of those people there. Let's look at who died from it. Look at the language tab I didn't understand the reason for until now. See a common denominator? They mostly had a bunch that they spoke, but one between them all. The language Kikongo attracts the parasite. Whew, okay, that was a lot of breath that I wasted. Let's put that theory to the test. Everyone who speaks Kikongo goes in quarantine. I just have to select all of them and put them in there. Oh wow, that's a lot of people. I'll, be right back.
Quarantine the staff you specified. Incredible, boss. Thanks to you, the number of new victims has plummeted. And a common point between the infected. Is it really possible for a disease to spread because of that?
I guess so, man. I did it. I figured it out. I'm like a billionaire in my brain. Well, now that the place is nice and tidy, let's go get this code talker fellow. See if we can get this sorted out. Although we do have some downtime before that, so there's a tape I've been putting off listening to until now. It's about Eli. We haven't heard him talk much, but Eli has a British accent.
Not yet, Snake! It's not over yet!
On top of the skin tone, that really makes him unique from the others. Why does he talk wrong? Kaz was looking into it and figured something interesting out. In case you don't know your Metal Gear lore too well, when Zero and Co. were fleshing out their plans for Cypher, they wanted to have capable soldiers worthy of defending them. And who else could make a good soldier but the best soldier? So if he passed on his genes to the next generation, if you catch my drift, he'll spawn some strong guys. They figured Big Boss wouldn't be for this idea, so they had to do it in secret. Zero, jerked him off in a sleep or something and got a good sample of his DNA. They then fertilized an egg, in this case Eva's, to bring this weird-ass project to fruition, and that's how the miracle of life happens. This project would then come to be known as Les Enfants Terribles, the Terrible Children. A name like that, they just asked for it to be cursed. I don't know why the fuck they named it that. There were a few duds, but 3 made it out of the womb. The ones we would come to know as Liquid, Solidus, and of course, Solid Snake. Once Big Boss figured out what happened, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. He left Zero and promptly formed Militaire Sans Frontières, giving it a French name despite the project. Now, why am I bringing this up? Well, the part of the project where they raised the children up to be super soldiers was abandoned over time. They dispersed each child to different parts of the world to live out their shorter than average lives. Liquid Snake in specific was sent to England. Being raised there would naturally give you an accent, wouldn't you think? So, could Eli be my son? Well, we can't say for sure yet. If Eli was living in England, how did he end up in Central Africa leading a group of troublemakers to fuck shit up? We would ask him, but he is a stubborn boy. Any attempt at reasoning with him ends with some sort of physical altercation. He wouldn't tell us a damn thing at knife point. Not that we tried that, I would never allow that. Somehow, they're gonna get a DNA test done on him to see if he's a match with mine. I just hope they don't hurt him. Injections and stuff can be scary for kids, just be careful, okay? And to squeeze one last thing in before the mission, I'll grade the last 4. I don't have much else to say about them, they weren't great. So I'll make this a speed round. Close Contact was alright. Simple premise of rescuing 2 prisoners with an interesting plot development squeezed in. Unfortunately, the side objectives were not very good, C tier. Aim True Ye Vengeful was a touch worse. Far too simple and bare bones for its own good. Once again, only being redeemed by what the prisoner had to say, D tier. Hunting Down was fine enough. Finding the PF official was an interesting experience. We haven't had many times where we see a specific trail that we have to search through, and that's cool. Side objectives, no, B tier. Root Cause is probably my new least favorite, to the point where it's making me rethink my score for Footprints of Phantoms. There's so little to it that I don't have anything to say except E. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The missions have taken a bit of a dive. The last few batches were at least solid, at most great, but this one's pretty flimsy. However, I think we're getting close to the end, so it's fair to say that KJP probably saved a lot of their good stuff for last. My expectations are high. Will you deliver? Much like with Hellbound, the Huey mission, I have to enter this one on foot. This mansion is located deep within the jungle, so it's only natural to set the mood by walking through it. If you remember though, there were rumors of people walking into this place and not making it out, which makes the fact that everything is so calm around here very strange. Although once you do make it a few dozen meters, a familiar mist comes in. Alright, fair enough. Bring on those machete-wielding dweebs, I could take them. Oh, but wait just 1 minute. These aren't the big ones. They aren't even the small ones. Lady skulls that specialize in sniping. You heard that right, they mass-produced Quiet. And all 4 of them aren't gonna let me see Code Talker without a fight. Now, when you see 4 Quiets, you might think that my criticisms of her fight are about to be quelled. Well, not really, but I still think I might prefer this. That's mainly because they're a lot different than they seem just from looking at them. Quiet's fight was The End Part 2. An open area, she attacks at all angles, cat and mouse. This is a more unique spin on the sniper duel. As opposed to cat and mouse, it's more like cat and whack-a-mole. And the goal is equally to push through them as it is to beat them. There hasn't been a skulls encounter that you couldn't escape from, and this is no different. If you just make it to the end of the jungle, they leave you be, they don't get paid enough to deal with that. But if you're not a bitch, then fighting them is good enough fun. Each skull is a dumbed-down version of Quiet with less health and easier to spot. No offense, ladies. But the fact that they work together gives them the ability to do something that even the End couldn't. Overwhelm you. No matter what situation you're in, if you have 2 laser sights trained on you, you're gonna panic. But if you didn't get familiar with your surroundings, you probably just landed on a flat plane and made yourself an easier target. One thing I didn't mention about Quiet's battle was that if you hit her while being within close proximity, she leaps away and drops a grenade at your feet. Mary-Kate, Ashley, Elizabeth, and the secret unlockable one can also do that, meaning it's probably gonna happen a lot more often. And when it does, it of course encourages you to move away, putting you in the open. There were a lot of moments in the fight where they had me stuck in a really specific spot that I couldn't move an inch from and made me use my head to figure a way out of it. In this case, it was decoys. If they really get you in their sights, they might just go in for a physical attack. They've got machetes too, it's just not their main weapon. And unlike the other variants where they're using it pretty often, these ones don't use it enough to let you get the counter timing down. It's not too bad though, because it's rare that they'll use it anyway. And with all of them knocked out, we have a clear path to our destination. You know, that whole thing reminds me, I should have Quiet dropped in here, shouldn't I? Provide cover from the outside and whatnot. Ugh, look at me. I'm a mess. Well, as long as the sight of a guy with blood on his face doesn't give the old man a heart attack, we should be okay. Whoa, look at this place. That's a nice pad you've stolen there. For whatever reason, Quiet can't scout the location right now, so it's up to me to know where the enemies are. And this is especially difficult because they heard the commotion over in the jungle. This puts them in caution mode automatically, which puts me in discomfort mode automatically. More than ever before, I need to make sure there's no room for failure. If anything goes wrong, Code Talker could be taken away or even killed, leaving us with nothing. As this is a pretty big place, there are multiple entrances. One at the front, 2 at the back, and a few on the sides. Whichever way you go, the inside is luckily not very crowded. There's some comms equipment inside as well. If you think a long way back, you'll remember that if you destroy this stuff, they can't get back up in case things get hairy. But destroying it would definitely make noise with explosives or bullets. Would be really useful to take this out, but how? Wait, that's right, I always keep a water pistol on me. Billionaire brain in action. While I was searching the place for the old coot, I had a couple of close calls with a few guards inside. Once in particular, I hid in the box just barely in time for them to miss me. That was tense as fucking hell. I'm seeing that in certain spots there are candles laid around, so I'll take them as clues as to which way to go. And eventually, there's a door with 2 on each side leading to the basement. I think this is it. Anyone home around here?
I've been waiting, Tilly. What should I say?
That's him.
You fit the description. You must be Code Talker. So, listen, pal, I have some people at my place who are suffering from a disease that I've heard you can fix, so are you gonna be able to—
Silence. Or death. This contains an herb that they dislike. Good. That should deafen them for a while.
Alright, friend, thanks for the fat boof. From him, we finally get a solid explanation on what this thing is. It's known as the vocal cord parasite. The way it functions is that the parasite works its way down the throat and attaches itself to the vocal cords. When certain types of sound are triggered from the vocal cords, it allows them to breed and feast on the host's insides until they die. And from there, they can explore. It's viral through droplets. When the host coughs, the parasite can travel to another host, and the cycle continues from there. Truth is, most people on Mother Base are probably infected, but since most of them don't trigger the sounds that the parasite likes, in this case Kakongo, they're safe and the parasite will die out in them. But they still make excellent carriers for those that do speak it. Here's the part that might surprise you though. Kakongo isn't the only strain of the virus. They were cultivating multiple different strains of it at the Devil's House, not just one. We don't know how many there are, but it's likely that there are versions for all 5 major languages outside of English. Is Skullface trying to wipe out certain languages as a form of genocide? No way to tell if that's what he's going for specifically, but either way, we've found it. The weapon to surpass Metal Gear. But one thing at a time. Code Talker says that once the virus has reached a certain stage in the body, there's no saving it. Best to put the infected down at that point. But if they're still in earlier stages, he can cure them. And he's fully willing to. He was taken against his will by Skullface to develop this virus to the point of it being a threat to the world. He doesn't want to let that happen any more than we do. It's fair to say, Welcome to Diamond Dog's Code Talker. Now all we have to do is get him to the chopper and head back to Mother Base double time. However, there's a problem. A group of the PFs has completed their search of the jungle and confirmed that there was a struggle and someone took out the skulls there. They consider whoever can do that to be a major threat, so they're treating it accordingly. Reinforcements. Lots and lots of reinforcements. But I thought I destroyed the comms equipment. They must have called it in before I did that. There are extra soldiers coming in with better equipment, a helicopter flying around, and through my scope's microphone, I can hear an armored vehicle. The only good place I can have Pequod meet us is right through this stream of backup. And sneaking through them like this is impossible. I mean, I can try going through the trees and hoping they won't see me, but is it worth the risk? If Code Talker gets shot once, it's over. Not only will Mother Base be screwed, but his help might be valuable to the rest of the world too. I have to kill them. I don't have a choice. I'm doing this for a good cause. It's worth a few lost lives. Oh, to hell with it. What's the point in putting this facade up any longer? I could sneak past them if I wanted to, but I don't. I've held myself back for too long now, and it's getting annoying. Look at me, covered in blood. Why does it matter whose it is? Trying to be a good person? What a load of shit. You can't become a force to be reckoned with without being feared in the first place. Sneaking through every situation and being careful to always use non-lethal methods makes Diamond Dogs look pathetic. I already do good things. I save animals, I save prisoners, I take child soldiers out of the battlefield and give them a good education outside of how to fight. I made sure to figure out the cause of the virus so I could save as many people as possible. So what if a few people die along the way? Nothing I haven't done before. I just thought that this time around, I could try and be something else, something more passive and friendly. But what has that lifestyle taken away from me? I don't speak to people much anymore, I just listen and do what people tell me to do. In every cassette tape, I don't speak even though I am there when it's being recorded. Maybe I am the main character by literal definition, but sometimes it feels like Ocelot and Kaz are instead, and they aren't even on screen for most of the game. No, I'm done being this way. Being a phantom of my former self, always operating with some silly crutch I've imposed, a melody always beckoning me to do what I wanted to do anyway, that ends now. And if being myself makes me a monster, so be it. Huh. Would you look at that? The trumpet's gone. Kaz, drop my emergency loadout. I'm gonna need it. Let's do this. That felt good. Liberating. Big Boss is back. I shouldn't have to feel bad anyway. It's a game, after all. Oh, right. Code Talker. With everyone dealt with, we can leave safely. With some time before we get back, he can explain a bit more about this cure. It's actually a different type of parasite known as Wolbachia. Once injected into the body, the Wolbachia targets the parasite and turns all the males into females, stopping them from reproducing. It's pretty difficult to explain, but to put it as simply as possible, it stops the parasite from laying eggs, leading to them all dying out. It does come at a price, though. The Wolbachia that gets injected into your body is still a parasite, and it renders those who have it infertile for life. None of your genes can be passed to the next generation. That's a shame for some of the soldiers, but it's a price worth paying to be saved from a terrible fate. As a side note, sometimes the vocal cord parasite can be used to strengthen the host. For instance, a certain sniper that operated in Selinoyarsk was found to have been a host for them, but his body took them differently, granting him strange powers. I'm not sure why he specifically was given a justification for his abilities and not the Fear who can climb trees super fast and jump absurd distances, or the Sorrow who is a ghost, or the Pain who can control all bees, but whatever gets you hard. Skullface somehow was able to see how that worked in his body and took a sample of it. Eventually, he optimized them and gave it to a group of his soldiers, granting them insane speed and strength, as well as other fun abilities like hardening your skin with rocks and making mist happen. So yeah, that's what the skulls are. Fucked up XOF soldiers. Guess that's how Quiet has her powers too. After that whole explanation, Code Talker asks a very strange question. That being if we've seen an XOF vehicle before. And yeah, we have. The one with the yellow cake in it. Why?
What became of it? The metallic archaea.
The what now?
Clouds ahead!
It's them.
Who, the skulls? No, this mist is different. It's brown. What the hell? Is it aging the helicopter? Why is it rusting so quick? Ah, shit, we're going down. Brace yourselves! Fuck, that hurt. Have I been out long? Everyone alright? Good. Code Talker's alive. But we have to get out of here now. Call a backup chopper. I know you've been asking for a new one, so lucky day for you, Pequod. Pequod? You awake? Oh no. Oh no. Stay with me, soldier. Hang on. You're gonna make it. You can do this. You have to live. It's not you. You can't die. You don't go. Pequod. Do I even need to go over what happened next? It was the skulls. Using some newer ability I didn't know about. I had to fight them to clear the mist. YouTube probably wouldn't let me show you what I did to them in my blind rage, so let's just say they didn't get to run off this time. Now that I know that they're human, it made me feel better knowing that they have sentience and can feel every bullet. Once I was satisfied, I called in a backup chopper and put Code Talker in there. We won. We made it out of there alive. But Pequod, he only just told me about his wife that he hated. Over the next 2 days, Code Talker was able to prove himself to us pretty quickly. He converted the Wolbachia into a vaccine that we used on everyone who wasn't too far gone. It worked almost instantly, bringing the sick back to their feet and ready to work once again. The quarantine platform that was getting overcrowded just a few days ago became empty. It was a resounding success, and the vocal cord Parasite was no longer a threat to Diamond Dogs. But we can't forget how many lives it took to make this happen. In total, 437 soldiers died from the infection. It shouldn't have even got to 10. All of this is thanks to him, Skullface. He's taken so much from us. Limbs, soldiers, friends, trusted companions. They meant nothing to him, all fuel for his greater goal, whatever it may be. It's irrelevant. No matter what, we'll put a stop to it. Kill him. The only thing left to do is to find where he set up shop. We don't know where he is, but there's someone in our ranks who might. I gave Huey a small benefit of the doubt for a while now, but I'm willing to test that. The thing that took down our helicopter back there was metallic archaea. It was a separate thing Code Talker worked on. It's also pretty complicated, so I'll just say that there's a version of it that corrodes metals. Both the skulls and Sahelanthropus are able to use that as a weapon. And so are we. He whipped up some for us to put into a syringe that we threatened Huey with. If even a drop of it hits his exo-legs, they're done. Greenlit that torture method myself. Figured he would be afraid of us destroying Sahelanthropus so he wouldn't tell us where it was moved. But the one thing he'd fear even more was losing his legs again. And I was right. It's back in Afghanistan, in the only part of the map I haven't explored yet. A Soviet base known as OKB-0. So that's it then. If that's where Skullface is, that's where our final battle will be. So I put the intel team in charge of watching over that place until we see some movement from XOF there. The second we do, I strike. Until then though, I have to wait. This is it. The final part of the game. So it's time that we get any side stuff worth noting out of the way. There's only a few things that I really have to do. When it comes to side ops, it's just side ops. There's no grand finale to them, they just stop happening after a while, leaving the ones we finish to be recycled forever. But in a way, it's still a shame to see them go. On a side note though, I am a fan of the bonus you get for beating every side op. Once you have all of them checked off, there's a tiny chance of something new happening when you start the game up. Instead of heading straight into normal gameplay, you'll be greeted with this. Just straight up Metal Gear 1. Perfectly emulated from the MGS3 subsistence port. But when you reach the first elevator, you wake up from what was apparently a dream sequence. I guess you can call that a bad omen for Big Boss. Personally, I would have preferred Metal Gear 2, but it's still way better than my last stream. I got the last round of old MSF survivors as well as the old photos they had on them. But when I bring them to Paz, nothing. It doesn't matter how much I remind her of the past, she doesn't recognize that we're not there anymore. She's stuck in a brain that isn't her own. But is that really a bad thing? Is it wrong that she doesn't remember who she really was? Her role as a spy, her conflicting feelings about us, her fight with Big Boss, what happened to her at Camp Omega? Does she need to know these things? Or can she remain as the innocent girl we've come to like from Peace Walker? What if we told her that all the ones who died just left? You know, Galvez went back to teaching, Amanda and Chico had a revolution to fight, etc. I think that's an okay future for her. I mean, look what knowing what happened 9 years ago did to Kaz. It turned him into a hateful, kind of obnoxious person. Does she need to be that? I don't think so. Let her be happy with an occasional headache here and there. I survived throughout the process of making this video with that problem. I'm sure she can live like that. So, I think I give up. Pacifica Ocean is dead, and Paz isn't herself anymore. She doesn't need to be. One last thing before we finish this fight. They managed to get a DNA test done on Eli while he wasn't paying attention and compared it to mine. The results are in now, and unsurprisingly, we were a 0% match. Wait, 0%? Not even a lousy decimal point? That's weird. But he's a perfect fit. His age, his accent, his appearance all line up with being Liquid Snake. The helicopter even stopped talking after he showed up. He has to be my son. Well, apparently the type of test they conducted isn't official, so maybe it's off or something. I think Eli has the suspicion that we're related too. Whenever he gets aggressive, which is all the fucking time, he always talks about killing me and only me. He has a grudge against me specifically. And using the future as a reference, Liquid felt the same exact way, even talking about how he used to live under me like he's doing now. He hates the idea of being a clone, especially of a man that he despises. And I guess I could understand. He was bred for war and war alone, and suffers with that knowledge all the time. I know I would hate that. I'm gonna have to assume that the test was wrong for now. Until stronger evidence comes out, that's my boy, and you can't change that. Now, with that stuff out of the way, it's time we moved on for the last time. We just got word from the intel team. XOF is making moves, big ones. They've released the Russian and Pashto strands of the vocal cord Parasite in Afghanistan. All of the Soviets and Mujahideen in the area are dead. Skullface is planning something, and he wants us to see what it is. He's practically calling us over with a move like that. Well, let's give him what he wants. I'm heading over there straight away, but not just me. Kaz, Ocelot, Quiet, D-Horse, DD, Huey, and Silent Mastodon are all coming with. No one's gonna miss this. Are you ready? This is the end, and we're gonna see it through. Pequan 2 is doing a good job for his first real day in the field. It's unfair to compare him to what came before, but it's hard to not let that thought intrude. Another helicopter is following close behind with everyone else, including Eli, weirdly enough. He snuck on at the last second, so it's too late to bring him back. Whatever, as long as he stays out of our way. And stays away from danger. And if he gets thirsty, there's some juice boxes under the back seat. Are you getting all this, Kaz? Chances are Skullface is gonna unleash Sahelanthropus into Afghanistan and fire off a nuke or two. That would be phase 1 of his genocide plan. We need to stop that ASAP. As I've said, this is the last part of either map that I haven't been to, so I have to drop in outside and make my way there. There's no resistance that I have to face. Any that would be there are dead, burnt, and buried. It's a shame. I was hoping I could do one last round of a new breed of stealth, but it just wasn't meant to be. At least I could still take one final ride on D-Horse. On the way there, Huey tells us that he's made up his mind on supporting us fully again. He doesn't want to be a pawn of Skullface anymore, and he'll do whatever he can to pay off his debt. Good for him, but forgive me if I have a hard time trusting the guy. I'll believe it when I see it. Alright, this is OKB-0, the largest base in the game, at least horizontally, and at the moment, the most well guarded. As a result, it's probably the most difficult base to sneak through as well. But after everything we've been through, we can handle it. I'll swap to Dee Dee to make this an easier process. Farewell, D-Horse. I will never use you again. Even approaching the entrance is tricky. There's a sniper watching over the dirt road and mines littered throughout the sides. Not to mention the walker gear with its headlights on. If you're not careful, they could end your stealth approach before it even starts. Once you've made it past the outer layer, there's a power generator you can switch off to limit their visibility, which will let you get through the gate. You could do that or use this hidden ladder to sneak around on the other side. It doesn't get any easier after this. Section 1 is even more of a pain. Multiple spotlights are on, scanning through the area on top of 2 more snipers waiting to pick you off. There's a tank sitting there unpiloted. I suppose it's a reminder of what'll happen if we fuck up and get caught. Something important you should keep note of is to try and avoid going in any light sources when possible. This place is crawling with goons, so there are a ton of places to be seen from. Thankfully, there's another power generator to help with that here and for every other part moving forward. Section 2 is when it really starts to get tricky. This area is where the enemy gunship gets involved. A moving searchlight on top of the pre-existing one here is real fun, I promise. On top of that, we also start seeing surveillance cameras here. I think there was only a single camera in one mission before this, so this is basically the introduction to them. Unless you want to count Ground Zeroes, I guess. Either way, interesting place to bring them back. If you shoot them, someone will go to investigate, which will eventually put them on caution mode. So best you just avoid them altogether. There are a few buildings at this point that you can cut through as a shortcut. If you can evade the cameras, then this is the way to go. But if not, then there's nothing wrong with the old standby. Just be careful of the walker gears. Section 3, the final one, is thankfully the shortest. There's yet another searchlight, but that's really the biggest threat. The best way to go is to climb up the wall to the left of the gate, throw a magazine to distract the only guy up there, and sneak past. From there we have another walker gear, but it's stationary. You can just walk right past him. And with all that out of the way, we've reached the end. Up these stairs is our target. There's no going back once I'm up there. And now that everyone in the base is marked, no one can escape. Okay. I see Skullface's helicopter coming in. I should get moving now. Don't want to scare the poor fucker off at this point. Let's get quiet in on this. Have a shot on him lined up in case things go sour. Moment of truth. Come on, you son of a bitch.
You too have known loss. And that loss torments you still. You hope hatred might someday
what are you doing? Stop that, you're making me nauseous. He gives his typical introduction spiel about phantoms and demons, but what I want to know is why? Why is he going through all this trouble to put the world into chaos? It's probably a poor decision to make, but I think I'll follow him for a while and see what he says. No doubt he wants to talk about his plans. Besides, Sahelanthropus is clearly not here. Well, where to begin? How about 20 years ago? He and XOF had been there since our story began. Virtuous Mission, Operation Snake Eater, him and his crew were always there to make sure our messes were cleaned up. Keeping track of our status, providing assistance, all from the shadows. That was XOF's original purpose, insurance for the unlikely scenario that we fuck up. But when things went sour, when Big Boss left and Fox disbanded, that all changed. Zero went to them and offered them a new job in Cypher, his private strike force. Skullface in particular became a trusted ally to Zero, but the feeling was not mutual. Quite the opposite, he despised Zero and everything he stood for. And his thoughts are the same toward us. All of the series' problems have been caused by these two misinterpreting the will of the boss. She only wished for the world to be at peace, united. Somehow, Zero thought that this meant putting the world under perfect control so that everyone does exactly what he wants. All he needs is a piece of Eden and he's set. But strangely enough, I think this is a brilliant interpretation of the boss's will compared to Snake's. Outer heaven is the answer. The world can only know peace and war. It's our natural state, the only thing that unites all humans. Oh, there's nothing quite like a bullet in the brain to remind me of how free I am in this world. All the chaos that we'd soon experience as Solid Snake and Raiden was due to these two idiots bickering about what a dead woman who was pretty good at fighting wanted, and they were both wrong. Even someone as twisted as Skullface can see that. To backtrack a bit, Skullface was born in a Transylvanian village. Due to this being during a very turbulent period of history, it was quite familiar to being raided and conquered. First, it was the Germans who forced him to change his way of life, everything down to the very language he spoke. Then later, the Soviets came and did the same exact thing. His village would keep moving to different parts of Europe, each one having a new way of life and a different tongue. When you're forced to learn a different language in your upbringing, it can change you. Because the more you understand the people's words, the more you understand the people. And just as he grew acclimated to this new culture, he was ripped away and forced into yet another one. By the time he was an adult, Skullface was an amalgamation of different languages and cultures, while having completely forgotten the one he came from. Imagine trying to think about what your upbringing would have been like in a perfect world, but you can't because you no longer have anything to go on, completely stripped of his own past, his own culture. Sure, he may be filled with knowledge about tons of other cultures, but that doesn't change the fact that the flesh of his village was burned away from him. That's the metaphorical reason that he looks that way. The real reason is that burning oil spilled on him as a kid, but that's not relevant, and he's certainly not the only person that this has happened to. Earlier, I said that there were 5 languages outside of English, but I'm sure most of you know that's plainly false. There are roughly 7,000 languages currently in the world. There are many small villages and communities that have their own tongue exclusive to them. And if that seems like a lot, studies have put the amount of languages in human history around the 30,000 mark. But over the centuries, that number has been cut down time and time again thanks to colonization. Thousands, if not millions of people have had their language ripped away from them along with their home, forced to speak the way that the people with the guns do. And along with that, they have to change their lifestyle. Those two changes very often go hand in hand. This has been a problem that's plagued humanity ever since we uttered our first words. But the UN only recognizes the 6 languages most spoken. They don't want to acknowledge how many Skullfaces there are. It was later on in life when he was working under Zero that he realized something. Cypher's goal is to unify the world by force. That exact philosophy is just what many world powers already have, only to a smaller extent and by different means. Zero's no different from the people who took his past away from him. So, what must be done is simple. Cypher must be destroyed. The code which Cypher plans to use for its world-conquering AI is in one language: English, the largest one in the world, although Mandarin Chinese is catching up. The most rational way to topple such a Goliath is to cut off the source of its power. And that's where the vocal cord Parasite comes in. Thus far, he's only used it in an attempt to remove annoyances. The Hamid, Malak's group, the Soviets, and Mujahideen just now, and us. But that's not its main purpose, far from it. The final strain of the virus, and the strongest one, is English. They weren't testing English at the Devil's House because they already had it. This is Skullface's plan, to cut down Cypher, cut down Zero. First, he'll kill us. Then, using Sahelanthropus, he launches a nuke. While the world and the AI are in a frenzy, maybe putting their fingers on their own big red buttons, he unleashes the Parasite. Can't you see? This is what the boss wanted. Her true will being achieved not by her friend or her pupil, but Skullface. This is how it was meant to be. The true liberator, the true unification of the world. Peace will be achieved by destroying the English language. Jesus fucking Christ. You don't see any problems with your plan, Skullfuck? You don't think way too many people are gonna die? English takes up like 1/4 of the population of the planet. You'd be killing nearly 2 billion people. That's even more than 9/11. Maybe you didn't think about this, but the AI doesn't have vocal cords, dumbass. You could still type words without being able to speak the language it's in. Also, now that we know there's a cure that can be made, we would have your little problem dealt with in maybe a few days. You know, I was kinda under the impression that he was gonna do the opposite. Wipe out every language except English. That lines up more with his ambitions. English is the language that's united the most people on the planet, so if you just make that the only language, then everyone would be forced to speak it. Future generations wouldn't have to go through what you did. It didn't even have to be English, just any one language. I'm not saying that that's a great plan either, but this? What you're doing is further separating the people of the world by removing its greatest link of communication. Even by your stupid-ass logic, that is not the boss's will. Why do all the main villains in this series have to be so stupid? What she said was very simple, but you guys have taken it to such extremes that it's not even related anymore. Illuminati, war always, and goodbye English are what you got from— I wish the world would chill out, man, fuck. I swear to Christ, if her last words were, "I need you to take care of my cat, Cobra Unit Commander the Fuzzy," you guys would each come up with something so radically unnecessary to the point where it's kind of impressive when all you have to do is fucking feed the thing. I don't even need to talk about the rest of his plan, it's just word soup.
On those who leech off the words of their fellow man. The parasite from this genetic expanding by controlling us because you is where you is. This war is peace.
And now that I've revealed my master plan to you, we, still have a few minutes of driving left. Driver, could you put something on the radio? So, you ever play New Vegas? I was one of the characters in that. Yeah, the king. Oh, thank God it's over. We're back at the power plant. Don't know why I didn't guess this was where Sahelanthropus would be. It would be kinda hard to store anywhere else. Now the pleasantries end. The time for talk is over. He's ready to begin his final act. We have to die. So who else would he bring out to kill us than the guy we simply can't kill? The lingering will approaches. This shouldn't be too bad. When we first saw him at the hospital, it was made abundantly clear that he was allergic to water. When we first saw him at the Devil's House, it was made abundantly clear that he was allergic to water. So all I have to do is soak him and— Oh no, I did not bring my water pistol. The one time I decide not to bring it and this fucking guy shows up. Okay, we're gonna have to improvise. In the meantime, could you stop getting so close? Oh, this is bad.
Got a spike on the RWR. Strange PRF. What's wrong? Control lost. Can't maintain RPM. We're settling.
Huh? You good? What happened? Even Skullface is confused. This was not part of the plan.
Wait!
And that wasn't part of the plan either. Don't you control the psychic?
Such a lust for revenge?
A lust for revenge? Wait, is he only controlled by who has the strongest emotions? That would explain why he changed his appearance to resemble who was controlling him. But if it's not Skullface or the man on fire, who's doing this? Who would have such a desire for vengeance that it overlaps everyone around here? Sahelanthropus is online. I repeat, Sahelanthropus is online. No one's safe this time. XOF is getting stomped. This is not working. I can't outrun this thing, and it's blaring MP3s of what dinosaurs supposedly sounded like. I have to rely on XOF attempting to take it down as a distraction, but it's not lasting long. This thing can obliterate tanks and helicopters with a metallic Archaea sword that they must have installed since last time. As a matter of fact,
Cypher will rewrite the records, and and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. Major, I'm burning up!
Boss, get out of there!
Oh yeah, I zoned out, sorry. Can someone come pick me up? I'm scared. P-Quad 2? The other helicopter? I can't beat this thing, there's no way. I couldn't do it last time. Damn it, I'm screwed!
Boss!
Pause. This is a bad situation. Of course it is. Ain't the first one we've been in. We survived the toughest things that this cruel world has to offer, and I'm not just talking about 9+ years ago. Since we got to Afghanistan, we took on the Soviets, the Skulls, Walker Gears, 3 different PFs. Mother Base was attacked again, and we survived. We faced a plague, and we survived. Right now, Skullface is buried under some rubble, bleeding out. While we get knocked down for the umpteenth time and once again get up, dust ourselves off, and ready ourselves for the next blow. Maybe we aren't saints, maybe we're just cockroaches. But that doesn't mean we aren't damn good at it. If Sahelanthropus becomes public, the world will get thrown into a frenzy. Vocal cord Parasite or not, it could mean the end of civilization as we know it. Like always, we can't let that happen. We couldn't beat it before, but we're stronger now. We have tools that no one else does. Tools that could bring its upright stance to a pathetic grovel. We're better than a kid playing with a toy. We will win. Now cue that overly hype music! Alright, hold your horses. No need to be so dramatic. We can kiss later. We still have some business to attend to. Oh, and Eli, you are so grounded when we get home. You and your little psychic friend over there. But before that...
Let's see Skullface.
You alive over here? Ah, good. I was starting to think we'd be robbed of our revenge as well. You love robbing people of things, don't you? I'll be disposing of these, thank you very much. Don't want any more languages being terrorized, do we?
Finish me. Kill me.
No, not yet. you had your chance to speak, and now it's my turn. And I've got something important that I need to tell you. You're a pretty bad villain, even by Metal Gear standards, and it's not like every bad guy in the series is a winner. But you're a special kind. One whose feats far outweigh his own character. What you did to Chico and Paz, what you did to MSF, the Devil's House, by all accounts, you're a piece of shit. But it's weird. I get angry when I think about those things, but when I'm staring at you, I just get bored. Because just as a person, you're rather boring. What, you lost your culture so now everyone has to feel that pain? That's ridiculous, unrealistic, downright idiotic, but most of all, yawn-inducing. No wonder no one's gonna remember you. You're not memorable. All honesty, this was more about the journey than the destination. We destroyed Sahelanthropus, XOF has a bunch of bloody stains on the floor, and the Parasite is gone. You dying here is really secondary. You rank in the villain tier list down with Hot Coldman, and his name was Hot Coldman. And in the end, you lost control because of a child who's gonna end up being better at your job. But while you're still here, you might as well serve your final purpose as the target of our revenge. So, this is for MSF. This is for Chico. This is for Pequod. Fuck off me! This is for everyone who died from the Parasite! This is for burdening me with a trumpet! This is for Gohan! And this is for me.
Do it yourself. Mission complete, boss.
A fitting end, making him suffer the pain we did. Exactly what he wanted to do to the world. But he doesn't need to worry, because his time in this world is coming to an end.
I did it! Revenge!
We should eat him. It's done. We did it. The world is safe, for now, and our vengeance has been exacted. We brought ourselves from the dirt to the skies once again. We couldn't have done it alone. Kaz, Ocelot, Code Talker, Quiet, Pequod, Silent Mastodon, D-Horse, D-Dog, Huey, and D-Walker. Would I call them friends? No. In war, there's no room to make friends. They're my comrades in arms, and it would have been impossible without them. With XOF eliminated, we can finally continue on as we did all those years ago. A military without a banner, soldiers without a cause. Where the void in our souls was created, we fill with the monument of our victory. Sahelanthropus stands tall, non-functional, but there. Almost like a guardian of Diamond Dogs, watching over us. A reminder of what we must not become. Still, at the end of the day, my arm is still gone. Chico's still gone. Pequod's still gone. Nothing will ever bring them back. And yet, I still feel them. I still hear their idle chit-chat. I still feel them suffering, like they're all still here. Would they like seeing what's become of us? Who knows? What matters is the present. There's always more work to do. More people that need saving, more people that need silencing. That's what we do best. We're dogs of war. Killers. No trumpet can determine that, nor can it change it. Nonetheless, time moves on uncaring, and we know what comes next. Cypher will be rebranded to the Patriots once the AI takes full control, and Diamond Dogs will morph into something more twisted. And those two things will shape the future of this world. All that's left to do is to let the circle complete itself. It's time to shed the skin of the venomous snake. We are Big Boss. Welcome to Outer Heaven. Since this game's release, quite a lot's happened. As we've gone over, Kojima parted ways with Konami and formed his own studio. KJP 2.0 went on to make Death Stranding. The game received mixed reviews. My opinion is nothing. I haven't played the game for more than a few hours. I was pulled away from it by the desire to make this series of videos. I'll probably get back to it soon. At the Game Awards of 2022, Death Stranding 2 was announced. Jeff Keighley came about it as he usually does, bless him. Not enough is known as of writing this, so yippee. And then at the following year's Game Awards, a new IP from KJP was announced, OD. Even less is known about this one, other than that it's a potential Xbox exclusive, Lord knows they need one, and that this is being made with the help of Jordan Peele. Man, first Guillermo, now him? You're really moving up in the world, little dude. He talks about this one as if it's this revolutionary experience that's gonna change the way we view the fucking world. He even said in his way too long section of the award show that it's a new form of media. So this'll probably be the worst game ever made, and I pray that it is, just for the discourse. And after that, he's got a third project in the works. Man, he's busy. This one seems like a bit of a return to form as it's an action espionage title. I figure it'll still have quite a few differences from Metal Gear in terms of gameplay, but still, that's a bit exciting. On Konami's end, not much, I'm afraid. The Metal Gear IP has gone completely cold. They tried doing a few things with it. First, they added some DLC to this game in the form of costumes and literal horse armor, but then they went ahead and released Metal Gear Survive. I have no opinion on this one either, as I've never even touched it, nor do I intend to. It looks about as soulless as I've heard it is, and I don't want to financially support that. The only positive about the game that I've heard is that the team working on it snuck in an Easter egg saying KJP forever. That's pretty cool, but also kinda sad. They did their usual pachinko bullshit as well, but after that, nothing for like 5 years. But recently they put out Volume 1 of what they call the Master Collection. It's really just modern ports of various Metal Gear games, nothing special. Volume 2 is yet to be announced, so we don't really know what's going to be on it. I just hope that MGS4 isn't cut for licensing reasons. We'll have to wait and see. And on top of that, Metal Gear Solid Delta, a full-on remake of MGS3. That's exciting news and all, but I'd like you to temper your expectations. MGS3 is already a fantastic game, and with Konami's recent track record, I fear for its quality. But hey, here's hoping this comment ages poorly. After they're done with that, I honestly think the series should rest in peace. Even if left in good hands, I don't think much more can be done with the series that won't feel like digging up a horse's skeleton and beating it. We've explored basically every part of the timeline that needs exploring, and even a few that didn't. The story is about as complete as it can be. And to this guy, that's enough. Well, we finally did it. After over a year, this video series is coming to a close. I guess that means it's time to give my final thoughts. I mean, that's how these usually go. You might be surprised at what I'm about to say considering the title. Metal Gear Solid 5 is one of the greatest games ever made. I mean that with 100% sincerity, there's no lie this time. It may have problems and a hefty amount of them, but the pros far, far outweigh the cons. It's one of the most fun experiences you could have with a video game, but it seems that that isn't a well-known fact in the community, and I wanted to see if I could do anything to change that. You see, back when I made the Kingdom Hearts 3 video, I received a fair amount of comments saying things along the lines of, I agree with most of what you said, but weirdly this made me want to play the game. And while I wasn't expecting that, I wasn't upset about it at all. I mean, as I said, I only want the best for the series. I want it to continue to grow. But at the same time, it gave me an idea. If I can get people to play a game based on all the negative things I had to say, I can definitely get people to play a game based on positive things I have to say. I've seen so many people write MGS5 off after barely or never giving it a shot. They get bored after 2 hours and put it down forever. And that never sat right with me. My goal with this video, besides money, was to get you playing this game, by showing you the fun that you can have with it if you get creative. I mean, I use some inventive strategies at times, but can you imagine how many ideas I missed? Ideas you might have had yourself while watching? You might have noticed that I slowed down when it came to showing cool strategies and side objectives as the series went on. That's not because the game got more restrictive. I intended to hook you with part 2 and get you wondering about what else there is after it. I don't want to give you every single detail from the game, there are things that I want you to discover for yourself. I've been keeping a very close eye on the comments for each part, and I'm happy to report that my strategies worked on a good number of people. To all those who gave it a fair shake thanks to me, I sincerely hope you had a great time. And I also hope you learned something about the game you didn't know before from this series of videos. I was validated on that by reading the comments too. Hell, a few comments taught me some things I didn't know you could do. And as for the rest of you, I've tried to be subtle about it up until this point, but now that I've revealed my intentions to you, I'm just gonna tell you flat out. play Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. If you haven't given it a shot, or if you have but didn't really get into it, play it, because I don't think there will be another opportunity. I believe that this is a once-in-a-lifetime game, a true passion project that simply can't be replicated. The game's legacy unfortunately revolves around the controversy between Kojima and Konami, and I think it deserves more than that. It should be seen as the swan song to a fantastic series that had the same love poured into it that all the others did, and it certainly shouldn't be taken for granted. I love this game, but I fear that there will never be another like it, and that really sucks. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everything went according to plan, sir. He couldn't defeat the Horn in the end and eliminated Skullface, just as you predicted. Yes, sir. The reject of the terrible infant project in America will be raised to eliminate Big Boss. And Zero has already deteriorated, physically and mentally. It won't be long before you will have your chance in the spotlight. Only you understand the boss's true will. With the artifacts you've collected and the medications you distribute to the masses, the world will be under your control yet. Have you secured the piece located in that city? No? Well then, I know where our next stop is, sir. The City of Dreams, where opportunity can be found. What a joke. I apologize for the wait, sir. These things can take time. But finally, we can move on to greener pastures. We'll speak again, Mr. Vidic. God, I fucking hate that guy.